80
Oh,
Chardonnay.
Canadian,
You know what?
Canadian
I
wine
have to turn
lovers.
off our ticker because this is the biggest one we've ever done. It says we're tasting over 80 Chardonnays live. I'm going to change it right now. We're tasting over 100. No,
No, over 110.
over 110 freaking Chardonnays with you
Okay.
live.
This is crazy. So, Canadian wine lovers, Carl's Wine Club members, everyone across the country, this is the best day of the year. This is Chardonnay Day. I mean, okay, wait a minute. There's some iconic days during the year, and this is the biggest of all for us at Carl's Wine Club. Chardonnay is our biggest passion after our members, obviously, but we love Chardonnay in any shape or form. And here it is. So we had World Chardonnay Day on Tuesday. Thursday was International Chardonnay Day. But because we can't do anything on a weekday because we don't have enough time to do what we want to do. We're doing it on a Saturday. So this is Chardonnay celebration, you guys, Canadian wine lovers. This is the biggest day of the year. We believe it or not, okay? Let's backtrack a little bit. The first year that we've done our Chardonnay marathon, I said it would be so cool if we have 25 to 30 Chardonnay from coast to coast, right? It will be amazing. I would love doing that. So we did it. And I mean, the second year, last year, we blew it out of the water. We had 65, 64 Chardonnay. So we said, Mira and I, okay, let's try to keep it in the same bracket, right? Let's try to keep it around between 60 and 70 at the most. Well, guess what? We didn't succeed. We have 112 Chardonnays, believe it or not. I mean 112. During the week, I said to Mira, I think we're gonna be over 65. Oh no. I said, how many do you think? Probably 75. The week was going on, the more and more, and you know what? Yeah, on Thursday, I said that's probably going to be over 80. Yesterday, we realized that it's going to be over 90. And this morning, finalizing the spreadsheet, Mira said, Carl, as 112. I'm like, oh my God. Anyway, here we are. Here we are sitting here in Summerland, just in front of the beautiful Naramata bench behind me here. That's where we're going to go. We're going to taste 112 Chardonnays. And guess what? It's not everybody who arrived on time, okay? I didn't receive the Nova Scotia one on time. So we don't have anything from Nova Scotia. I didn't get the island. So we're Ontario and BC and Okanagan and Similkameen only. So can you imagine? We could have been like over 140. I'm still waiting for Westcott Vineyard. I'm still waiting for Fair Rocks. I'm still waiting for a bunch of them. But hey, we're going to taste more on Wednesday and Wine Wednesday. But here we are, International Chardonnay Day. We're going to taste unoaked, musqué, sparkling blanc de blanc, name it, every kind of Chardonnay that we have around. Shoot. Okay, there you go. There you go. I don't know what's going on here. I have a bunch of things popping up. Mira, when you have a second, I will need to talk to you because my screen keeps going black. So it doesn't keep the screen open. And I can't spend 6 hours every time it changes color. And I'm just going to drive me bonkers. So maybe we can switch to my device instead of that one. I don't know. But see now, it's like I lose the screen. So please come to me when you have a minute because I can't do that for too long. So let's get it started before Mira comes to me. We will, I'm in front of me, okay? For the first, I have a spreadsheet here. You can tune in. If you're tuning in, first and foremost, I want to say hi to everyone on Instagram, on YouTube, on Facebook, LinkedIn. All of our channels are presently like we're firing on all cylinder. It's going to be epic. We're going to be here probably until 7:30. Pacific. We have a bunch of interviews coming up. We have from all over the country, so people can tune in live. I have some pre-recorded interview. So get ready for an absolute mayhem. But the first one, I think Mira's going to throw in there the spreadsheet that I'm working on. It's going to be a live spreadsheet, and I'm going to score them. All of the wines I've already some technical data entered into the spreadsheet. So click in whenever you guys get a chance to. Okay. I'm not sure if I got my technical lady here around, but I really need Mira. I'm going to be right by anyway. So let's start tasting here, and we'll fix that in a few minutes. But thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Okay, let's start with Vineland Estate. Vineland Estate Chardonnay Muscat with the 2021 vintage here. Yeah, and I really need Mira. Like, it's an absolute emergency. I need Mira right now because, okay, Mira, I know you can see me fight, but I don't have like that screen goes off.
I know.
So,
we need to plug it in. That's all good.
Okay, if we can do something, it would be great.
We can keep going. And,
okay. Sorry about that. There you go. So the first, let's say the first 2, 4, 8 wines that I have: Vineland Estate Chardonnay Muscat, Chronos from Times Family of Wines 2021, Code Wine 2022 from Okanagan Falls. It's keep doing it. It keeps doing it. So, and we have Noble Ridge on Oak Chardonnay from Stony Knoll, the Stony Knoll Vineyard in Okanagan Falls. So there we go. So let's start with the first 4 wines. The 2021 Vineland Chardonnay Muscat to start. Okay, floral nose here, jasmine. Like white flowers, melon. That's definitely very floral and fruity. Unoaked, 100% Muscat from Niagara Escarpment. 1995 for that wine. Vineland Estate, known for some of the best value wines in the country, and this is absolutely no different. There we go. Just what like the nose is suggesting. This is fruity, a ton of melon. There's some peach, but there's a nice little bite on the finish, a little crunchy finish of a little bit more citrusy. So this is for under $20, absolutely any day of the week. This is a easygoing. Oh, I just can't.
No way.
No, but we're gonna switch. I'm gonna quit and like come back with another device. Okay. So sorry guys, because I have a quick little technical problem that I have to fix here. We'll have to. Okay, this is not very important, guys. I'm losing the screen here. I can't. So we're gonna have to switch device for 1 second. Is gonna be a less than a minute transition, but I'm gonna follow with Times Family of Wine, the Chronos label here. This is Chronos 2021 as well. Unoaked, a little bit more on the mid-tier to low premium here at $35 plus tax. At $35, $34.45 including tax. Much more citrusy here on the nose, much more. It seems like the nose suggesting there's a nice precision. I can. Oh, hi, Mira. Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you too.
Mm. The palate gives me much rounder fruit. This is super tropical. This is like a bowl of fruit salad, to be honest with you. Very. Oh, this is wrong. This is plush. This is everything that I want on a warm summer day. Definitely. I will. Oh, man, that is good. Super fruity. Nothing over complex, but multiple layers. There's some blood orange, a little bit of orange peel as well on the back end. Almost a little bit of spice as well. This is a terrific. Oh, what a great start. Oh, man, I love that. There's a nice body as well.
Okay, so because you want a different device, you're
Yes,
going to have to X out of there. So get out of that completely, and I'll bring you this other one.
Perfect. So, guys, I'm coming back in less than 20 seconds. Okay, you stay with me. I'll be right back.
Okay, here we go to find Carl. Carl's device was, the screen was dimming, so here we go. Nice to see y'all. Happy Chardonnay.
There you go.
Who here likes Chardonnay? I sure hope you like Chardonnay.
Flip it around.
We have,
So I don't have.
we have 112 Chardonnays.
Ah,
there we go.
Thank you. Now, you got me, okay? It was painful. Oh my God. Here you go. Nice view, but the color are much more. Yeah. Okay. Now, top notch here. We're good. So, Chronos Chardonnay, our wine number 2 of 112. Haha, yes, if you just join us, yes, 112 Chardonnays, all different styles. So Chronos are located in Penticton, in the old Penticton Theater. This is an urban winery sourcing grapes from all over the Okanagan. So from this very specific one, I don't have the source, but I'm sure there's a little bit of fruit from the Ramada Bench. There's also some fruit from the south of the valley. So I really enjoying that right now. It's a bigger body, bolder, much weight, more weight than the Vineland Muscat, but super fruity. Yeah, really enjoyable. I'm going with my first score of the day. Here, we are going to go 90 plus points. I mean, this is even at a premium at 35, 34, 50, including tax. This is worth it. I mean, this is really good. Great body, great weight. So it gives me much more than I usually expect from an oak Chardonnay. Let's move on from Chronos all the way to cold wine. So cold wine, Shea Code, fairly new here in Okanagan Fall on Peachcliff. Beautiful little vineyard in Okanagan Falls. Shea specialize in clonal selection of Pinot Noir, but also make a Chardonnay and a Syrah. This unoaked Chardonnay, we tasted that one in pre-release last year. Why I'm tasting it again? Because Shay was saying, Carl, you tasted it last year, but I think that you want to taste it again because it evolved a lot since then, and I think it's showing wonderfully. So this is a single clone, I believe, here with code. Probably, I think it's still 96, but not 100% sure. But anyway, single clone, but maybe unknown clone. 6 months on lease before bottling, so a little shy on the nose here. Sparks of citrus, definitely lemon zest, definitely white flower as well. There you go, Mira. Here you go, Mira's on. This is great. I maybe need to get the volume up a little bit. I don't know if you guys can hear me well.
Yeah, we
Mira,
can hear you.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you
Perfect.
fine. Yeah, keep going.
Awesome. So Mira saying the cold wine 2022 single clone. How's my background, Mira? All good?
Yeah, it looks very idyllic, very
There you
Chardonnay.
go. There you go.
Friendly.
So $36, a little bit more in the same price point that the Chronos. Mira, did you got your glass of wine?
Yeah, yeah.
So cheers to that. Cheers to you. It's our first cheers of the night. What you have the Noble Ridge. So the following wine, it's in your glass. So cold wine here.
So we're starting something a little fun. We started with unoaked, right? I don't know if you just mentioned that, but I was like, we starting with bubblies? And Carl's like, no, let's start with unoaked, because these bubblies that we're going to taste are pretty special and complex, and we kind of want to warm up the palate with the unoakeds.
That's exactly it, right? Because I have some of the sparkling out there are absolutely spectacular. The complexity will be much more. So I wanted to start with the okay. Here with code, 202 cases produced of that Chardonnay. Much more precision now. Like it's the first of the 3 wines that where it's narrowing down to a pinpoint acidity. And I can feel like even like in terms of alcohol level, much lower. We're under 12% alcohol. I mean, this is citrusy. That's classic Chablis. Really, really classic. A little bit flinty as well. I like that. I really like that. There's a nice precision. Not super expressive, but energetic. Mid palate is filled with like it's buzzing. It's buzzing. There's even like a little mix of flour and smoke, not smoke fire, but a little gunshot smoke, something like that. You know, so. Okay, there's a nice complexity, couple layers. I will go with a 90 points. There's a very nice complexity. If I have to describe that wine in couple words, I would say complex and energetic. For on oak, it's quite surprising. So I quite enjoy that. So here we are. Cold wine, Shea Code, Peach Cliff in Okanagan Falls. So we've done Niagara Escarpment, Penticton. Now it's Okanagan Falls. We will stay for wine number 3. We will stay in Okanagan Falls. We haven't featured Noble Ridge in our feature since we started, but they make some stunning wines, and I've always been attracted to their Chardonnay. So the Stony Knoll on oak Chardonnay. This is a 100% Okanagan Falls fruit. So it's VQA Okanagan Falls. It is a great pricing, under $30, so $26 retail plus tax. I like the peach on the nose. Oh yeah, beautiful peach. Peach and pear. Peach and pear. Oh, this is elegant. Oh, I love that. This wine is hitting multiple chords to me because there's the tropical, there's the orchard fruit that I expect from an oak. There's this zing of the citrus, so there's both in there. There's also that minerality, much more than all of the other wines. So there's an extra layer here of complexity. Combined with the under $30 versus the other 2 that I just tasted prior to that, this is a fairly impressive for an oak Chardonnay. That might be my top on oak from the of the day so far.
And that was the Noble Ridge.
That's the Noble Ridge. That's what's in your glass right now. That's why I wanted to pass it up to you for a second and see what you think.
Yeah, I really like it. I can't believe it's unoaked because, like you said, there's quite a bit of complexity in there, isn't it?
There's quite a bit of a layer here. I have my my good friend right here with me, Jan. Jan helping me to organize the whole thing. Jan that works also in Okanagan Falls. You hit me know when you're ready to hit a sip of the Noble Ridge, because I'm thinking, yeah, you probably could quite like that. I have to go back once again because.
Did you give it a score already?
Hmm. 90 points.
For the Noble Ridge?
Yeah, 90 points. We'll go 90 points. This doesn't have the length that I was hoping for. Really good though. Really, 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 really good. Well priced. I think this wine here hit the perfect price bracket for what it needs. Under $30. Delivers for that. So yeah, so there's a 13% alcohol for that unoaked Chardonnay, which is a little high, but it doesn't show at all. Really, like it's soft, but there's not it's not a heavy weight on the mid palate. So I mean, this is really, really yummy. Okay, so now I'm moving on to Vineland Estate. I think it's the lowest price point of the whole lineup. Okay, so this is their VQA Ontario. So this is a blend of multiple different vineyards in their holding in Niagara Escarpment, but it's a VQA Ontario, unhold, all from the 2023 vintage, $15.95 including tax. That's the kicker with that wine, okay? It's super expressive on the nose. Even if I'm stuffy and I've been having like some sinus, a little bit of issue, this wine's absolutely like filled like the aromas, the wheel of aromas. Great blend of orchard, tropical, just smelling it. I'm expecting something super easy drinking, but fruity.
Is it 2023?
2023, you're right. 12% low alcohol, 12%. It's bright. I mean, this wine should be an 89 points, okay? But at $16, I have a real hard time to keep it at 89. I mean, this is 89 plus, okay? This is really like really, really scratching the 90, because if I don't want to break the bank, and if I have someone who, anyway, this is really, really well priced. Wow. Okay. Fantastic. So Vineland 23, 89 plus. When I revisit that later on, I mean, I have to go like, I want to taste that beside just the Chronos, because Chronos is big and bold. There's more weight. It's bold wine for unoaked, and for double the price. I mean, this is very, very well priced. So 89 plus for Vineland Estate. This is really, really cool. I love seeing that. Because these day and age now is hard to find these Ontario wine. Now we're moving on to Casadilla Vineyard. It's in Prince Edward County from the 2021 vintage, 12% alcohol. This is under $20. No, $21.95. Okay, we're just over the $20. Let's see what Peck Unoaked has to offer with Casadilla. We had a fun piconero the other day from Casadilla. I thought that was very interesting. Also had a nice red entry-level blend, Cabernet Franc, which was really, really good. So they're focusing on good price point. So ripe fruit, slight bitterness on the finish, but not super high acidity. Intriguing, interesting. It's pleasant. It's a pleasant wine to drink. Much darker, much more color, much more golden than any other of the other unoaked Chardonnay, where they're fairly light in color. I would say Code was the most golden. Now, because it was much more, and there's some good weight. It's good to see, like, it's kind of funny because if I ever thought in my life that I could organize 115 Chardonnay marathon on my own and execute that on my own, but I can tell you this is not freaking possible. I have Mira running all over the place behind me here. I have Jan, who is doing a great job organizing the whole thing. And yeah, and it's a real challenge, but darn that it's fun. You should see that table right here. If you can see.
Okay, we gotta show people.
We gotta show.
Gotta see this.
You guys gotta. We need to take you there. We need to take you there.
I mean, look at that. And there's. Can I show you, Jan? Thank you.
That's the man who makes it. Who keeps
Jan
me organized.
Amazing. Thank you so much. He's volunteering.
He said, "You just need to pay me. You just need to pay me in Chardonnay, Carol." I said, "Okay, I think maybe that's something that I can do here." There you go. Here we are. Stop touching it. I would. The angle was just weird. So, okay. So Casadilla, 89 points as well. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, 89. It's pretty good though. $21. Please, please, please give me some. Huh?
Just move yourself. Don't
move myself. Yeah. Okay, because it's too low.
Yeah, no, it's how we want it. There you go.
There you go. That's how she wanted. Not how we want it, but that's okay. Now let's go from Prince Edward County to Summerland. Not this side, but this side in front of our house. It's Dirty Laundry. Summerland unoaked Chardonnay. They have multiple vineyards in Summerland, and this is a blend of 4 different vineyards there. I love that nose. I really love that nose. This is melon and tropical mixed together. That's okay. This is going a little bit more on the Chrono style kind of nose, a little bit of a fruit bowl type of aromas. I love the potential for Summerland in terms of Chardonnay. I think that they are the upcoming place in the Okanagan. Okay, there's great spot behind me on the Naramata bench, but Summerland for serious Chardonnay is coming at us, and we'll see that in the next few years. But now I'm tasting the unoaked Dirty Laundry, a $24 including tax. So I mean, like a $21 pre-tax, pretty darn good deal here. This is pleasant. This is honest. This, I can bring that to a party without any shame. This with seafood would be great. I just like a lively list, super lively, but not the Chablis acidity, like pulsing style. It's bright, it's light on his feet, but it's fruity. It's simple but efficient. Simple but efficient. Does it make sense? Maybe not, but it is to me. I love the nose. I love pretty much everything about it. Jeez, that's good. $24. Then you know what? That truly deserves a 90 points. You know why? And let me get back to my point system a little bit. If you are not used to how we rate the wines, I don't talk about anything under 88. To me, under 88 is a wine with a flaw. It's a wine that had a problem, or just plain and simple bad wine. And I don't want to hurt the winery's reputation, so I'm not going to talk about it. You won't hear anything. So if something happened with one of these wines and I feel like there's a flaw, I'm just going to put it aside. We'll move on right away. 89. That's a wine. Yes, Mira.
Because that's often, like, sometimes it can just be like it's corked or something's going on. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad wine. That's why we never really talk about it when it's less. Sometimes you get an off bottle. You never know, right? So we want to make sure that we're not spreading negativity and, for people that have worked hard to make a really great product that might be everybody's favorite, but just that's the wrong bottle for us that day. So that's why Carl does not typically talk about a wine if he thinks there's something off with the bottle.
89, not 90, 89 for
that
for the dirty long.
Okay.
89.
Yeah, so once you get to what? 90 points, that's like
89 to 89 plus, that's where the wines start to, not only at 88 flush, it's a wine that meets its price point, but there's nothing special, right? It's an okay wine, nothing's wrong, but it makes its price point, and that's it. Let's move on, right? It's nothing special. It's not necessarily something that I will look to buy again, but I'm looking for the next vintage to see what's the progression, right? What's something different. 89, I'm like, yeah, you know what? This is interesting. It meets its price point. It gets my curiosity. It gets my attention. And if I see that, I was like, you know what? I will not be against like trying it again or talking about it. So it's 89 points. At 90 points, that's a wine who not only meets its price point, but help me here. I'm looking for my words. Over deliver. Okay, thank you. Over deliver. It's a wine that I want to talk about. It's a wine that I will recommend to friends. That's a wine that I will post about. That's a wine that I truly enjoyed, and it's coming to a place where it's really exciting. 91 points. Now we're talking about something solid, over deliver big time, and it's on its way to be something that like a winery should be known for that wine. Absolutely, right? 92 point. This is the entrance of greatness, where 92, 93 point to me, like some of the best wine in the country. When I talk about like the pan-Canadian selection, when I talk about like very unique event that we're doing, I'm looking for wines at 94 points. That's the rock star level, right? So 92, 93, you see like in between the 91 where I get excited, 92 where are a very, very solid wine, and it's...
So, yeah, keep going, because I want to say something interesting. I've
yeah, you go.
Yeah. So our first year we did this, right? Carl was honing that scaling system, right? Pretty consistent guy. Like, I blind tasted him many times, and he always gets at the same score or within like half a point usually. The first year we did this, it was only like maybe 500 wines we tasted that first year. Second year, it was like 800 wines. The third year, it was well over 1,000, 1,200 or so. Now we're into our fourth year. So what's interesting is the first couple of years, you only had a couple wines over 94 points. And in the last year or so, we've started to find a heck of a lot more. And I think it's partly because we know where to look now. It's like, you know where to find the really good fruit in the field, you know, when you're out picking berries.
But also because we're tasting much more, right? In terms of volume. So now we have met with the very top producers in the country. So we have access to these wines that we didn't even know they were existing. Like if we talk to wine lover here in BC, and I mentioned the name Clausen Chase. I mean, not a whole lot of people know about Clausen Chase in Western Canada. That's a sad part of our country. We're so big. There's very little literature about Canadian wines, so we don't know a ton about what's going on the other side of the country. Like I still like 60% of the people from Western Canada that I talk about Thomas Batchelder don't know who he is, right? And it's the same if I talk to if I walk on the Niagara Escarpment and I talk to people about Blue Mountain or Mira family vineyards. People are like, who? Right? But they are the top producer on our side of the country. So it's funny how people don't really know the other side of the country. So bringing these perspectives, it's all together, right? We have access from coast to coast to all of these darn thing. I love that. Sorry, I'm just seeing these pop up. It's kind of new. It's a new thing. I've never seen that before, Mira.
I just changed the colors. I mean, it's Chardonnay day, so it should be a little more
I love it. Okay, just about to taste. I just had a sip, by the way, while I'm talking. And this is the Blaster Church Unorthodox Chardonnay. This is the first of the unoaked Chardonnay with spice. This has a ginger, a crunchy ginger right in the mid palate. A little bit more floral nose. Yellow poached apple. A little bit of pineapple rim. Like it's not ripe pineapple, but the pineapple rim, but there's a crunchy ginger. So it's really interesting. Yeah, I really, really enjoyed that, actually. That is a 90 point, without a doubt. At $22 plus tax, we're at $25.30, including tax. Well worth it. I like that. You know, I love these like fruit bowls and all of that. I love the layers of complexity. So with this here, there's even maybe maybe also a little bit of flint in that. This is top notch. So that's my number 8 here. My number 8 wine, a 90 points. My top wine of the first 8 would be Kronos. Bigger body, much more expression, more extraction, more weight. Fuck, you're good, man. Wow. Just the bottle just appeared right in front of me. This is solid work right there. So that would be my top unoaked wine today. It's Kronos. From Times family of wines, I think there's a little bit more of everything in that one. So, Jan, if you can bring if you can bring a little bit to Mira, I would love Mira to try that.
I will come and get some. It's okay.
Geez, she's gonna come and get it. That's even better. So that's just to finish off the scoring scale here. So 92, 93, like especially 93, like you were right at the doorstep of greatness, because 94 points, like put it that way. If you taste 1,400 wines during a year, if I have 100, would score, but not 100. I don't, never, because when I do my top 10, I would say last year with 1,200 wines, I rated less than 50 wines, 94 or better. Would it make sense? I got Jan's looking at me. He's like, oh yeah. Ooh, yeah. That Kronos is very impressive. The weight on the mid palate, that's
So I have the Kronos in my glass right now?
Jan, is it? Yeah. Yeah, the answer is yes.
Thank you, Jan.
Yeah. So that's the top rated. Do you see the weight on the mid palate? We're gonna have Lindsay. Yeah, I know. We're gonna have Lindsay, the winemaker, is gonna join us. What time do I have Lindsay? She's gonna join us
Later,
live. All right.
6 o'clock, I think.
At 6 o'clock.
Here, I've got
6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock. She's gonna be in 9 o'clock Eastern. I mean, but yeah. So 94, like I was mentioning, 94 or better. There was less than 50 wines last year rated out of 1,300 wines. So do the math. I'm not sure what's the percentage, but it's a very small amount of wines that are rated 94 or better. So 92, 93, we're just on the step of greatness. And 93, I mean, 93, that's where it's aging potential, it's value proposition, it's also complex. That's where, like, when you hit 92, that's where complexity start to play a role, right? You cannot have, to my opinion, you can't have a simple wine rated above 92. I mean, when you talk about value has a certain place on the scale that can't at some point get at a level over 92 points. That's why most of my super value wines are around the 91, and they don't get over unless this is the very best value wine. And I remember the Living Land Chardonnay from Monte Creek last year at 1950. It was so overblownly cheap that I couldn't believe it. Ended up to be that 92 plus or something. But there's also the complexity who's starting to bring more than just over delivering the price point. 95, I mean 95 and 96, we're talking about a couple wine, like a handful, 2 handful a year. Right? When you get to 95 or 96, that's where you're in the top 5 wine of the year. So that's a little bit my breakdown of the scale. And if you wonder why there's so many 90 or better, it's just because people are sending us the best of the best. That's it. We've built relationship with all of these producers over the year that now they know that they want to see their brand attached to their best wines, right? So that's a little bit about the the scale. So now we are done with the unoaked, 50 minutes in. So we're gonna move on to the sparkling at this point. Okay, I'm gonna start emptying my and Mira, should we do the first interview while I'm switching to sparkling? Is it something that we should do, or should I do the sparkling first?
Sure.
No, I can't do sparkling first. Okay, let's do sparkling.
Let's do the sparkling. There's 8 sparkling wines, guys. They're all traditional method, right?
Go.
We're not going to be savoring any, but we really should. I mean, we'll get fancier with this.
And let's make some noise here. We're going to start with Redstone Vineyard. Woo! I believe that Redstone is Taw's Winery sister winery. So we've never featured them before, and that is super intriguing. Now, obviously, we're moving to Blanc de Blanc because it's Chardonnay Day. So all of our bubbly will be Blanc de Blanc. And a little bit of notes here. Did I do? No, not yet. So it's from the 20 Mile Bench. So, okay. Sorry, the cork is stuck there.
Ah, no.
Oh, there you go. It's moving now. There you go. There you go.
Ah, nice one.
Got a cramp in my finger. 100% Chardonnay, hand harvested from the limestone vineyard. It's traditional method, and I'm expected to get some marzipan, coconut, and vanilla custard. Let's see what Redstone has to offer. There you go. Mira, Redstone Rub. How many bubbles do you want?
I'm gonna just take it easy. Like, I'm not like you. I'm not gonna try to taste 112 Chardonnays in one go. I'm going to taste maybe 20.
And if you have a minute, if you can give Jan maybe a cloth, so I can just like clean up a little bit the drip that I'm doing here, that would be great. Okay.
We'll get you that.
So yeah, vanilla custard. Vanilla custard is absolutely. I get it. Like, it's really dominant on the nose. So traditional method, that's mean the second fermentation, the bubbles are created in the bottle with the addition a little bit of yeast and sugar. For some of them, if it's a brut, if it's a zero dosage, there's no addition of any syrup. 27.95 all in.
Wow.
It's lime, it's green apple, a touch of vanilla, stony minerality. That's good. I mean, under $30 for a Blanc de Blanc. This is serious here. I mean, there's not a crazy length. The bubble can kind of dissipate quickly, but I like the bite. I like the acid. I like it. Yeah, it's zippy. It's zingy. Yeah, well done. Well, I mean, if we don't touch them too much, they're going to be good all night. Yeah. Anyway, just disgusting to preserve the bubbles in the sparkling. Okay, I'm going to do 89 points for that. It's good. It's not exceptional, but it's good. And it definitely meets its price point. Definitely. If you go to the retail, you pay $28, including tax. You come back home, you pour that. I'm happy. Definitely, no doubt about that.
Definitely meets your expectations.
Oh, there's zero deception here. I'm not disappointed. It's nice. It's well done. Now, I'm going from Redstone to Dirty Laundry. Yeah, let's get back to Summerland, okay? So right behind you, Mira, up there, up the hill by Giant's Head. I mean, it's up the hill from us. 125 cases of that produced. 125 cases, $29.99 before tax. So it's a what?
$34.49 tax.
There you go. Nice noise. Nice push. This is the Cellar series. Let's see what the beautiful foam. Oops. That's what I'm having right now. Okay, so that's the 2019 classic method. So let's see what's in
that
store.
Means like traditional. Like they're all traditional, basically, which means
all of them. Oh, great nose. Great nose.
Which basically means there's nothing added in terms of carbonation at the end necessarily.
Yeah,
right?
it's not. The carbonation is not made in the bottle. The carbonation is not made in the tank in one fermentation. It's not added carbonation. It's created. The bubbles are created in the bottle by the addition of yeast. So they're creating a second fermentation and they cap it. So that's what happened. And the yeast die. The yeast gets on the lees. After that, they disgorge the bottle to take either the lees out or keeping it in. So this is what.
And the biggest thing I find with that traditional method, as opposed to the Charmat, where they add the bubbles in at the end, the traditional method, you can age it a freaking long time. You can age traditional method a heck of a lot longer.
Oh yeah, because they're staying on their lees. They're staying on the lees. So, and the lees is a preservative. Right. So as long as it stays on the lees, unless like it's
and
crazy.
What we found, I mean, some Charmat methods have surprised us, but sometimes you have bubbly open for a couple days, and usually by the second day, even if it's sealed, the bubbles are gone. I found if it's traditional method, like especially if some of the lees are still in there, if some of the yeast is still in there, it can last like 2 weeks after you open it. It's kind of crazy. It still has bubbles because they keep like feeding it, right?
So here I'm at 88 points here.
Okay.
Okay, bubbles are just like, right? You know when it almost bursts out of your nose? So that's it, right? So that's let's move on. Let's move on. The third bubbles here. It's I'm excited for that. I have
Rose Hall Run?
Yeah, so now we're going from Summerland all the way to Prince Edward County. So Prince Edward County in Ontario. This is Rose Hall Run. The ceremony, obviously, blah, blah, blah. So 100% Chardonnay. Whoa, that sounds delicious. We are at $39 here, so much more serious, more golden as well. It's much more golden. There's more nutty nose. There's more nutty aromas. Definitely that vanilla custard, vanilla lemon custard. There's a minerality. There's definitely a stony minerality in there. A bite of green apple. Zingy, zippy, lively, leafy. I'm curious. It's 2019. I'm curious. It's probably at least 2 years on its lees. It's bone dry. I would be surprised. I didn't do research on residual sugar on that, but it's probably under 4. So tannic as well. So this is complex. Now we're getting in a place where there's complexity. It's more champagne style. The bubbles are soft. The texture, but it's more into linearity. It's not soft and creamy to me. It's more zippy and linear, but the bubbles are well made. So now we're at a 90. I would say 90. Yeah, 90 points will be my score on this one. I love that. It's $39, a little bit more on the expensive side, but delicious. Very delicious. I love Rose Hall Run. We're gonna have the GCR vineyard a little later on for the still Chardonnay that I'm really looking forward to it. Last year, I remember the Saint Cindy made the top 10. So Rose Hall Run, nearby Clawson Chase. We know that Prince Edward County is a hot spot for Chardonnay. Not hot spot in terms of heat, but hot spot in terms of cold climate Chardonnay. Like it, well, we often kind of joke and saying, is it our Canadian Burgundy in Prince Edward County? It's colder, but it produced some fantastic world-class Chardonnay. So Rose Hall Run, one of my first very serious bubble here, Blanc de Blanc. So here we are, 90 points. Well done. Now, let's move on to our friend Marcel Morgenstern, Fred DiProfrio, Lou Puglisi. That's the Rockstar team at Bella Terra. Pre-release wine. This is not on the market just yet. This is their new vintage here, the 2018. I believe, so if it's 2018 and it's not released yet, we're talking 54 months on lease. Probably.
Yeah, it says 54 months. Oh, yeah, actually, I don't know. I was looking at the next one. The next one from Taz was 7 years on lease.
Yeah, well, yeah. Taz is a different beast. We're gonna be at
and I don't know if we mentioned, but we are going unoaked Chardonnays. We've done 8 of them. We're doing 8 bubblies. And we're going in order of price point from least expensive to most expensive.
Yeah.
And as soon as we're done the bubblies, we'll get into the Chardonnays.
We're done after the bubbly. We're shutting it off for the day.
No, we'll get into the oak Chardonnays, the oaked or unknown.
I love that. No, so now we're on the 4-mile creeks. We're in Niagara on the Lake. Okay, we're going from the Canadian Burgundy, the cold spot in Canada, to a warm appellation in Niagara on the Lake, 4-Mile Creek appellation. I walked that vineyard. I was there when they made when they harvest the 2019, no, the 2020. Was it 20? That was 19. When they press it. Anyway, we've been to Bellaterra multiple times, and I love their Chardonnay. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first 91 points of the day. We sure do have our first now. A little rounder, a little softer, some pear. The bubbles are soft, the palate is creamy. There's some that almond cookie layer. Yeah. This is good. This is good. This is right up my alley. Listen, I love the zippy, the zingy. You know that really Chablis, or that not Chablis, but you know that small Côte Champagne, like the Côte d'Or, like it's really zingy. I love that stuff, but this softer, rounder. I love that. This is really, really cool. Well done, Fred. Very well done. The nose is so sexy. Oh, yeah, I can smell that all night long. This is not released yet. It's more than a 91. This is 91 plus. Might be even a little better later, but we'll see how this wine evolved through the night. My score might be adjusted because we're going to be live until 7 o'clock. After that, I'm hosting a bunch of people from the industry and some members who are going to come over and retaste with us. I'm going to revisit these wines later, and we'll see. But right now, 91 plus for Bellaterra. It might be a little higher on the original sugar. It's not sweet. It's just soft and round. You guys need to have a spice of Bellaterra. Come on, you need that. You need that in your glass. Here's a nice layer of complexity. You know what? This is not 91 plus. This is 92 points. Sorry, guys. I am keeping... this is good. This is good. Love it. Love it, love it. Well done, Fred. Well done, Fred. That's all good. Yeah. Okay. Now let's move on to Taz. Taz Winery. This is Quarry Road. Blanc de Blanc. The Sparks 2016. Okay. This is just released. From the 20-mile band. No, it's from the Vinemont Ridge appellation. So the next one up, where Siouan is located, where Westcott is located. So I love what's coming out of the Vinemont Ridge appellation. So here, this wine is 7 years on its lease. So that means it's been laying down at the winery before it's been disgorged for 7 years, gaining complexity. Boom, there you go. Okay, let's do this. I adjusted the Bellatera to 92. 92. Oh, this is seashell. Oh, no, I got some marine influence, like something like the sea, the tide, like the low tide, like the seashell, the wet floor. This is earthy. Little bit of coconut and almond. Citrusy. Woof, this is complex. So, same price as Bellatera, harvested 2 years earlier, 2016. Very hot year in Niagara, almost like the 2020 vintage. It's there's lots of layers. Lisi, green apple, lime lemon. There's not a ton of, there's no tropical here. It's really more on minerality. Not as soft though, in terms of fruit, soft in terms of texture. That's really show the years on of aging on lees. Soft on the mid palate, a little bite, and it's delicious. It's not as, I would not rate it as high as Bellatera though, you know. I'm gonna go 91 here, but there's a great complexity. 91 plus. 91 plus. Yeah. Yeah, I like the bite at the end. So this is good. I love that. Taste this, Jan. Much more leasy. Okay. First page is done. Look at that. First page is done. Woohoo! You can follow our list. Amy, nice to have you on, Amy. So Bellatera is your jam, but you have to try Taw's. I mean, they are completely different. Very stylistically, very, very different. Taw's, much more mineral, earthy, seashell. Bellatera, fruity, approachable, soft, romantic. That's how I will describe them. But I had the Bellatera bubbly hanging on longer. So that's what made that difference here. So let's flip the page to number 14 now, which is coming from a winery right up here, but not here. Yeah, right up here. The Okanagan Crush Pad with their free form and the winemaker Matt Dumaine at the Okanagan Crush Pad. This is 100% Chardonnay, fermented and aged in traditional method in concrete eggs. It's been disgorged after 42 months, and this is zero dosage. So zero dosage, that's mean zero sugar was added to kickstart the second fermentation, so longer but bone dry. Here you go. I love what they do with freeform. It's more on the natural side, and this is concrete. So we'll see. There you go. Woohoo! Freeform. Thank you, Christine, John Daniel, Matt Dumaine, and Kate, the whole team at the Crush Pad. It also make Haywire, Garnet Valley Ranch, Bisou in Yukon. So they have multiple brands out of the OK Crush Pad. So nice bubbles. 2019 vintage. Oh, okay. This is champagne note. This is, wow. Oh, okay. Really much more nutty, almondy, croissant, marzipan, like all of these, you got that in there. Reductive as well, which I expect from freeform, much more much more reductive, oxidation. Full body. Okay, that's interesting. This is single vineyard Garnet Valley Ranch fruit. So you got Summerland, but there's a little valley behind the Summerland, which is in Summerland, but it's called the Garnet Valley, where Solvero is now established. It's a new hot spot to grow Chardonnay. And the Okanagan Crosspat just bought a 300-acre there. Then there's a lot of Chardonnay that they're working on. So this, again, this is fermented and aged in concrete. So yeah, it's interesting. Powerful nose, really champagne-like on the nose. The palate opens up pretty quickly. Bright acid, mouth-watering acidity, but the bubbles dissipate pretty quick. So, good, interesting. I like the uniqueness of it, which to me bring a little extra to it. So I'm going to go with the 90 points. 90 points with this freeform. It's well done. There's a uniqueness to it. So yeah, let's move on. Let's go back. Janice, great to hear from you, Janice. So Bellaterra Blanc de Blanc, once again, yeah, Bellaterra. I mean, it's my third vintage of Bellaterra Blanc de Blanc. I started with the 16 the first time. 17 was so good. We served that at one of our events at Black Market with some of our members, and now just the pre-release of the 2018. So now we're gonna go back to the 4 Mile Creek appellation at Mary Nissen Vineyard. Boom, here. Oof. Bubbles are bursting out of the bottle. It's interesting here. So Brown's Medal at Wine Line. Ooh, beautiful nose. More on orchard, like peachy nose. Peachy, maybe green. Beautiful color. Mm. Very soft. Beautiful acidity. This is well made. I like that. Slight bite at the end. A little bit of white pepper. Croissant. This right there. I mean, this is well built. This is solid. I'm just worried about the bubbles. See how long it's last. Mm. Mm. $89 plus with Mary Nissen 2020. It's $50, so it's up there. I just think that for that price, I would like it to hold on, to held there, to stick with it for a little longer. That would be my wish. If I had that, it would have rated much higher. Yeah. I love the start. It's like the first half of the wines was really good. I just felt like it kind of like went pretty quick. So, okay. So I got a good question here. Very, very good question. What is the most memorable Canadian Chard you've tried recently? Because there's a couple of ways to go about it, right? The one that Mira and I will remember probably until the end of time was the 2017 Per Morissette Cuvée 19e. That's the wine who absolutely changed our whole perception, and that's the wine who made us starting to take Niagara wine much more seriously. Not that we did not believe in it, but we never had that ha moment that we were like, holy fuck, what just happened? And that happened with the 2017 Cuvée 19e. And since then, everything's changed. The whole perception of Ontario wines had changed, and I started to dig deeper, to talk to people, to discover. And that happened very early into Carl's Wine Club, the first year of Carl's Wine Club. But being based here in BC, I mean, I had a much better understanding of the BC wine industry than I had from Ontario. And since then, I mean, I've been digging so much deeper into the Ontario terroir and discovering Thomas Batchelder and Cave Spring and Cloudsley and Eden Bench and Stratus. And now after that, it was opening a Pandora box, because there's so much that I didn't know about, and it was right there at my fingertip. But 2017 Cuvée 19e was truly the first wine that punched me right in the face, and saying like, holy fuck, there's a different world out there. And yeah, I mean, since then we had never looked back. I even changed the score because I was so scared to rate wines high score that at some point I say, hey, grow some balls, dude. Like get it done the way it should be. And it's my only 97 points that I've ever scored. So yeah. So here's your question here. Now I wanted to show you this first, that nice little medallion here on that last bubbly that we're gonna try. This is from Andrea Kaiser, the daughter of Carl Kaiser, one of the founder of the Canadian wine industry, one of the OG, who founded Enniskillen. Andrea follows her dad's path in the wine business, and she is an outstanding winemaker. And we have the privilege to taste Dria's wine, Blanc de Blanc, today from Niagara Peninsula. So let's give it a try. I am really excited. Andrea focusing on Sauvignon Blanc. It's one of her passion, also rosé. And we have here our first ever Blanc de Blanc. That's a little thing here. Let's see what's the oh, there you go. It looks like elegance here. Nice bubbly. Beautiful nose. Beautiful nose. Floral. Almond, croissant, lime, a little bit of peach. Nice bite in the back, at the back end. Nice round soft mid palate. Now we're talking about the $60 wine here. So this wine has won silver medal at Wine Align. This wine was 24 months on lees. This is great. I feel an attack with the bubble, though. That kind of pushed me a little bit. I will give this wine a 89 plus as well. Yeah, there you go. So this is for Dria's Wine 2020 vintage. Dale Cadeau is saying that one of his super Chardonnay that he tried lately is the Grand Cuvée from Clausen Chase. So Dale, just like me and Mira, big fan of Clausen Chase. I'd say, Dale, I like the Grand Cuvée, but personally, I'd go with either the Salt Clos or the Church Side. And if I go to 2021 vintage, Church Side definitely outperformed the Salt Clos for the first time, to my opinion. The 2021 Church Side Chardonnay is so much precision, density, and concentration. It blows me away. And to go back to the question that I had from a followers probably on Facebook or either on Instagram, what's the most memorable Canadian I've had recently? So now the question, like the second phase of my answer, it's recently. And recently, I would say Stonebridge. Probably Stonebridge, the Reserve East was one of my recently tasted Chardonnay that knocked me over. And also Thomas Batchelder, Grimsby Hillside, Frontière Block. Absolutely kicked my ass. I was so happy with that. That's another one. I'm always a fan of Vineland Boutique Chard at $35. I mean, that it's pound for pound. It's hard to for $35 to find such a great, wonderful Chardonnay. I always been a fan of Westcott Butler's Grant. We consistently rate 94 points to my book. The last one, the clone, not the clone, the Block 76. The one that made my top 10 was was a knockout. And from BC, the Silva Legato is always one of the Chard who knocks my socks off every single time. And I have a tank sample of the 2022 vintage that we pour out of the tank, myself and Richard De Silva, last night. And it's here on the table that we're going to taste later on. So that's the answer of our followers who ask a memorable Chardonnay that I tasted.
So
welcome back, Mira.
Thank you. Hey, are we ready for an interview with, should we go with Mira?
Absolutely. Why not? Why not? I'm all for that. So, absolutely.
So who all do we have interviews with tonight? Because some of the country's best winemakers, the best Chardonnay, passionate Chardonnay makers are going to stop by tonight. So we've got Mira coming up from Lake Boat Vineyards in Caledon, BC, an up-and-coming region just outside of Penticton. We've got Alessandro from Fort Barons, winemaker at Fort Barons, also a off-the-beaten-track region in Lillooet, a VQA region, but it's in Lillooet, BC. They get some of the hottest temperatures in the country there. Very little-known spot. There's Lindsay Schatz joining us from Time Family of Wines at about 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern. We have the winemaker from Coolmena, winemaker from
not Coolmena is the estate manager, Marika. Marika, she's the estate manager. We had Anne Sperling and Peter Gamble, Dean Stoica from Stratus,
and Grant Stanley from Spearhead in Kelowna. So
yeah, you got that right.
Amazing people. So let's stay tuned, you guys. Stay tuned with us. We have
And you know what? We even going to have Rob Amersley, who's going to be live with us. So I'm probably going to pop him in front of the camera to talk about its first ever Chardonnay release. So why not, right?
So I'm going to pop in the chat the list of all the wines if you want to see what's all coming up. After this interview, we're going to start doing more rapid fire because we have in 15 minutes after this interview, we have another interview with Alessandro from Fort Barons in Lillooet, BC. So it'll be a lot of fun. Cheers, guys. Here we go. Just take me 1 second. We'll bring Mira on.
There you go. So this is Chardonnay madness. There's Chardonnay everywhere. It's Chardonnay talk. And I am with Mira Sauvé, winemaker at Lake Boat Vineyard in Caledon, BC. Mira, happy Chardonnay Day. How are you doing?
Chardonnay Day to you. I love how much Chardonnay is going on behind you there.
You know what? To me, after Mother's Day and my wife's birthday, it has to be the greatest day of the year, isn't it?
It's pretty great.
I mean, it's pretty right up there in terms of the best day of the year. I mean, come on. Now I know you are.
Smells like a good day for sure.
Absolutely. I know you're as passionate as Chardonnay as I am. That's why I wanted to have you on. But here, so the winemaker at Lake Boat, I want to know because you guys have your own estate vineyard at Lake Boat. Caledon is a small hamlet, but more about Caledon in wine news, in wine updates, when like new vineyards, new wineries are popping up, and Caledon is a great source of fruit. So what makes Caledon so special?
Okay, well, I'm super happy to hear that you're learning more about Caledon because we've actually been growing premium vinifera wine grapes here on a bottle. Nobody knows what Caledon. I grew up working in the Okanagan Valley for 14 years before I even knew it existed. And meanwhile, it was growing some of the grapes that went into some of my favorite wines, and I just didn't know it. So that's a good start. We've got a very unique terroir here, and we're working with our neighbor growers and wineries to try and get a sub-GI established. So we want people to know how great Caledon is.
Because as we speak, Caledon is kind of included with Skaha, like the heart of wine country, Skaha Lake, Skaha Bench. I mean, it's completely different, not even on the same side of the lake. So, I mean,
and great quality wines. So thrilled to be associated with all those regions. But Caledon has a very unique sense of place. I think it's most evident in our Pinot Gris and our Chardonnay.
Mm-hmm.
Our Chardonnay has this beautiful pineapple characteristic year after year, and we've got a nice streak of minerality here as well. I, being the completely obsessed with wine person that I am, I ask a lot of questions about terroir and what makes terroir. And it's not just the soil, it's not just the aspect, it's not just the climate, it's so many things that work together. And one of the things that's really unique about Caledon is we have this wind that goes through here constantly. And it reminds me of the south of France, that vent mistral that's always kind of making everyone cold on even sunny, hot days.
Yeah.
And we have that in Caledon, and that really helps us with our viticulture. First of all, to keep mold and mildew at bay. We don't ever see a wind machine here. We don't need it because we've got that natural wind that funnels through constantly. But also, the wind encourages the grapes to develop a bit of a defense mechanism against any sort of skin contact, even brief skin contact. You're going to get some spices or tannins. Powder.
Because you're not brand new, but it's not an old player on the scale. I mean, it's fairly new. So when did Lake Boat open, and how did you become
our third season. So tiny little winery. So our production now has increased to 2,000 cases a year. We were 850 cases when we started, and we really won't get much bigger than this because we are making wine exclusively from Canadian grown grapes. So that really limits us to the volume that we can make. It's a tiny little village that we're in. There's not many grapes, but we really are very committed to expressing the unique terroir of this region.
And you guys focusing on Pinot Noir, Pinot Gris, Chardonnay, right?
And Merlot.
And Merlot. Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah, we've got a really nice Merlot. We've only got 6 rows of it in the vineyard.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It is delicious. It's really intense.
Oh, that's fantastic. Let's talk Chardonnay because I know that you are one of the Chardonnay fanatic, just like I am. So let's talk 2021 Chardonnay from Lake Boat.
I have this in my glass. I know you're saving your bottle for the big day, but
as we're recording today, it's windy late afternoon, so we're a couple days ahead. We're a couple of days until the big day.
I'd love to talk to you about Chardonnay, Carl. As you know, I am also very, very enamored with the grape. And we get a lot of people in our tasting room that talk about, I don't really like Chardonnay. It's too oaky. You know, you hear that a lot, right? Anyone who's in the wine industry.
Just like if the grape grow oaky.
Right, exactly. So it's not the grape that's oaky. In fact, I love the Chardonnay grape. It's so expressive and it's one of the most complex white grapes. And that's what I love about working with it. It's got a lot of beautiful fruit flavors. And I always compare it to a beautiful work of art. Can you imagine going into the Louvre gallery and seeing all these beautiful works of art without a frame? It just wouldn't look the same, would it?
Yeah.
That frame, it just makes you look differently at the artwork. And that's what I think oak does to Chardonnay. We believe in responsible use of oak here at Lake Boat. Yeah. And it's really about using it as a frame. We don't want to cover up the picture. We love the picture, but it's important to house it in an appropriate setting. And that allows us to really appreciate it for what it is. And you can see there's a little bit of a golden color to this. This is coming from the oak. Mm-hmm. And what I'm smelling and tasting is full of like ripe pineapple and beautiful ripe apples, rich, robust, almost quince flavors. And then you've got, of course, a little bit of a caramely note that's coming from the oak, a little bit of vanilla. It's French oak that we're using in the Lake Boat Chardonnay. And I just think it all comes together really well. We just won Best of Show at the top 10, what is it? Sorry. It's the BC Top Wine Awards.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
that is amazing.
With this wine, yeah.
Well, I mean, last year, I was privileged to be sitting with you in the room that you were leading with a very interesting French, one of your French mentor at Lake Boat. Yeah, and we've done a beautiful Chardonnay tasting, and we had all of these Burgundy wine and all that. And pound for pound on my sheet, I had Lake Boat at the very top of my list because ratio, quantity, price. I mean, that was not even a competition. I mean, our cousin in Burgundy makes some of the best Chardonnay in the world, but when we're looking at price point, I mean, what we do here in Canada, it has to be, to my opinion, the very top value proposition versus quality in the world. That's my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the thing about British Columbia is that we're such a new wine region still that our prices are still really great for the outstanding quality that we're producing here.
Absolutely. And let's get back to the oak a little bit. So your philosophy in terms of barrels, are you more French oak, American oak, Slovenian oak? Do you have some preference, or depend on which canvas you're working on? So depending on which project you're on.
Yeah, so I've got 2 bottles of wine in front of me here, and the Lake Boat here, we use exclusively French oak for the Lake Boat Chardonnay. And then this wine umbrella Chardonnay, this is my fundraising wine. This is actually fermented in American oak. So totally different. You get that toasted coconut sort of a flavor. And, you know, I don't know that everyone realizes that it's not just flavor that comes from oak influence. Neutral oak is a really important part of a barrel program as well, because it actually allows microevaporation to happen inside the barrels, and that basically condenses the wine. It concentrates the flavors and the texture. That's the main thing about barrel time in barrel, is it gives texture. And so this wine, the Lake Boat Chardonnay, had about 18 months in barrel. So it's quite an extended amount of time to allow that concentration to happen. And it just makes the wine taste so much more expressive, and it feels more voluptuous in your mouth. It's modeled, this wine is modeled after Meursault, which is when you came to that tasting, it was up against Meursault as a tasting pair.
At a quarter of the price. That's very important also, to mention. So I mean, hey, tell me more about the Wine Umbrella, because you've been leading that project. This is your personal your personal endeavor for now a long time, and you're picking that wine as a fundraising for hospitality people. So tell me more about that, Mira.
So every year I make one wine as a fundraiser for Les Dames d'Escoffier. So we're an international group of women that raise money for scholarships for other women to study food and beverage educations. So this was the 2022 initiative. The Wine Umbrella Chardonnay, as I mentioned earlier, it's fermented in American oak barrels. So you know those little square hand-cut marshmallows that are covered in toasted coconuts, and they're just so delicious? That's what this wine tastes like to me. I describe it like a dry pina colada. So it's really oliver fruit. So these wines use grapes from all over the Okanagan Valley, the Wine Umbrella wines. Richard De Silva, who is another fantastic winemaker in the Okanagan Valley, he grew those grapes and allowed me to make this lovely wine.
That is fantastic. Richard also has two wines in that in the lineup for the World Chardonnay Day. We're gonna have to check to the 2018 and this 2022 tank sample of the Legado 22. So
its own terroir in British Columbia soon.
Absolutely, yeah, exactly, right, exactly. So that's for the Wine Umbrella. Thanks for that. Now I have a few personal questions for you. Okay, let's get personal. Let's get personal here. If I give you a flight ticket to go make Chardonnay anywhere in the world outside of BC, and I know you would answer France, so I will challenge you to tell me somewhere else than in Burgundy.
You're taking away my Meursault option.
Because it's too obvious, and I know you too much for that.
Absolutely. Okay. Somewhere else in the world. Gosh, Carl, you really threw me for a loop here. I mean, I think New Zealand has a lot of amazing potential for Chardonnay, because it's got that lovely natural acidity. And so, I mean, that's what I like about working with Chardonnay here in BC, is that we've got a lovely natural acidity. We don't have to acidify our Chardonnay. It's got that pineapple and lime, that's all natural. You don't have to put anything in the wine.
Oh, that's cool climate. Like, that's what, like, truly cool climate Chardonnay, that's what it is, right?
Yeah, and the cooler climate of New Zealand will also have that.
That's funny, because I spoke with three people today, and Grant Stanley earlier mentioned New Zealand right away. I knew, and I should have said the same thing that I told you, but exclude New Zealand for him. And I had also the estate manager at Culmina, and that she said the same thing. I would go to New Zealand as well. So, so that's good. Hey, if you're sitting on a Saturday night and you're drinking a nice glass of Chardonnay, if you're not drinking Lake Boat or the Wine Umbrella, which other Chardonnay would you consider?
Outside of Meursault?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's in your price bracket for every Saturday, that's fine with me.
yeah, that would be nice if that was my price bracket for every Saturday. I really am a big fan of the Mira Chardonnay, the Stevens block, and they specialize in single vineyard Chardonnays and Pinot Noirs. And of all their Chardonnays, that's always been my favorite. And which I thought was interesting, because it's also their least expensive single vineyard Chardonnay. And it doesn't usually work out that way for me. Usually the wine I like the most is the highest on the price list.
Yeah, I know.
I was always really fond of it. And I just found out the other day from listening to a podcast that Chris Carson, their winemaker, was saying that it only sees neutral oak barrels. So remember what I was talking about the neutral oak playing such a big role in developing the wine, not just flavor wise, but texture wise as well. Yeah. And I think that's why I like it so much, is because I taste Chardonnay in that wine.
Yeah, exactly.
But more so.
And I believe that's Naramata Bench fruit.
In the Stevens block?
Yeah, I think Stevens block is Naramata Bench fruit. So, and that's what I was. Yeah, and if you look at our terroir, okay, let's go from Lake Country to East Kelowna Slope, or West Kelowna. Summerland has wonderful spot for Chardonnay. Obviously, the Bench has a wonderful terroir for Chardonnay. Okanagan Fall is so special for Chardonnay. Caledon and all the way down to, I mean, we're so well suited what we do here in BC, and I'm so excited to have all of these wines open for this weekend to have the chance.
I'm excited that you're doing this too, Carl, because we do have so many different terroirs that express Chardonnay beautifully, but differently. So we get to see this gorgeous, versatile grape expressed in so many different ways by so many different winemakers, and it's a lot of fun and diverse and exciting.
Yeah, and I truly believe that we're some of the best. So, Mira, thank you so much for joining me. I mean, I know that we can go on for a long time, but hey, I strongly suggest to our listeners, everyone who's watching the show today, take a look at Lake Boat, one of the new Chardonnay producer here in Caledon, BC, and the beautiful project, the Wine Umbrella, that Mira has as champion for many years now. Mireille Sauvé, thank you so very much. Great chatting with you, Mireille.
Have a great time with all your Chardonnays.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Woo! That was good. Yeah.
That's awesome.
So nice
I love it.
I see Lisa from Calgary stopping by. We saw Dale earlier. I saw Elaine asking, don't you have a big event coming up? I don't know if she meant this one or the Pan Canadian coming up June 15th at Hester Creek Winery in Oliver, BC. That is going to be epic and in person. But yeah, it's been a fun evening so far. Great to have you guys stopping by. Let us know either what's in your glass or what's a memorable Chardonnay you had recently. Let us know in the chat. And you know what? Because it's in our ticker down below, we're going to do it, Carl. We weren't going to do a giveaway this time, but in our ticker, it says we're giving away 2 Enovino wine aerators worth about $40 a piece. These are awesome, sometimes for Chardonnay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chardonnay is a little bit tight. You can put
absolutely
a little bit like decanting your Chardonnay, which sometimes is necessary, isn't it?
I used to do that a lot in the dining rooms at restaurants, especially like with these big Merceau or Montrachet.
There you go.
Absolutely.
So
okay.
Now for you guys. So leave a comment and I'll enter you in the draw for the Enovino at the end of the night. Even if you're not on, that's okay. I'll message you.
So we have already 16 wines done. We are getting into number 17. Now we're going oak Chardonnay at different level, different stage, different ways. There's wild ferment. There's like yeast strain ferment. There's like lightly oak, full oak, new oak, American oak. We even have one with Canadian oak.
Do we have that one?
Yeah, I sure do.
What winery is that?
Featherstone.
Yes, I saw that on social media. I'm so excited we get to try that.
So now we have we're getting into the oak part of it, and we're going back to the entry level, and we're going to start with a wine that I had in my in our wine wall, Mira. Let's start with Locust Lane Estate Winery from 2018. I wanted to put it in there because I remember tasting it, and I said maybe this wine will be better in a couple years. And here's go 2 years later now. It's a $16 wine. Unfortunately, I don't think that Locust Lane exists anymore, to be honest with you. To be honest, so this is the Barrel Select Chardonnay. The nose has evolved a little bit, definitely. There's that oaky part of it. $16, let's see. This wine has definitely evolved. This wine is delicious. I mean, it might be a little old. over the hump, maybe a tiny bit because the acid is not right, but it's super soft and super pleasant. $16, absolutely. I would drink that anytime. Yeah, you need to come and taste that. Like, I can't
That is
believe it.
awesome.
$16. I can't believe that. Taste that, buddy. So I give that. I gave it a. I remember when I tasted it, I gave it an 89 points, and I'm giving a 90 point to that right now for a cup. Hey, how quenchable this like it's $16, 19.95. That, hey, 2018. This has aged perfectly. I mean, for price and evolution. I mean, I give that a 90 points. Like, this is really cool. I promise, Mira, that I'm going to do a rapid fire now for the next, maybe next 10 wines to catch up on time a bit. So let's move on to the Dark Horse Estate Winery 2021 vintage. This is unique because Dark Horse Estate is from Grand Bend, Ontario. It's out of wine country. Don't ask me where Grand Bend is exactly, but I think, I don't know. I won't. We met these people at the Ontario Craft Conference, and yeah, we got a box of wine. Showed up at our house, and there's 2 Chardonnay or 3 Chardonnay in that. So we're excited to feature them. So this is a $18.95 wine. It's barrel ferment, super limey on the nose. Yeah, I mean, it's lime. It's well priced. There's a mouth-watering acidity. It's not super complex. It's not the wine of the year, but I mean, this is a 89 points because it's very well priced and it's proper. I mean, it's not exciting, but it's not disappointing. So now we're going to move on to the pre-release of the 2021 Vineland Estate Elevation Chardonnay from the Niagara Escarpment. There's a big jump here from $19 to the $24 bracket. Slight touch of neutral oak with the elevation. It's from a single vineyard, the Boutique Vineyard. So, it's not the single clone. They made 2 Boutique Chardonnay. One is the elevation, and the other one is the single clone. So muted. The nose a little bit muted, not extravagant on the nose. It's made by our friend Brian Schmidt at Vineland, which Brian's going to have his Cabernet Franc clone 327. At the Pan Canadian here at Esther Creek. So it's going to be excited. We had his Riesling last year, the first edition of the Pan Canadian. This year he's going to have a Cabernet Franc. So let's taste the elevation here. Nice mouthfeel. Nice yellow apple. Little touch of floral component. A little bit of oak spice. Nothing tremendous. I will go with the 89 points in there as well. Okay, Cave Spring. Oh, this is golden. Like, compared to any other of this lineup here, Cave Spring as a ginger. This is Chardonnay Muscat, though, by the way, here. You go, Cave Spring 2020 Chardonnay Muscat. Completely different than any other wines on that flight here. $24.95, so kind of same price. 685 cases made. 60% stainless steel fermented, 40% neutral oak. 7 months on lease. Let's go with the 88 plus. Yeah, I know that Wine Line and Wine Atarac. So two of the writer in Ontario really like that wine with the 92 points and the 90 points. I'm not there yet. Yeah, the oxidation is fairly oxidized. It's 14% alcohol. I feel it. So I'm so excited to try the Cave Spring, the CSV, their Cave Spring Vineyard single block. But this Musqué here may have, I'm not sure. I can't wait to talk with Gabriel DeMarco here. We're supposed to talk to him a little later on. Not sure if the color or maybe something has happened to the Musqué. Maybe it's what it's supposed to be. It's a little surprising, but hey, I mean, let's give it another try. There's something crunchy in there. Very floral. You know what? Let's change that for 89 as well. 89 as well. Okay. Creekside, the Red Tractor, Creekside Winery. That's from the St. David's Bench. This is that cute little bottle here. Not sure if it's a retail specialty in Ontario. I've not heard that before, but VQA St. David's Bench, I mean, tiny, small appellation at the end of Niagara on the Lake. Oak fermented and aged in French for 9 months, $25. Smoky on the nose. Smoky, violet kind of. That's an 88 point. Let's move on. Next one. Meyer family. This is the Okanagan Valley Chardonnay from Meyer. This is their value proposition. Meyers are known here in the Okanagan, based and located in Okanagan Falls on McLean Creek Road. They are specialized in small batch. They have a vineyard holding on the Naramata Bench, but their McLean Creek vineyard is one of the most well regarded. They are they have made some of the best Chardonnays from the Okanagan over the last 10 years. Chris Carlson, their winemaker, is an absolute genius, one of the very best winemaker in the Okanagan. I have also the micro cuvée later on, but this is their welcome to the world, welcome to the Chard business here. There's their business card for entry level. We're used to taste Meyer at a higher price point, but this is what? $25.10 including tax, so at under $22 per pre-tax. 80% stainless steel, 20% neutral oak, 6 months of aging. This is partially wild ferment. I like the nose. The nose is really, really appealing, super sexy. There's a little bit of tropical. There's a little bit of yellow apple. Maybe a little bit of peach as well. It seems super approachable. Nice zing. Nice acidity, great flavors definition, even maybe a little bit of white spice also. So really, I like that. This is definitely a 90 points here, no doubt about that. Well priced, well balanced, like everything that you want from an entry level. It doesn't break the bank. You don't have to go super cerebral. I got it. It's probably the most solid wine in here in that last five, in this flight of five. Locust Lane is probably the most surprising. But because I did not expect anything for $16, and then was like, whoa, this is cool. But Mira, probably the most solid wine of all that at this very level. So yeah, here we go. I'm gonna keep that Locust Lane here because I think it's too cool. I'm gonna grab another glass here, and Mira will be proud of me here because I have nice flight in what, 5 minutes? So geez, rocking it here. Perfect. Now let's move on to Monte Creek, Southbrook, Dirty Laundry, the No Chardonnay, Redstone, and Esther Creek. We are all in between 22, all under 30. Here on my list after Dirty Laundry. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, perfect. Here. So now let's get with Monte Creek, the Living Land Chardonnay 2020. This was one of my surprise of last year on the 2019 vintage. I have big expectation, even if it's a very entry level price. I have a super high expectation for that wine because it blew my socks off last time I tasted that. Also, the Southbrook 2019. This is the Triumph Chardonnay. So let's go with these two. Dirty Laundry, which is a gold medal reserve chard. So this is 3. Let's do these 3. Okay, Monte Creek. Let's see. Yeah, I like the nose. There you go. Oh, we're talking 25% was aged in concrete, 75% in oak, all wild ferment. This is Thompson Valley. So Monte Creek from Kamloops in the Thompson Valley. By the way, is it next week? No, in 2 weeks, I believe. That's the Kamloops Wine Festival. You guys need to check that out. It's one of the big festivals here in BC, and they're doing their wine festival down there. Go check it out. There's like 35 wineries from all over BC. Monte Creek is there as well, featuring their wine. This is a gold medal wine at Wine Align. Oh yeah, the nose is fantastic. Fantastic. A little bit of caramel on the nose. Beautiful hint of, but beautiful, I would say, peach mixed with apple, hint of floral. Absolutely. Great texture. Soft. Mouth-watering acidity. The peach is there, but there's a little zing right in the middle. Spice in the end. Now we'll talk. This is so good. So freaking good. $21.95 before tax. 92 points here. This is so worth it. That's where, like when I pay $22 pre-tax for a wine, and it just gives me that much. And even the texture, because for me, when I get to premium wine, I expect texture. In an entry-level setting, I don't always expect that soft, creamy, suave texture. This is textural. There's everything in there. Well done. I am really loving that wine. Once again, Monte Creek, you freaking rock. Man, that I love that. Holy crap. I have to do rapid fire, but I would love to come back to that wine. So far, on the still Chardonnay, top and like so well priced. I love it. Okay, Southbrook 2019, Southbrook Organic Winery. back in 2019, I believe that Anne Sperling made that wine at Saltbrook back in 2019. Woo, floral, super floral nose. This is a 92 points Natalie McLean. This is a 91 point Rick Vansickle. It's aged in 300 liters neutral French oak barrel for 10 months. This is $26.75, including tax. So let's give it a try. Oh, wow. Geez, we have some winners here, like at that beautiful under 30 bucks, including like way under 30 bucks, way under. We're talking, oh, this is good. Okay, these two, Monte Creek, Southbrook, I'm giving it a 92 points too. Mira, man, that is good. You'll be so happy with that. Ha! Yeah, and think this. Southbrook Vineyard, organic. They're known for for all of the work that they're doing for the sustainability program. I think they were one of the first to do the organic biologic program in Ontario. So one of the leader for that. Good, eh? So darn good. Wow, well done, team at Saltbrook. Well done. It's so intrigued, so interesting. Let's get back to Summerland. This is the Reserve Chardonnay from Dirty Laundry. It's from the Wing and Prayer Vineyard here in Summerland, right up the hill by Giant Head Mountain. Gold medal at Wine Align. Yeah, I mean, I like that. Nice nose, nice orchard. A little bit of peach on the nose. Vanilla. Mm-hmm. Nice concentration. Nice weight on the mid palate. Round, it's oaky, but not, or like definitely not over oaky. Nothing is out of place. It's tasty. For $27, including tax, that is definitely, no doubt, a great deal. This wine over-deliver without a shadow of a doubt. Maybe not as much length that the others, but definitely great weight on the mid palate. I give that 90 plus point. 3 wines back to back to back, which over deliver. Really impressive here. So here I'm going with, it's a product of Mary Nissen. You see how cloudy this wine is? This is unfined, unfiltered. You can see all of the leaves on the bottom here. It's all here, the solid. Wow, okay, I can't wait here. What? Huh. No, Chardonnay. The no stand, I think it's no sulfur, no fining, no nothing. Something like that. Let's do it. Cloudy in the bottle, cloudy in the glass. And that smells exactly what I was expecting. Lime, a little bit of mango after the lime. It smells like natural wine. That's exact. I don't know why. That's that leaves and suspension. I can smell it. It's geeky, it's intriguing, and it's fun. Yes, please.
Awesome. And we love the label. Did you show the label? Did you show the label? Did you
Oh
show
yeah,
the
I did.
Yeah,
I did a couple of times. I hold it in front
And
of
you
the
were
camera.
saying it's no. Yeah, you're right. No fining, no filtering, no sulfur dioxide added. The no sulfur dioxide thing is kind of surprising, right? Because
Mhm.
usually even natural wines, they add a little bit just to make it last a little longer, right? Or whatever they add it for. I don't know, but hey, thank you. Oh, Jan just brought me some. Okay, I
So
better empty one of my many glasses.
it's good. It's not at the level of the others right now, though. At the same price, $7.95. It's good. It's super zingy. It doesn't have that. Yeah, the nose is cool. It's cool, eh?
It's so
Really, really cool.
interesting. I think we
Yeah,
are a bit nerdy. Like you
yeah.
know, you
This is
think
nerdy and geeky.
112
This is
Chardonnays.
definitely nerdy and geeky.
I know that we had what was it, the boutique vineyard Chardonnay from Vineland is also unfined, unfiltered, and really good, like really good. But we tried to warn everyone, right? We told all the members that ordered it, we're like, watch out, guys, it's kind of cloudy, right? A couple people didn't get the memo, and so we had people texting us like, what happened to this wine? Is there something wrong with it? Because it's not that often you see that level of
So
low
I
intervention.
give it an 89 plus for the no. It's cool. I like it. Now I'm going back to Redstone Vineyard. Redstone here. It's the limestone vineyard again. Barrel fermented, oak aged for 10 months. So let's see, the 20-mile bench. A little bit of flint on the nose. Citrus.
Which vintage is that?
The 2019, no, 2021.
Yeah, because I
Yeah,
think we mixed
I'll
up
change
the
it here on the.
sparkling and the other one. There's a sparkling limestone vineyard and the normal one. So
Yeah, 2021 vintage.
yeah.
Mm.
And this one is actually not on their winery website. So $27.95 including tax. That was last vintage's price, but we don't know.
And it's 2020 on the vintage on the website.
I think it's 2019 or 2020. Yeah.
It's delicious. It's delicious. Really well made. I like that. If there's one critic, is maybe it's not. There's not a bright, snappy acid in there. There's a bit mellow on the mid palate. But it's appealing. It's easy drink, very easy drinking. Soft and fruity. Yeah. I mean, I like that. $27.95. This is a 90 points for me. Yeah, it delivers. Absolutely, it delivers for sure. Okay, let's move on to Hester Creek. Single appellation here is the Sub GI Golden Mile bench. 60% French oak, 40% stainless steel, 10 months of aging. Hester Creek Winery, our partner, the host of the Pan Canadian Masterclass 2.0, happening this year, this summer, but this year, like in a couple weeks, I believe, June the 15th. Great nose. I love that nose. Very solid, super Chardonnay, but not nutty. It's not nutty at all. There's a bright citrus on the nose, a little bit of peach, but not super orchardy. So there's a nice, like, I feel a little bit of precision in that. These day and age, with like everything costs much more, especially from our from the BC wineries, where it's extremely hard to find a great Chardonnay or great wine under $30. This $24.99. I really like the multiple layers here. There's this finish. There's one of the first wine that I see here that a very layered and like nice finish. I like the little spice on the finish here. I love the nose. I like the overall delivery of that wine. It's not the most spectacular, but very consistent, very classic. From the nose to the palate, beautiful texture, beautiful concentration. Look at the legs coming down my glass here. Nice concentration for a $24.99. That wine definitely over-deliver my expectation. Gives me everything I want from a Chardonnay.
Woohoo! And guess what? You are now on wine number 29.
Yeah, I'm
28.
super happy with that.
Awesome.
Super happy. There's that crunchy with a little spice on the finish. This is really good. I mean, Esther Creek, you got a 90 plus with that wine. Definitely. I love it. So I'm going to go back to Monte Creek. Oh, here.
You gave that one a 92, right?
Hey?
You gave that one a 92, right?
The what?
Monte Creek.
Monte Creek, it was now the other one, the Living Land, I gave it a 92.
Oh.
This one was never. So this is the old label.
Monte Creek next. You've got another Monte Creek.
I got another Monte Creek because the last flight we just did, the last 5 wines, I mean, we started with the bang, with the Living Land, the Southbrook, and the Dirty Laundry. These 3 wines were fantastic. And I mean, like, we're on a very solid stretch. Here, 2019 Monte Creek, it was their old label. They switched to living the new label in 2020, but this is a little bit of a retro here with the 19. So we'll see. Let's see what's the biggest difference. I don't really have a ton of information on this one, so you know what? We're just gonna attack it right here with a taste. I love the nose. Subdued.
And I got a question for you, Carl Boucher.
Please go ahead.
Another interview, because I know we have Lindsay Schatz coming from Time Family of Wines at 6 o'clock live. And if we want to jump into another interview, it'd be pretty soon. That's a good one. These guys at Monte Creek, they're doing a great job.
I feel the barrel a little bit more, but it's not, there's more tannin, there's more finish. This is really, really good. Really, really good. $28.75, including tax. I mean, you're still on the 30. The texture of that wine is really, really, really creamy. Holy shit. So now it's 2 wines from the Thompson River Valley. Yeah, taste that, buddy. I give that wine a 91 points. We're on a really, really good stretch here. Now we're gonna go first indigenous winery, not first, but one of the indigenous wineries, own winemaker. It's everything from some of our community here in the south of the Okanagan. It's the Eclipse 2020 from Apricus Cellar. They are operating out of the
Wine Village, the district.
The Wine Village. Thank you. I was thinking of 3 other things at the same time.
Oh no.
Okay, so this is oakier. Like, you can feel the oak on the nose. I definitely smell it. It's a little bit more nutty. It's a little bit more almondy. More pure barrel. barrel, caramel, spice, definitely oak here. I'll give it 89 points. Oops. Would you mind to open one of these two here? We're gonna go Foreign Affair. We tasted that wine last year, probably in October, I believe, or November. So it was a fun. We had a lot of success with Carl's Wine Club with our offer with the Foreign Affair. They do lots of Appassimento. I believe that it's a straight Chardonnay. There's no Appassimento with this one. So let's see what they have in store for the 2022. If it's still the same. Yeah, lime, oak spice, flower, white flower, like chamomile. It's round, it's soft. 89 points. Here. That's from the Lincoln Lake Shore appellation. Now let's go back to Grand Band with the what's the name? The Dark Horse Winery. This one is a different one. It's called the Sterling Gate from the Dark Horse Winery. These are the guys, Mira, the guys that we met at. Huh?
Is it really Dark Horse? It's the same
Yeah,
winery,
it's the Dark
Sterling
Horse
Gate?
Estate Winery. The guy that we met at the craft conference.
Oh, okay. Just because I saw Sterling Gate.
That's
It seems
Sterling
like it's a
Gate.
separate
That's Sterling
winery.
Gate. That's from Dark Horse Estate Winery.
It's the same brand. Okay. Okay.
2018 vintage. I really love the way that the mid palate is filled with that. Oh, okay. This is good. This is a 90-point wine for sure. 90 plus here. I really enjoy that. Much more impressive than the first one, the one lone horse or whatever it was. Yeah, this is good. Huh. Yeah, and it's a state fruit from Grand Band. So I need to do my research. I need to know where Grand Band is.
Well, it's
Yeah,
like
and moving
hours
on.
north, I think, of Toronto.
Right?
I think it's several hours
Now-
north of Toronto.
Okay. So this is ADX Wines. I believe ADX, that might be Mitch McCurdy. I believe is it? The winemaker at Mary Nescent, maybe it's his personal label. I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that, but it's definitely from the collab project that's a horde of independent winemakers that they all operate at Mary Nescent under the collab banner. So this is the Dam Chardonnay from the Wilms Vineyard. So Wilms, we made famous by Thomas Batchelder. It's on the 4 Mile Creek appellation. So this is a terrific source of grape. Old wines from 1983. Only 68 cases of that was made. So small, tiny batch. Good,
So what
great
I found
nose. I
out
love that.
was-
Hey?
What I found out was that that's their last vintage from that vineyard that this particular winery is making. I don't know if another winery's taken it over or if they're replanting that vineyard, but that's the last vintage.
From the Wilms?
Yeah. And it's and you know who it is? It's Vadim and Andre. Andre
Oh
is a
yeah,
wine
that's
writer
that
based
story.
in
Yeah, the
Toronto.
3 guys. There's a 3rd guy now. Is coming into the project. He's a Somm as
Adam
well.
Kern. Yeah.
Yeah. It's 20 months each for 21 months in barrel. I definitely get that lemon meringue on the nose. Terrific nose here.
Manage page.
Whoa.
Professional dashboard.
Ooh.
I tell you, Mira, this is really freaking good. After tasted Thomas Batchelor wine from the Wilms 1983 vines, that doesn't have the same roundness. There's a little bit more snap, but there's that lemon meringue that's similar, and there's a spicy finish. This is a very, very good wine. Very, very good wine. 2021 vintage. You guys look at that here on the screen. If you can get your hand on that, this is sensational. Really, really good. So, Jan, this is the next one that you go pour for Mira Boucher here. The 80X wine. I am super impressed with that wine. I'm going 92 minimum, and that might go a little higher down the road. This is a stunning wine. Yeah, darn that I like it. Okay, last wine of that flight. We're going with Mireille. We just listened to her in an interview. This is the 2021 Lake Boat from Killeen, BC. Mireille and Lake Boat, they're working on exclusively Killeen fruit. So it's Killeen Chardonnay. If you heard Killeen before, it might be because of our friend Rob Amersley at Black Market. That's where Black Market is located. So, Ron here, Ron Giesbrecht, who's joining us. And the name, the Stirling Gait, referred to the superior kind of horse action of running in form of his ultra graceful. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ron Giesbrecht, who is also the owner, winemaker at Wending Home, which we're going to open a little later on. Wending Home Chardonnay 2020, a gold medalist at Chardonnay du Monde. So, Ron, I can't wait to crack open your 2020 Chard. Thanks for tuning in. It's great to hear from you. Now, Lake Boat 2021, very pure and clean nose here. I can smell a bit. Sorry, the barrel. I love that. Great job, Mireille. Mireille works the Chardonnay so well. This is really yummy. Super good. $31 including tax here. Well done. Solid. It's round. It's soft. There's a nice weight on the mid palate. There's a mix of lemon, a mix of peach, maybe a little even like some pineapple. Yeah, great job here at Lake Boat. I see some great thing coming up from that place already, like in the next half a decade, because with the where the vineyards are located, there's definitely some great thing to do with Chardonnay. So yeah, amazing, Mireille. Well done, 90 plus for the Lake Boat Chardonnay. You're right up there with some of the good names around. So very, very well done. We are 35 wines in 2 hours and 25 minutes. I will take a break for an interview here that Mira's going to put on. And when we come back from the interview, we're going to do a little bit of a push of BC wines. We're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 BC wine stretch with Foreshadow, Three Sisters, Church and State, Haywire Single Vineyard, and Upper Bend Chardonnay. So we are going to go into Oh, so the computer throws it. So apparently I have to do something else. So now let's keep tasting Chardonnay. How about that? Okay. This. Jan, do you mind to open these three for me? This. There you go. Foreshadow from the Naramata bench here. So we have two bench. Whoops. Ay. Sorry about that. I just made a mess. Whoopsie. Okay. Here. So foreshadow here from the Naramata bench, 2021 vintage. Let's see what we got in store. And the other one from the bench here, it's Three Sisters. So, keep hitting that thing. Okay. Foreshadow. Tropical on the nose.
Ah.
Hey.
Hey. Great to see you guys.
Great to see you too. I like that foreshadow. I mean, it's a little big. It's big, but it's well balanced. It's bold. It's tropical. It's kind of pineapple and papaya. It's like, like these big, bold fruits. It's definitely so far, he's on his own style, like really big and bold. But it's also very delicious. This is a 90 points here with foreshadow. I mean, I don't mind that style. It's interesting. I didn't expect that from that. I'm a little bit surprised, but I enjoy it. It might be even 90 plus. Yeah, 90 plus here. Okay. Three Sisters. Muted on the nose.
Also on the Naramata bench.
Also on the Naramata bench. They are in between the middle bench and the upper bench. Just on your way. When you turn off the Silva to go down to Poplar Grove, they're right in the middle there. For people who knows where we are, obviously. Del Cado is commenting here on the ADX wine. So yeah, great score and great wine. I'm really, really thrilled. Mira, did you have a chance to taste it? The ADX?
I don't know what's in my glass. I think so. I think that's what's in my glass.
Jan,
it has a really interesting finish. Like I really enjoy the finish. It's quite long.
Yeah, and Janice says, Carl's Wine Club, I have visited this winery once. A very interesting place. Maybe we're talking about Janice. Are you talking about the horse, the
Dark Horse?
Dark Horse?
Yeah, it's fascinating. I know that it's a smaller town and it is a very, very busy winery. Like they do a lot of really cool events up there. So we'll have to go visit if we're ever in Ontario for an extended period and visiting all these off the beaten track places.
So the Three Sisters, it's good. There's a nice richness. There's a nice finish too, a little peppery on the finish. Orchard, apple, a little bit of pineapple. That's what grilled pineapple here, I would say. 89 plus for Three Sisters.
You know what's funny? Just the other day, somebody reached out to me on Facebook and they said, I live in the States. I visited the Okanagan once, 3 years ago. And my favorite wine from the visit was the Three Sisters Chardonnay.
Oh, so interesting.
She was asking me if there's any way she can get it in the US. And I said, I don't think so. Oh, so we're lucky.
So let's go all the way south in Oliver on the Black Sage Bench, just between the Black Sage Bench and Highway 97 before the Golden Miles. This is Church and States, the Coyote Bowl series. It's their home vineyard down in the bowl, literally. So I tasted that wine 2 years ago. So now I'm really intrigued to see how it has developed, because I put in my tasting notes that will be peaking between 24 and 26. So,
and by the way, for those of you members who want to see the archive, it's usually under a lock, which has not been working lately very well. A lot of people can't get in, even though they should get in. The archive is currently open for anyone to search through. So these are the tasting notes that we've been able to enter in our website here. So it's just, if you go to our website, you go to the bottom and click archive, or I can put the link in the comments in a second. So this is Coyote Bowl. Let me see if I can find it in the archive.
yeah, I mean, this is spicy, really spicy finish, ripe fruit. It's definitely South Okanagan, but the acid is still there. 2018 vintage. That doesn't disappoint. It's a $31 including tax, so very well priced. I mean, I enjoy that. I rated it 91 points back 2 years ago, and you know what? I'm standing with that. I mean, it hasn't fall. Well, yes, Mira, go ahead.
So you tasted it in March 2022. They had 1,300 cases made, which is maybe why they're still on that vintage. That was probably a very big crop for them, for Chardonnay. But yeah, you said it's evident the barrel treatment has been done with care and attention to detail. Feels like a true South Okanagan Chardonnay. Lemon, orange, apple, and hint of orchard fruits. The back end is filled with baking spices, almond cookie, and a hint of ginger, and a light salinity lingers on your lips after each sip. So that was March 2022.
I mean,
just over 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, this wine is still exactly on the same trajectory, though. Like, I mean, I wouldn't change a peep in the three tasting notes. And
Wow.
I think even the spice might be even a little bit more uplifted at this point. So yeah.
Very cool.
Hey, Wire, the Okanagan Crush Pad.
Yes, and after this wine, which interview do you want to go to?
Let's do. How about we do?
Do you want to do Spearhead? Do you want to do?
Yeah, let's do Graham. Yeah, absolutely.
Graham? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll get that set up. I'll see you guys in a second.
Perfect. Okay. Do this now. I'm gonna get the Seacrest Mountain. This is a single vineyard in Oliver, but not really in Oliver, just before. But when you pass the wine village, and you're about to get, instead of turning left to go to Riverstone, you turn right and you go up the mountain. I fell in love with the 2018 Seacrest Mountain Chardonnay from Haywire. So let's see what the 2020 has in store. It's a $32 wine. It's a wild ferment. It's an interesting wine. I mean, front-loaded, a lot going on the front palate, like spicy pear, like peppery pear. There's a lot going on in the very front. Not a ton going on the back end, though. Cut short, it's a 89 plus points. I mean, I enjoy it. But it's a little bit front-loaded. It's fermented in concrete tank and amphora for 10 months, and after that in large puncheon. So yeah, I can see some interesting development with that wine. I would like to see stuff moving from past palate on the finish to make it a little bit more linear. Right now, like I say, it's a big ball, front-loaded, but interesting, very flavorful. Lots can happen with that wine down the road. So 89 plus, just on the verge to get a 90. It's interesting. Now we're going to move on. If Mira is not ready to put the interview on, we can move on to Upper Bench Chardonnay. There's 450 cases of that made. There's two. Upper Bench make two Chardonnays. This is a blend of 4 Naramata Bench vineyards. And their other one is their estate vineyard. So Upper Bench are just neighbors with Roche, Foreshadow. They're all on the same stretch, really close from De Silva. So all in the same stretch of like 1 kilometer. Beautiful nose, beautiful nose. This is a 2021 vintage, $32 including tax. 50% is aged in French oak for 3 months. 50% is aged in stainless steel. So half and half fermented and aged in oak, half in stainless steel. So I'm expecting orchard fruit, but also a nice center, a nice frame of citrus where acidity. Whoops, I just swirl on my spreadsheet here. Like usual, Gavin did it again. Darn that I love his wine. This is exactly what I'm expecting. Soft, round, but also a nice frame of acidity, mouth-watering acidity. This wine has a tremendous balance. I love that. It's well priced. It's not too cerebral. It's easy, but it's fresh. I mean, this is a 91 plus points. I really, truly enjoy that. Well done. Yeah, very, very solid. There you go. We are now. We're going all the way to Kelowna to meet with Grant Stanley, Grant winemaker at Spearhead Winery. Grant, how's it going?
Going great. Thanks for having me.
I mean, Chardonnay celebration. Who's not celebrating this week? I mean, this should be World Day, plain and simple.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you know what? There's it's still the number one white wine grape variety for most of the planet. So no matter what people say about what they like in Chardonnay, it's a beautiful wine, and we all love drinking it, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I think like there's one thing with Chard, and I believe that there was the years of the over oak Chardonnay, you know, that California dream, right? The Rumbauers of the world, where it was a hard hit on the Chardonnay reputation. But how much more refined are we now? I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's the kind of the evolution of the style of Chardonnay has emerged. I think it's kind of followed the traditional path of many of the great French Chardonnays in a way, where the barrel is a big part of the program, but also the acidity and the freshness of the wine. I think that going a little step backwards in this situation is a good option for sure.
I mean, it was a gift that we have now because people got sick and tired of that big and heavy Chardonnay. So, I mean, I had some incredible experience from all over the world. Like Argentina makes some outstanding Chardonnay, as you know. New Zealand, yeah, absolutely. New Zealand, France, Italy, like all over the world. This is and it's such a winemaker friendly, right? I mean, it's a blank canvas and the winemaker can do his own expression. What's your philosophy when it's time for Chardonnay?
Well, like I said, it's kind of the traditional way. I learned to make Chardonnay in New Zealand, mostly at Atarangi Vineyards. And we took a very Burgundian approach there. And that's the kind of Chardonnay that I continue to make. So there's, like you say, there's an open canvas and we're able to kind of, really have an impact on the wine at every step of the way, depending on whole bunch pressing, time on time in the press, time on solids before racking, the barrel choices, the malolactic choices, and the overall age of the wine. These are all things that we have a lot of discussion and a lot of ideas about. And over the years, I've certainly established what I think is my favorite style, and that's kind of like a seamless approach. So a bit of all of those things that I just mentioned in moderate proportions is what I'm kind of chasing. Where one doesn't completely stand out, like you mentioned, the big oak or the fatness of the wine are a detriment in a way. So yeah, all those little tricks, but in small doses.
Well, I mean, right, like the taste of the flavor profile, the purity of that grape is just so fantastic. It's almost criminal to overdo it with all of these subsequent flavors. So I definitely love the purity of a Chardonnay myself. But let's focus on the Okanagan Valley, because we have wine today in that 7-hour marathon from Nova Scotia all the way to Vancouver Island. But the Okanagan, what is there a specific strain that you would say we have as a growing region? And let's cut it okay, let's make it more precise. The Kelowna in your area, the East Kelowna slope. I mean, is there something very special that we have in terms of strength for Chardonnay?
Well, as you know, that I've specialized and I put it on the bottle the last few years. Of the Clone 95 has been a real winner. I was fortunate at Quail's Gate to have the opportunity to test and taste and grow multiple clones, mostly Dijon French clones, but multiple clones. And year after year, the Clone 95 was always the winner in the aged in barrel test about 8 months in. And so certainly, in my view, it is the chosen clone. I mean, all the great vineyards here in the Okanagan are planted at least with some portion of Clone 95. I think the beautiful thing about that clone is that it has a great acidity and a kind of freshness to it that you can kind of conduct all those techniques, lees stirring and the barrels and all of those things add flavor, but they never really detract from the beauty of that fruit power that comes with that clone.
And I mean, you just mentioned the lees stirring. I had these conversations with multiple different winemakers from across the country. What does the lees will bring to the wine? Depending on how the usage you will do with the lees, if it's longer lees contact or whatever it is. So how do you approach that on your side?
Well, I mean, it produces, depending on when you're stirring, but most of the stirring is post fermentation between the primary fermentation and maybe during and after the malolactic fermentation, just a little bit. And what I see is that you end up with this like almost almond marzipan nutty character that comes from the lees. It also adds texture. We've over the years we've kind of sampled with actually even rolling the yeast to bring the light yeast back up into circulation and not the heavy yeast. And this is an incredible process because you end up feeling, much more mouthfeel and much more texture in the wine from this process. And when you go to rack the barrel and you empty the barrel, the lees is gone. And so the lees kind of is constituted into the wine, which is, a minor miracle in itself.
Yeah, and you see now, with a new wave of the more of the natural wines, but now a lot of people will bottle their Chardonnays with on lees, so the lees in the bottle, where we get more cloudy wines and everything. So absolutely. I mean, the evolution has been fantastic.
Yeah, that's going to take some getting used to for people out there that are used to not having any kind of it's generally acceptable in red wine these days, in premium red wines, particularly wines from Spearhead, that you're going to have a little bit of fallout at the bottom of the wine, which is basically a little bit of acid, along with some other, wine-like substances, as it were. And now we have this in Chardonnay as well, with a lot of unfiltered and unfined Chardonnays out there, mine included. If the cellar doesn't, really chill the wine, over winter, then for sure we end up with a little bit of acid coming out of the wine, and people are like, "Hey, what happened here?" And really, wines like that are natural and real, and really show themselves. But you have to get used to maybe shaking the bottle.
Yeah. I love it. Texture, layers, complexity. I mean, this is all coming together. I mean, the evolution we have across the country is incredible, to my opinion. I think now we are on the very short list of the very top Chardonnay producer in the world. Am I out for lunch when I mention that?
No. I mean, obviously the famous producers around the world, like you mentioned, in Argentina and in France. There's some beautiful stuff in New Zealand as well. I really love New Zealand Chardonnay. I mean, effectively, we're in a contest of the cool climate countries in a way. Hot climate Chardonnay, it's a little soft and a little soapy. So I think the real great producers have this cool element to them that retains the acidity and the freshness of wine, and then the barrel program is a big part of it. I think when I first came here, there was to the Okanagan, there was a lot of unoaked Chardonnay out there. A lot of people trying to make Chardonnay like an aromatic wine in stainless steel tank, and to me, this just seems like a huge waste of a wine that has great potential when you do ferment it, at ambient temperatures in barrel, and all of those great things that you can achieve by having a barrel fermentation, especially a really nice barrel. The wines are so well suited to oak aging and oak treatment that I don't know why you wouldn't do that.
I mean, yeah, I like the way you put that out. I mean, there's so much to offer out there. Now we bring it to its simplest facets of all. So I agree with you. The clone 95 from what you do at Spearhead. I remember a little bit back in the day, you had the Golden Retreat. You had a few different spots in the Okanagan where you used to work with different vineyards. Do you guys are still doing that, or you're focusing exclusively on one source of fruit at home?
No. The single vineyard program is still well and truly in effect here. We have now several new single vineyard sites that we're working with Pinot Noir, and on a couple of those sites we have Clone 95 Chardonnay also planted there. In particular, a beautiful vineyard that I'm working with called Blueberry Hill in Summerland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
fantastic farmers and great owners, and we began with their grapes last year making Pinot Noir, but they also have Clone 95 Chardonnay in a good quantity, and so you can expect to see that produced as a single vineyard wine in the future.
That is exciting.
My neighbor across the road here, who we helped him develop from an apple orchard into a vineyard, a 5-acre beautiful first-class vineyard called Braided Hill, and this vineyard also we encouraged him to plant just a small amount of Chardonnay, so there's an acre of Clone 95 Chardonnay there as well, and 4 clones of Pinot Noir. In fact, the Pinot Noir is released now and is showing extremely well for a super young vineyard. We continue along the path of working with some great vineyards here in the Okanagan that have dedicated owners, dedicated vineyard managers, and that are effectively beautiful sites, and along with our own site here where we grow, as you know, Pinot Noir and Chardonnay. So I would keep an eye out now for the next couple of years for I think there's going to be about 5 or 6 new single vineyard wines coming out from Spearhead.
That is really exciting. This is really, really exciting to hear that. What makes your sites so special? Because I visited the winery multiple times, and when I walk in the winery and I see like that little curve, almost like a cowboy hat, and like style the way with the little like the dome underneath. Like, so for you as a winemaker and like walking the vineyard, what does make that site so special for you guys?
Well, it's the same for the same reason that it's also quite a dangerous site in cooler winters. All the great Pinot Noir and the great vineyard sites around the world, particularly for cool climate varieties, are the ones that are I guess, you know, riding the crest of cool right to the limit. And, you know, up here, a little bit higher altitude with less lake influence, it's cool. And the growing season is a little compact, a little compressed, and a little shorter. And for sure, Pinot Noir and Chardonnay prosper from some of those elements. But you know, in cooler years, we also take a hit as well. The last couple of years have been super tough up here for this vineyard in particular. And as a result, the crops have been, you know, minute, super small. And we're looking, you know, hopefully forward to some better growing coming up. And, you know, the last couple of years, as I say, we had some -30 events, and it's made growing grapes here really challenging. So again, that's why we have our eggs in many baskets, and we have some vineyards around the Okanagan that can kind of, you know, take the heat off us when we're in trouble here.
Yeah, that's absolutely no doubt. If I give you a one-way ticket to go make Chardonnays for the rest of your career outside of the Okanagan, where would you go?
Nelson Awatere Valley in New Zealand.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good one. If you don't drink Spearhead Chardonnay one night, what is the other producer would you drink in terms of Chardonnay?
I really love Kumea River, again, from New Zealand.
Yeah.
And, you know, I hate to continue to dwell on New Zealand, but it is a beautiful Chardonnay spot for sure. You know, you know, Cloudy Bay is extremely well known for their Sauvignon Blanc, but they also make a delicious, beautiful Chardonnay.
Absolutely. I'm with you on that one. Hey, have you seen the documentary A Seat at the Table?
No, I haven't.
That it's how New Zealand are taking a lot of the Burgundian approach in New Zealand, and it's all about the New Zealand Chardonnay.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah, it's a fantastic documentary. I think I watched it 3 times, and I've never it's just yeah. Just Google it, watch it. You'll love it. Great. Thank you so much for spending time with me. It's Chardonnay celebration here at Carl's Wine Club. So I greatly appreciate your time, and we'll see you around. Thank you.
Always good to see you. Take care.
Thanks a million. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
There you go. There you go. There you go. So take a breather, Mira. We're good. We're good.
Dale is interesting. He remembers Spearhead when it was spelled Spearhead like the road. And I kind of wondered, the road is spelled different than the winery. I've never asked him about that. But
yeah.
There you go. Like spear wine from what's SA, Carl?
Starting to be windy here.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool.
Okay.
And I do believe that Lindsay's joining us in a few minutes. I'm going to double check on that from Time Family of Wines. So why don't you get through a few more wines for us?
Yeah, I am here touring a flight. I'm going to start with Domaine Kalis, one of my favorite. Kelly Mason, the winemaker at Domaine Kalis. We're going to start with their entry level, the Chardonnay Tradition. So tradition, it's owned by a bunch of Quebec people, including Champlain-Charest, one of the biggest collectors in Canada. And we're going to have a couple of their, 3 other of their wines during the tasting. But we'll start with their Cuvée Tradition. $33.50. It's aged, it's 16 to 18 months in French oak, only 20 to 30% new. So let's see what's going on. The nose is so Chardonnay. I love that. A little bit of caramel from the lemon meringue just starting to pop out, a little bit of oak spice. So yeah, I love that. So I hope everyone enjoyed the interview with Grant Stanley, one of our rock star winemaker here in the Okanagan from Kelowna, Spearhead, specialized in Chardonnay, especially in Pinot Noir. But like Grant mentioned in the interview, now they're going to develop a bunch of single vineyard Chardonnay from all over the Okanagan Valley, a little bit more like what they do in Ontario, right? Working with the same grape at very different location in the region. So it's really great to see that the Okanagan stuff starting to develop that way. Domaine Kalis 2021. That's my style. That's my style. I like that. It's a 90 plus points here. I know what's coming up with Kalis. There's much more coming up. Not super dense in the mid palate. I like the flavor profile. I would love with the Tradition to have a little bit more on the mid palate, a little loose that way, but beautiful, length and flavor profile here. So that is for Domaine Kalis. Let's move on to that smells good. This is Mount Boucherie, the 2022 Reserve. And again, I don't know if Mira is listening to us right now, but Mira, if you're listening to, maybe you can put the link again if in the chat box about the spreadsheet. I'm working on a live spreadsheet right now, and all the scores are coming in, so you guys can follow me as well. As I go along, but this is a live spreadsheet here. Mount Boucherie Reserve. There's grapes from the Similkameen, grapes from Okanagan. Thank you, Mira. You rock. Bang on. I had such a great team around me. My buddy Yan here is absolutely rocking the show. Everything in front of me. And Mira is just like her own self. Absolutely perfect. So Mount Boucherie, 13 months in oak, 50% new. Jeff Undermark, my buddy, one of my favorite in the biz, winemaker at Boucherie. This is a $29.99 before tax here at Boucherie. I believe that there's 4 different vineyards in that wine. It might be, don't quote me on that, but at least 3. No, you know what? It's 2. It's Lost Horn Vineyard in Okanagan Falls and Lazy River in the Similkameen. So 2 different vintage. Great flavor definition. You know what? I usually much more of a fan of their original vines. But that 22 Chard, jeezy moly that it's good. I love that. I'm going to revisit later on. I'm going to have Reserve and original vines side by side. That is for sure. This is probably the best Reserve Chard that I had from Boucherie to date. I'm telling you, I am loving that. This is a 92 points here, Reserve. I love that. Well layered. The oak is there. I won't lie about it. It's right there. It's 50% oak, 50% new oak, but it's so well integrated. There's no spike. There's no. Yeah, what do you think of that? Huh? This is smooth. This is soft. I love it. Okay. Now we're gonna go from Mount Boucherie to Haywire. So back to the Okanagan crush pad after our stop with the Seacrest Mountain. Now we're gonna do their 2022 Oki Valley. So Summerland, mostly fruits from Summerland and Garnet Valley here. Concrete, naturally fermented in concrete tank, and also quite a while on lees as well, which bring layers and complexity. Let's see what Haywire has. Okay, lime, lemon, apple, chamomile, a lot of chamomile. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. That's might be my favorite Haywire Chardonnay that I had to date. I love that. I'm at 91 points here. I don't think I've never been that high on Haywire. Well done, Matt Jumaine. Well done. Matt's supposed to join me a little later here, my place, to taste with all of these beautiful wines. But this is good. I really enjoyed that. Let's go to Okanagan Falls Winery, Stag's Hollow with Herrera Vineyard. This is fruits from the Similkameen Valley. Stag's Hollow, always very consistent. 435 cases produced for this wine. $35 including tax. It's really just a hint of French oak, of new oak in there. So let's see. It's really clean, super fruity. Really good as well. Really, really good. It's a little bit rugged, a little saltiness in there. Very well balanced, like from lemon meringue to baked apple, maybe. I love the minerality of this wine. Oh, $35 including tax. You know what? I definitely have a winner here. This and the... Let's see, Haywire. I'll go Haywire 90 plus and 91 for the Stag's Hollow. I really like that one at Stag's Hollow. Let's move on from Stag's Hollow to the Naramata Bench to a Tightrope. Tightrope Chardonnay 2022. This, okay, we tasted Foreshadow earlier, and Tightropes are sourcing these grapes here from the Foreshadow vineyard. So 100% barrel fermented French oak, 9 months in here, 231 cases produced for Tightrope. I always been a big fan of Lindsay O'Rourke and Graham O'Rourke, what they're doing at Tightrope. So let's see here, fruits from Foreshadow. Well balanced, beautiful acid, soft. It's long, evolve well. Let's do a 90 points here with the Tightrope Naramata Bench. Before we go to Solvero, Garnet Valley proves the new project of Alison Moyes. I love that wine. Oh, I love that nose. This is Solvero. Look at that. Keep in mind this winery for the future. 2 clones here, clone 76 and clone 95. This is Summerland Fruits, Garnet Valley, one of the upcoming regions. So we have 2 wines here with some Garnet Valley fruits. We have Haywire and Solvero, both from the 2022 vintage, same price point. So let's see what Solvero has in store here. This might be my favorite wine since the beginning.
So which one are you on? Because I greeted some of our guests at
Solvero,
the door.
Solvero 20. Which guess?
Oh, we have Paul here. We've got John Daniel here. People are starting to arrive. It's awesome.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm not even half of my lineup.
And guess
Fuck
who
me.
is in the green room?
92 points for Solvero. This is freaking fantastic wine. Holy moly. Absolutely spectacular. So I believe that Lindsay should be on by now.
Yes, she just.
So let's, Jan, can you bring me the Chronos back? And can I have the Evolve wine?
So Lindsay is the winemaker at Time Family Wines. She made the Chronos that we tasted earlier that we were all raving about. So that works out well to have the winemaker to be able to join us.
Yeah.
And I think we're tasting another wine that
The winemaker collection, Mickwater collection, if it's possible. There you go. So I'm gonna have Lindsay's 3 wines here with me, and
Ooh, all right, let's bring her on. This is Lindsay.
bring it on.
Hey, Lindsay.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
How's it going?
Yeah, good. I just finished a day of gardening.
There you go. So I have 3 of your wines here. First and foremost, happy Chardonnay celebration.
Yes, happy
Chardonnay
Day.
I know not only I heard, but I know that there's maybe one other person in the Okanagan who is as passionate as me about Chardonnay, and it's you.
I do love Chardonnay, yes.
Well, I'm glad that we can share that together, Lindsay, because I'm on Chardonnay 47 of 112. So
Wow.
yeah, that thing's I mean, when I saw you this week, I thought we are going to be around 80. Now, like the couriers kept going and coming and coming and coming. Now, last night I realized on my darn spreadsheet, Mira said, "Carl, there's over 110 wines." I was like, "Holy crap!" So anyway, yeah. So far, Lindsay, I have to tell you that your unoak. Let me get back here to my spreadsheet. Time the number 2. I tasted it at the second one. You have a 90 plus points with the Chronos unoak. Let's start with this one because I thought for an unoaked Chardonnay, the weight on the mid palate was noticeable. It's fruity, it's soft, it's round. What's the magic sauce in that wine?
So that wasn't originally supposed to be a SKU that we were going to make, but I had this vineyard. It's a King family vineyard, and usually all of it goes to bubbles every single year. And it's a lot of rolling hills in this vineyard, and the ripeness was different in different areas. So when I was sampling, I was getting numbers all over the place, and I started sampling individual pieces of the vineyard, which is not ideal. Usually you want to bring it all in at once, and I wasn't planning on doing this, but I started looking at it, and the flavors were amazing, and it just seemed like everything that was at a little bit higher of elevation was just a little bit riper and was just giving these amazing flavors. So I said, why don't we just pick a very small amount just from select parts of the vineyard that I've been liking? And so we just kind of really let the flavors of the grapes lead the way for this wine. So we made a very small amount of it. And it was, its sister wine that we also made from that same vineyard is a sparkling wine. And then there was just a small portion of it that, I just thought was going to stand out perfectly as a full stainless steel wine. So no malolactic on it at all. I think that weight is probably coming from a lot of the lees contact that it had. So
Okay.
I really focus a lot on my fermentation to make sure that I'm having really nice, happy, clean fermentations so that I can use the lees afterwards. And the acid is there too. So a little bit of residual just to kind of help weigh or balance out that acid that's in that wine. It's a lot higher than you'd probably think it is. So it kind of made itself. And last thing I needed was to make another wine, add another SKU to our lineup, but I thought it was just too special to not. So it kind of became a thing. We may still do something like it in the future. I'm not sure, but yeah, I just thought we got to let this wine shine. We got to show people this wine, you know.
It was the second wine tasted, and it's the highest unoaked wine that we had out of the 10 unoaked we had across the country, and very very differentiated himself from the weight and the mid palate. Definitely, to me, that was the standout. That was bring an extra element to this wine. So let's go for unoaked to slightly oaked. I believe two two barrels probably. 50 cases, so 2 barrels of that single vineyard, the Eastwood vineyard, the Evolve. Your Evolve Chardonnay from the 2022. Tell me more about it, because I
Yeah,
know
so
after talking with Megan, she's like, this is something that she really care about that wine, and she's really excited about. So
yeah, so this one is another one that we weren't originally going to add in as a SKU, especially for Evolve at the time. Now Evolve will always have a stainless steel Chardonnay because of how I've been making them, and the response from the consumers and the drinkers. So it's gonna stay in the lineup now, which is exciting for me because I really like making stainless steel Chardonnays. Just like showing the different ways that you can play with Chardonnay because it's such a shapeshifter. But so for this wine, it was meant to be bubbles as well. And if you know me or if you don't know me, you know that I love making sparkling wine, and it's kind of my specialty. And Chardonnay obviously makes up a lot of sparkling wine base, so I get to play with a lot of Chardonnay, which is awesome. And so this is a vineyard in East Kelowna. Got hit by the frost pretty hard, unfortunately. So there was not much fruit out there, but what was out there was just so concentrated. The most concentrated berries I've ever tasted. And if
oh
we could
wow.
farm like that all the time, we would be making these really big power packed wines, but you cannot farm like that. It's not how it goes. So unfortunate, for us and the farmer in that year. But what resulted, what was on the vine, what was there, the vines are still pumping and they're still going and they're still really really wanting to um produce. And so they were doing that, but they were doing it across way less bunches. And so what we got was just really 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 concentrated grapes. And the smell that came off of this wine when it was fermenting was just out of this world. It was just so amazing. And so I said, why don't we take a portion of this? And it was still going to be for bubbles, but I said, why don't we take a portion of this and make a still Chardonnay out of it? And I think we only made about 50 cases of it or something. It's such a small amount that we did, but it was so special. I was like, I think we could really capture some of what it's giving us right now in a bottle. And so we did that. So I same kind of practice as the other one, so no malolactic fermentation. It did go into some neutral oak barrels, so there's not any oak imparting into that wine in any way at all. But it's
That's
giving
what I
that.
wasn't sure. That's why I wasn't sure. Like, is it? Oh, it doesn't taste like there's any oak influence in there. But I'm
Yeah.
reading the note. It's like, okay, 2 barrels. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it's just that oak use was just more for the concentration by evaporation that happens naturally
Yeah.
inside of a barrel, but there was no oak imparted into that, and also just kind of building up that mouthfeel a bit on it because it was meant to be a sparkling wine, so that acid is a lot higher. Just trying to balance that naturally because there was no sugar left in that wine either because it, like I said, was for sparkling. So
Yeah.
lots of lees, just trying to really build that texture so that we could release that as a still white wine. And I just loved it. It was just so generous the whole way through fermentation, all of aging. Super exciting. Probably will never be anything like it again. Because of those circumstances. So, or I don't know, maybe this year
Yeah,
could
we never
produce
know,
something
right?
like that because we have such little fruit.
Where's the Eastwood Vineyard?
It's kind of in a weird spot, around like Sexsmith Road in East Kelowna. It's like
Oh,
almost
okay.
like on the way to the airport almost. So not even really, I don't know, maybe like Southeast Kelowna-ish.
Okay.
Kind of a weird location, yeah.
Then I was wondering. I was like, darn it, I've never heard about that. So yeah, really cool, really cool. And let's move on to the more oak. That's the McWhorter collection. That's the 2020, I believe, 2021 vintage. So on the nose now, I get the little bit of the nuttiness on the nose. There's definitely a nice blend of lemon meringue. There's some flour in there, like white flour. What makes? I mean, you guys carry the McWhorter names on the label. I mean, it was Harry's passion, Chardonnays and bubble. So what's make that wine special, and where the grapes are from this vintage?
Okay, yeah, so that wine, the Chardonnay is always sourced from down south somewhere, so all over to Soyuz. This one in particular was a little small block just behind Bordertown Winery, or the tasting room, the winery, kind of around there. So we're trying to promote these, really big, fruity characteristics, really ripe style Chardonnay for this, because this does go through full malolactic. It gets pressed straight
It's
into a
rich,
barrel.
it's richer, it's
Yeah.
fuller. It hits every aspect of the mouth.
Yeah, so we're hitting it with, it's only French oak that we use. I'm using usually between 20 or 30% French oak. This last year in 2023, I only made 900 liters, so I could only use one new barrel inside of it. So that gets a little bit tricky when you have a little less of it, but you make it work. I really have a big philosophy that less is more with winemaking. So I really try not to move my wines at all. I really try to focus on really nice, healthy ferments so that we don't have to do any extra racking. We can use that lees to our advantage as a micro or oxygen scavenger and building texture and those kinds of things. So this wine really gets hit with all of that. So full malolactic, nice long fermentation, stays in barrels its entire life, usually only gets moved twice to get into the barrel and to get out of the barrel. That's kind of it. And we're just
From the press to the barrel to the barrel to the bottle.
yeah, and we're just trying to build that roundness and that richness
Yeah, that's what
inside
it
of
is.
this wine. Yeah.
Absolutely bang on. I mean, yeah, I have like three different style. I mean, like when you taste the three of them side by side, you're like, okay, like with the Evolve, I feel like there's such a precision in that wine. It's lively, it's precise, it's concentrated. With the Chronos, is like to me, it's on oak on steroid, like with the mid palate, and with McWhorter, it's the richness, it's the softness, it's the full on sensory uh, compliment. So well done, well balanced portfolio. Before I let you go, though, I'm not gonna let you go without talking about the new project. It's just too,
Yeah.
it's too exciting. And if you can talk about it, you let me know. Okay, I'm gonna let you go on that. But I don't want. Come on, there's something special that's been built right now in the Okanagan, and
Yeah,
and
it
you
really
guys are
is.
opening the first sparkling house in the Okanagan.
Yes, I'm so excited about it. For a couple different reasons. So Evolve finally gets a home. It's kind of been piggybacking in the same building as Kronos and McWater's downtown for a while, and it just wasn't, fitting in with that same vibe, with that same kind of style of drinker. And so now it has its own home, which is so nice, and it's going to have its own voice, and it just makes so much more sense for it. And we've kind of
Absolutely.
changed a little bit of what Evolve is. So because we were so sparkling wine focused, we thought, why don't we let Evolve kind of carry that for us, and why don't we create this sparkling wine house, and we can put those two things together. And Evolve, as cheesy as it sounds, has evolved. And it's kind of true to its name in what it is. So we're just on the lower bench. There's a sign out front. It's not a big secret that it's us building there. We have 2 acres there. It's a small vineyard. Used to be an orchard, so we have some Chardonnay, Pinot Noir, and Pinot Meunier planted there, and we'll make just kind of a small single vineyard blend off of that traditional style blend, traditional style winemaking in it as well. traditional method. And yeah, the view is spectacular. It's going to have a couple still wines that will go in that brand as well, but it will all be mostly based on what you use in sparkling wine. So Chardonnay, Pinot Noir. That's our old label. We're actually rebranding, so we're really excited to show everybody our new labels and our new wines with that. So it's still under construction, and that's always you know, we don't have an exact date yet, but we're really hoping for sometime this summer.
I stopped by yesterday. I just wanted to have a sip, but I was like disappointed it was not open yet. I'm just joking.
Same. I can't wait for it to be open.
I know. Hey, knock, knock,
soon.
knock. Hey.
soon it'll be open. Yeah, we can't wait to
Yeah, it
have
is
everybody
so
there.
exciting. It is so exciting. The first sparkling house in the Okanagan. I mean, well done, you guys. Lindsay, if it's, I know as passionate as you are as Chardonnay, if I give you a flight ticket to one way to go make Chardonnay anywhere in the world, where would you go?
Oh, I don't know. I'd probably France. I'd go over there, learn from them a little bit more, get more involved in sparkling wine there. But honestly, I really love working with the Chardonnay in the Valley. It's so awesome what you can get from a Soyuz to East Kelowna, and the diversity that we have in the Okanagan is just, it's amazing. It's so fun.
I'm totally with you. I mean, what we have here in the country, from Nova Scotia to the island, I mean, I truly believe, pound for pound, we look at the price point, we're the best Chardonnay producer in the world. I mean, I love what Burgundy do, but Jesus Christ, the price is out of hand. And we look at what we do here, it's the quarter of the price of what they do in Burgundy, and the quality is off the freaking chart. So you know what? I came up with my conclusion. We are the best Chardonnay producer in the world.
That's right. I love it.
Lindsay, I'll let you go back. It's Saturday. Go enjoy your time. I'm going to have another 60 Chardonnay to go through. So.
You're crazy. Good luck
Thanks for
with that.
joining me.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Have a good one. Appreciate that.
Bye.
There you go.
Woo! That's awesome, hey?
Oh, that's McWater.
Ooh, I haven't tried that one yet.
That's McWater. I give McWater 90 points with McWater collection. Bold and rich and like full mouthfeel. Very, very different. That's super concentrated and precise, evolved, and that unoak on steroid here with Chronos. So this is the 3 wines from Times family of wine. McWater collection, Evolve, and Chronos, 3 wines that we had here in our lineup. And next on deck.
Yeah, what do we got?
That's the church.
That's the church, baby.
The swear to God, it is Chardonnay from the Small Blessing series. This wine was tasted, I would say, 6 weeks ago, probably, and I give it a 91 points. And this wine is just like the beautiful purity of Chardonnay. I mean, it's clean, it's soft, it's creamy, but there's also that typical Chardonnay flavor from jasmine to the mix between orchard and citrus. I love it. It's simple. Oh, chicken wings. People are starting arriving around here. That's buzzing here. So, not even halfway there. That's awesome. $30 before tax. So at $34.50, 150 cases made. Great job here by Blasted Church. I mean, we had the unorthodox to start the show at the beginning with their unoak, and here it's French oak, 33% new, 67 neutral, 10 months on its leaves. So I that's what and on the nose, the first thing, it's the lime. But when you get to the palate, there's more richness, there's more orchard, more roundness. There you go. Let's get back to the next flight here. I have Cave Spring, Wending Home, Featherstone, Poplar Grove, and Rose Hall Run. We have literally everything in between, from Canadian oak to one of the oldest block of Chardonnay Niagara, a gold medal at Chardonnay du Monde, a Prince Edward County. I mean, there's everything coming up in these next 5 wines. It is very, very exciting. Oh, no, and I need to start with Bellaterra, one of our very favorite pre-release of the 2019. No, not the pre-release. I guess it's probably still. There we go. Our friends at Bellaterra, I believe that they got the highest score for the sparkling wine with the 92 points. It was very, very, very delicious. Now, this is their barrel ferment Chardonnay, which every year nail it out of the park. Absolutely hit it out of the park. 2019 vintage in Ontario, one of my very favorite vintage for Chardonnay. Why? Because it was colder. 2020 was so big, so hot for such a long time. Some Chardonnay have more weight, and we'll see with what's coming up, because these 3 next wine, Bellaterra, Cave Spring, and Wendingholm, 3 very different spots in Niagara from 3 different vintage. What you get is so different. So 19 Bellaterra. Oh, I love that. Wild ferment, neutral oak, beautiful weight on the mid palate because it's 4 Mile Creek, but bright acid because it's 2019. That has everything that I love about a Chardonnay. Ah, Jesus Christ, that I love that. 92 points, 92. This is very good. This is so well made. I love the mix of acid and softness. Yeah, really, really well done. Bellaterra Vineyard, blowing my socks off once again. So let's go from Bellaterra to Cave Spring. So this is from a very small block on their very old vineyard here. It's the CSV. CSV, it's their top end. It stands for Cave Spring Vineyard. So this is their own vineyard. Oh, on the Beamsville bench. My friend Rob Amersley is going to love this one. When I smell it, you know, like that smell of the 20 Mile bench, I get that a little bit from the Beamsville bench. 2 appellation, very close from each other. That's that truly, like that wild ferment nose. "47-years-old vines." Honestly, I'm not joking when I'm. Yeah. So 21 vintage, harder vintage, right? It's rainy. The fall was very tricky, lots of rain. Some people who held on to their grapes too long got caught by the never stop rain. So this is good. I just wanted the next step on the snap at the end. I will go with 90 plus here. Really good. But maybe because I tasted it right after the Bellaterra, it was absolutely sensational. Okay, let's move on to Wendingholm. That's one of our new favorite. I mean, this is so cool because we had the chance on our last trip to Niagara to spend time with John Giesbrecht, which is a former teacher at Niagara College. Yeah. So this wine, I need to show. So this wine has won gold medal at Chardonnay du Monde this year. And, we never heard anything. So here's how this thing unfolded. One morning, there's a post from Marcel Morgenstern say, "Congratulations, Wendingholm for gold medal at Chardonnay du Monde. Carl Boucher, question mark, or Carl's Wine Club." We talk about it, say, "Who's that? I've never heard of Wendingholm." Couple of hours later, Ron Giesbrecht reaching out to us because we were tagged on that post. And 3 weeks later, there's a box of 18 wines showing up at our house. The next week, we're in Ontario at his winery with some guests. That's how everything in a nutshell happened in less than a month. So here in my glass.
And we'll share a secret to the Carl's Wine Club members. The pricing is very good. Don't tell them, but
Okay, $34.95, including tax, for a gold medal at Chardonnay. Chardonnay du Monde is the biggest Chardonnay competition in the world, was held in Burgundy every year. Okay, and I think we have today in the tasting. It's our first that we're tasting. I think we have 5 gold medal from Canada in our tasting.
and so
This is so Chardonnay.
yes,
It's so concentrated. There's white spice at the end. I feel the oak, but the oak is concentrated. It's soft. It's lilies. It's jasmine, but it's not mango, but I would say pineapple with a zing of citrus right in the middle.
nice.
Rich. This is 91 plus, maybe more later at this point.
And we got to consider the price point is pretty phenomenal to have that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, I would go with a Canadian oak wine.
Mm-hmm.
This is Featherstone Reserved.
Very cool story.
Okay, so that's 25th year anniversary from Featherstone. I've never tried any of their wines here. Okay, so let's give it a swirl. And what makes Canadian oak unique and special?
Yeah, because
I
I
like
don't
the
know if
nose.
that's ever really been done. Canadian oak.
Yeah, it's been done. It's been done before, and not overly done because no one believes in it. And I don't think that we make a lot of Canadian oak, and I don't think that gives a lot of different typicity to the wine. So,
But for something like this, celebrating Canadian Chardonnay, that is pretty cool that we have this wine with us. Pretty awesome. And I value, I appreciate the effort they made to really like true show about the terroir.
absolutely.
Right,
This is good. This is soft. It's round. I mean, this is a 89 points. Now we're going to the Naramata bench on the middle bench here with Poplar Grove, one of the staple in the Okanagan for years. 20% of the Chardonnay was fermented in French oak. The rest in stainless steel. So I'm expecting something balanced, something bright. It's definitely tropical on the nose. There's nothing citrus in there. It's round. It's tropical. It's a fruit bowl. A blend of after fruit from Osoyoos, a quarter from Okanagan Falls, the quarter from the bench. Nice, easy, approachable. I'm going with 89 points as well. There you go.
I like how you converted to just like watering the plants with it.
That's what I'm doing. Moving on to Prince Edward County, the second wine from Rose Hall Run with the GCR Vineyard 2021. Very citrusy on the nose. Fermented and aged in barrel, 16 months in barrel. Nice flavor definition. Very well defined here, especially after Poplar Grove where it's soft and loose. Now we're talking that it's crunchy. It's more lemon peel on the back end, that little amertume that I like, that keeps all the flavors together, the boundaries that I call, right? Nice solidity. This is really, really Prince Edward County. This is truly Prince Edward County. JD, how's it going, buddy?
Going.
Yeah, Prince Edward County at its best here, but it says that. There you go. We got some people here starting to arrive. Yeah, I really like that. This is a 91 plus in my book. Well done, Rose Hall Run. Always pleased me. I love the style. I like the style because it's vibrant, it's energetic, it's well defined. So, and the price point, I mean, $36 including tax for a world-class Chardonnay with such a typicity. I mean, come on. Let's backtrack. Let's talk about Burgundy. Everyone will say that's the best place in the world, right? Top Chardonnay. Find me a Chardonnay from Burgundy, from vineyard designation, okay? At $36. I'm going to give you a week to find it and tell me if you can find out. I mean, $36? No, you're going to have Burgundy appellation, like the full region. You're not ever going to get a village appellation at that price with that definition. So here you go. So from Road All Run, let's go back to Taz, okay? So Maury Taz, one of the most influential wine owner in Niagara. This is Quarry Road single vineyard from the Vinemont Ridge appellation. Another wine at $36. Let's see. Whoa, love it. Love the nose. Love the caramel on the nose. That tells me that probably wild ferment here. A little bit more lime than peach, but pure lime juice, not meringue, nothing sweet. It's really zingy, almost 7-Up style. Mm-hmm. Okay, this is complex. This is my first 93 points of the day. Highest wine rated since the beginning. We're at wine number 54. Pause. At $36.95, this wine kicks ass big time. Absolutely big time. This is sensational. Oh, there's like from the mid palate to the finish like just come to here and narrow down and gets pinpoint to the finish. And the spice just comes like from ginger to white pepper. Holy geez, that is well freaking done. I love that. So let me show you the Quarry Road Vineyard, Vinemont Ridge appellation from Taz here, 2020 vintage. They have kept a beautiful frame of acidity in that 2020 vintage. The flaws that I found with Niagara Chardonnays from 2020, some of them are lacking a bit of acidity. They're super rich. They're super flavorful. They're super concentrated, but sometimes you miss the zing. This has it. So the little salinity too. This is very well done. Top wine of the night so far. Taz Winery, Vinemont Ridge appellation. I want to take a minute, put my feet up like this, and just enjoy with the sun and the liquid. Okay.
Well, I was going to say, on that note, your first 93-point wine of the night, Carl Boucher.
Okay, wait a minute here. What are that? Look at this. Oops. No, not here. So that table still needs to be empty there.
Oh my
And
god.
it feels like it's like never ending. I will
Amazing. Well,
never
should we
get
jump
through the
into it
whole
for you,
thing.
give your palate a little break?
My palate doesn't need a break.
You're a machine.
Okay. Should I?
We do quick stop in with Colmina or head over to Dean Stroika?
Let me get 4 more wines, okay?
All right. Who do you want to have on the show next?
Let's do Culmina next. Okay. I have Sterling. So the last wine from Dark Horse Vineyard is called the Marine. Let's get back to Grand Band here. I've never talked that much of Grand Band, Ontario on Huron Lake that I've ever done in my life. I don't even have a clue where this freaking place is, and it feels like I spent the last 2 hours talking about that. But I was quite impressed with the last wine, though. The last wine, the Sterling Gate, that was quite something. So let's see here. The Marin, I don't know what that means either, but view that on the nose, not a tongue coming up.
I think it's a family member, the Marin Vineyard. I think it's a family member. I'm not sure.
Ooh, ooh. Nice concentration. Not a ton on the finish. I would give that 89 plus. But keeping in mind where it's from, I mean, it's pleasant. There's a really nice texture, nice weight. So yeah, there you go.
Now, where it's from, as in a cooler region? Is that what you mean? A cooler region?
Yeah, a cooler region. I mean, I didn't expect, to be honest, I had no expectation. I just didn't know that Grand Band is becoming a thing in the winemaking. I knew the owner is pretty cool. We had a great conversation. I don't know about the wine, but it's pleasant. I mean, and to do it estate grown, property grown, you need some balls. I mean, you need to be determined. You need to be, I respect that. And the wines are not disappointing. Karen Chapman's in the house.
All right. What do we have next here? We're going to...
I have Meninde Wine Company. This is another wine from the group of Collab. There are these virtual winemakers who are making wines at Marinescent under the expertise of Mark Pister, who owns Fogelar. So this group of super talented winemaker are just keep freaking doing some good stuff. So wine number 56 on the list is the from the Lincoln Lake Shore appellation, which I really, really like. Lincoln Lake Shore appellation, super close from the lake, fresh and bright. Like we know Lincoln Lake Shore from the Senchuk Vineyard at Leaning Post, Grimsby Hillside. So this is a really good region that I like. So Wismer, Foxcroft, Wismer, Wingfield. No, this is from the Cloudsley. So the next one, not right now. Because these two are 20 Mile Bend. So I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. That doesn't match up.
Woo.
Mm. Nice crunch. Crunchy. This is a crunchy pear. Bright acid. Nice definition again. Nice salinity on this one. How? And this sticks to it. Like this is still going and going and going. So I'm like, oh wow, 91 points here. I love that. Wait a minute. I'll have to come back. Hey, Tony, how's it going?
Going pretty good. Nice to see you.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
Great. Sorry, Jacob just arrived. I didn't see him for a long time. So Okay,
so then
91.
we're heading to Cloudsley Cellars, 20 Mile Bench. And then we're going to head into our interview with Marika at
Marike.
Marike.
Yeah. Okay, Cloudsley Cellar. So before that whole process of reaching out to 1 million people and receiving over 100 samples, I always heard about Cloudsley. When you talk to Thomas Batchelder, when you talk to Anne Sperling, these really influential people, Cloudsley Cellar always came back to the conversation. I have never had a sip of Cloudsley Cellar.
Ooh.
So this is going to be the first time. So this is a 20 Mile Bench. This is 100% Wismer fruit. So Wismer Foxcroft at 80% and Wismer Wingfield at 20%, which are two parcels, some of the most sought after parcels of Chardonnay on the 20 Mile Bench. So I can't wait to taste that. Very muted on the nose, though. I don't get a ton on the nose.
Maybe one of those that needs a little time to wake up and surprises you halfway through the evening.
Yeah. This is precise. It's restrained. It's grippy. It's citrus peel with a beautiful tropical frame. It's mineral. It's complex as shit. Like, it's really, really, really well done. This is really good. It keeps going and keeps going. Now we're hitting a spot in the tasting where I feel like everything is good. Like, there's no dud. This is a 92 points. This is a stunning price point for a Chardonnay. $37 including tax. Put that in perspective, Mira. This is a $33 on the shelf before the till hits you with a tax. So put that in mind. Keep that in mind. For a quality that high, it's very, very impressive. I would go 92 plus here. Okay. Yeah, it's very. We're not. If you blind taste me with that, I tell you $50 or more. That's my on the fly blind. To me, this is at least $50. 37? Are you kidding me?
That's
This is freaking cool. Like, hit me up, please.
Awesome.
Okay,
There you go, wine lovers,
Canadian Chardonnay lovers. Another great connection here. We are joined by Marika, the estate manager at Culmina Estate. How are you doing today? And thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me. I am doing very well, thank you. It's lovely to be on with you here today. And I love Chardonnay, so I'm happy to talk Chardonnay.
Oh, I mean, we're sharing the same passion because it's been a tremendous passion of mine for we're talking about 5 years now. Back in my international wine day, Burgundy was a love affair, but I also developed that love for Argentinian Chardonnay. I mean, I like a New Zealand Chardonnay, like from all over the world. And I've been pounding the tables for years and saying, here in Canada, we are one of the very top Chardonnay producer in the world. This is my true belief, and we have to prove here today with 80 Chardonnays from all over Canada open. And we're so grateful to have your Culmina Chardonnay, the Dilemma, in your lineup. Before we start talking about the wine, let's talk about the estate. And let's talk a little bit about the background of Culmina Estate, located here in the Okanagan Valley, in Oliver. Are you guys part of the Golden Mile appellation, the Golden Mile slope?
Yes. Yes, with a caveat. So yes, Colmena, our Rise Bench and Stands Bench vineyards are located in the Golden Mile Bench. Of course, the Golden Mile Bench is the first named sub-GI of the Okanagan Valley, and it was very, very specifically delineated. So we're talking about the Chardonnay, though, and Chardonnay is not from a Rise Bench or Stands Bench. It's from our Margaret's Bench vineyard. I know you've been here, Carl, so you probably recall that Margaret's Bench is 200 meters higher in elevation than our Rise Bench vineyard. So it is the highest vineyard in this part of the Okanagan, and because of its elevation, it is not technically part of the Golden Mile Bench. So,
It's just outside the sub-GI, eh?
Yes. I did have somebody suggest to me that I should apply for a separate sub-GI just for Margaret's Bench, just a single vineyard sub-GI. I haven't pursued that yet, but we'll see.
It would be quite something special. I know in Ontario, in Niagara, the Grimsby Hillside Vineyard are applying to have their own sub-GI. So, I mean, you won't be the first in Canada. Well, might be the first in Canada. But I have to say, when we have the privilege to drive down the valley, and when you get to Oliver, and this is that beautiful plain between the two mountains, and you see that one vineyard up there, and you drive, and you're like, oh, and more closer you get, they're like, oh, what? This is crazy. Just the scenery of that vineyard is beautiful just driving by. And that it is incredible.
Patch of green that's way higher than anything else. And everybody goes, well, how do you get up there? And it's death defying, the road that goes up to Margaret's Bench, but it's stunning. And it's a very special little spot. It's, you know that the Okanagan Valley, you drive 10, 20 kilometers in any direction, and it's almost like a different region, right? We've got all of these little pocket climates everywhere you go, and Margaret's Bench is its own little pocket climate up there.
How would you describe that up there? Obviously, okay, higher altitude, great wind airflow. But how would you describe the Margaret Bench on its own?
I mean, what you said, high climate, different airflow. Very different in terms of growing degree days than our main site here, Rise Bench. So, of course, I'm talking about all of these different vineyard sites to give the listeners, viewers, a little bit more idea. So Golden Mile Bench is located south of Oliver. It runs from Road Oliver. It's about, I would say, probably about 8 kilometers from north to south in terms of its length. It's on the west side of the valley, so distinctly different than the Black Sage side of the valley. We're getting morning sunlight here as opposed to afternoon sunlight. We do get afternoon sunlight as well, but we avoid that real intensity of heat in the afternoon. And we're on alluvial soils, so gravelly, silty soils that have been deposited by 4 creeks that come down the side of the valley here. So Margaret's Bench is still on alluvial soils, but it's a little bit different. Whereas our Rise Bench vineyard is southeast facing, Margaret's Bench is northeast facing. 200 meters higher in elevation. So that higher elevation combined with the northeast facing aspect makes it a lot cooler. So a Rise Bench, if you're looking at growing degree days, for people who don't know, growing degree days is kind of like a cumulative measurement that you take over the course of the season. It's like a snapshot of the amount of heat that you get. Our Rise
It's between April and the end of October, right? April 1st and the end of October.
Exactly that. Yeah. I mean, the growing degree days really only applies for days that your plants could potentially be growing and photosynthesizing and therefore ripening. So a Rise Bench, quite similar to what you would find in Bordeaux, whereas Margaret's Bench, that higher elevation site where our Chardonnay is planted, it's much more similar in terms of growing degree days to Dijon. So Burgundy.
Okay, Burgundy. Here you go.
So even though you can kind of see where it is right from our main vineyard site, from our tasting room, it's very close. It's only a few hundred meters away. Drastically different in terms of climate.
Yeah, definitely. And how about we talk a little bit about the background of Colmena? This was a very special project a while. It feels like it was a long time ago now. Man, time flies by. But like from that culmination of that very special project and where we're at now. So can we backtrack from Mr. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. For people who have been here before and for people who have never been here before, starting at the beginning, Culmina is a project that was founded by the Triggs family. So if you have ever been to a wine store in Canada, you've likely come across the name Triggs. Of course, Don Triggs and the Triggs family were pioneers in the Canadian wine industry, really, and very much visionaries as well. In addition to the wines that say Jackson Triggs, there's quite a lot more that Don Triggs was involved in. But essentially, Culmina was founded after Don was retired from that bigger part of his career. And really, it's very much meant to be a legacy project of the Triggs family. So really founded with the vision of being able to make an icon quality wine in British Columbia, specifically an icon quality Bordeaux red blend, hence our first vineyard site planted, where it was our largest vineyard site, our Rise Bench vineyard, which was all planted to Bordeaux reds. From there, of course, the Triggs also wanted to be able to produce a high quality white wine. Initially, they were looking further north, of course, between Oliver and Soyuz. It's pretty hot down here. If you want whites that have nice elegance, nice freshness and acidity, you need a cooler spot for that. So initially they were looking further north, anywhere from Naramata to West Kelowna. One day, Dawn and Elaine, I guess, went on a bit of a hike up the hill and realized that there was enough of a meadow there, that maybe they could just go up instead of going north, right? So that's essentially the story of the Margaret's Bench Vineyard. It was planted in 2011, planted to Riesling, Gruner Veltliner, and Chardonnay, all of which have definitely become big favorites among our audience here. First vintage was 2013. Our vision with winemaking is really to make classically styled wines. So typically all dry wines across our portfolio. We want our wines to be elegant, to be fresh, to be able to enjoy with food. Most of our people who come here, they see our food pairing suggestions and often go, wow, that makes me hungry. So we look for wines that are not, for our Chardonnay, for example, we don't want to be to the super, super heavy end of the spectrum or to the completely unoaked light end of the spectrum. We want it to have a little bit of weight, a little bit of creaminess, but still enough freshness and elegance that, it's not exhausting on the palate.
No, and I really, really fell in love. A couple of years ago, we had the Dilemma Chardonnay, and it really reconnected me with that very spot in Oliver. And I felt like, oh my God, this is so unique, and the complexity of that wine, who match, like you mentioned, the purity of Chardonnay, but also the weight, like with just a little bit of weight to make it serious, to make it complex and layered, was very astonishing to me. So it's really, really cool to have this wine in part of our tasting today. And what I wanted to talk to you about, it's about the potential of Chardonnay in the Okanagan. I mean, we know that the Margaret Bench is a very special site, but what I believe that we are from north to south, we have to be part of that short list of some of the best player in Chardonnay production in the world.
Absolutely. I think a big part of that, of course, we have some really interesting sites for Chardonnay, but we have maybe a greater diurnal variation than a lot of wine regions in the world have, right? Much as we get that nice warmth and heat through the day, we get these beautiful cool nights that really do help us preserve that freshness. So even a Chardonnay that's seeing a fair bit of oak is still going to have, nice minerality, nice elegance to it. It's not going to, get heavy and
flabby,
first world problem thing to say, but sometimes for me, I find I love Chardonnay, but I'll never order a Chardonnay off a restaurant wine list if I don't know it or if I haven't gotten some sort of advice on it, because I find that sort of old school over oak Chardonnay to be a little bit exhausting to drink. Like, oh, poor me, I'm exhausted by drinking Chardonnay. But I want some liveliness in my wine, right? And that also helps it pair with food as well. But that little bit of diurnal variation we have with the cooler nights really does help us keep some lively, a little bit of excitement in the wine.
Oh, and when you look across the valley, I mean, like from Lake Country, or to the East Kelowna slope, or you look at West Kelowna, coming here this side, we'll look at Summerland. There's stunning sites for Chardonnay. Now the Garnet Valley, the Naramata Bench, obviously, and all the Okanagan Falls. There's a minerality component in Okanagan Falls that you don't find anywhere else. And now we're going down south, and we see from the there's so many beautiful sites across the valley.
Yeah, and then of course the other thing we're talking about, I love Margaret's Bench because I love that minerality, but there's also hot sites. Chardonnay, of course, it's the winemaker's grape, right? You can grow it on a hot site, you can grow it on a cold site, you can do lots of oak, you can do no oak, you can do lots full mallow, you can do no mallow, somewhere in between. You've got all of these options with Chardonnay that we talk about when we don't talk about that with any other wine, really, right? You get those, there's still some, hotter sites of Chardonnay in the Okanagan that are more to the tropical end of the spectrum too. And it's very interesting. It's
That's
not
the winemaker
homogenous from north to south or from east to west in the Okanagan, right?
Absolutely. And that's the winemaker dream, right? The blank canvas and the winemaker, here you go. It's up to you. Go and have fun. There's so much thing you can do with that beautiful grape varietals. I mean, if I give you a ticket, okay, a one-way ticket to go somewhere in the world and make Chardonnay there for the rest of your life, there's only one place you're going to go. And don't tell me Burgundy, okay? I want to hear something different than Burgundy.
You're not allowed to say BC, right? Is that
okay. You're allowed to say Burgundy, but obviously you have to get out. You have to get out of BC.
Keep it interesting and spicy here. If we're going to say somewhere other than BC,
yeah,
we're going to go for Chardonnay. There is one special little pocket in the South Island of New Zealand. It's a little bit north of Christchurch. It's an area called Wairarapa. There's a vineyard there called Pyramid Valley that does stunning Chardonnays. Impossible to find. But if you do find it, you should definitely buy it.
That's funny because we just get off with Grant Stanley, winemaker at Spearhead.
Grant does gorgeous wines. I've met him a few times.
Grant has a large experience in New Zealand, so he's telling me New Zealand as well. That's where he's going to go if I give him a ticket there. So you guys will probably meet somewhere on the way.
I met Grant a couple of times when I was in New Zealand. I've tasted with him a few times. He's one of the best. Right?
Oh yeah, he's amazing.
World winemakers, he's one of the best. I'm saying Pyramid Valley. When I was in New Zealand for a while, I did a harvest with Pyramid Valley, and I've got emotion. There's sentiment there as well, you know. But between the two of them, they're making stunning wines. But New Zealand, it's another country where you get really, really, of course, everybody talks New Zealand Sauvignon Blanc from Marlborough, but that's just one little part. New Zealand is very, very, from north to south, they've got all of these different little pockets of growing that are, maybe Wairarapa or Central Otago.
Central Otago is absolutely fantastic. And when you talk Syrah from Central Otago, right? It's
Hawke's Bay, you get really interesting wines, and all over New Zealand, there's some really, really great stuff. But yeah, in terms of Chardonnay, mind you were talking Argentina, some of the Catina Zapata wines from.
Oh, that's what I said. I was talking with Anne Sperling and Peter Gamble last week, and I asked the question, and obviously that's why I banned Burgundy. Peter is like, I'm going to go to Merceau. I'm like, come on, give me something else. Yeah, and he said, well, where would you go? And I said, you know what? I would go probably try to find a track up the mountain to the Was the vineyard. But and you know, anyway, from Catena Zapata with the white bones or the Riverstone or the white bones.
Oh, or you know what? If we really want to throw a curveball in there, we could just go champagne, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly. Hey, if you don't drink Colmina Chardonnay at night, which other BC Chardonnay you'd like to drink?
Oh, you know what? I'd probably, you know, some of Justin Hull's wines down at Incomeep. He does a beautiful, beautiful Chardonnay. Or maybe Meyer would probably be my other choice there.
There you go. Well, these are great choices. They're all going to be part of the tasting.
Are you talking to Justin then?
Hey, if you're available, you're more than welcome to join us Saturday night. I mean, they're all going to be open. I'm kidding.
I might be able to jump on Saturday night. Yeah. I mean, for those who are watching this, it is currently.
Woohoo! That was fun talking with Marika and Colmina. Nice to see you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, Carl has like cloned himself.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Taste 112 Chardonnays in one sitting. You have a twin brother that does that too.
Hey, you know what? We're 59 in, so I'm like, okay, I need some company here. So we're going to Caledon. Okay, this is Black Market Wine Company, and I'm here with the owner, winemaker, Rob Hammersley.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thanks for joining me. What do you think so far?
I've managed to probably tap into a quarter of what's on that table.
There you go.
Some pretty awesome stuff.
It's pretty awesome stuff. Hey, let's talk about your first ever Chardonnay endeavor. How freaking exciting is that?
I'm no longer a virgin.
No. No?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, to be honest, I've been on your side for a couple of steps. We, after the harvest, we pressed. I've been following the evolution of that wine from tank to barrels, different stage of the barrels, and now it's finally in bottles, and it's pretty darn delicious.
Yeah, it's been I wouldn't say it's been a smooth year and a half. I guess a little over that now. It's kind of ebbed and flowed, I guess would be the nice way to describe it. I kind of stuck to my guns on how I wanted to make it, and very Burgundian in its style and its character and its technique. So that requires a bit of patience and a bit of I'm not sure the right word here, but
how many times did you say, I hate this wine?
More than once.
I know you did. But geez, at this stage now, I mean, you must be proud of it now.
I'm really happy with it. I'm glad I had the patience to see it through. I originally thought I would take out a barrel after a year, you know, be able to cycle those barrels again for the next vintage, but I'm glad I didn't do that. So this fruit comes from a vineyard in Caledon. We don't farm that vineyard for, well, the first two vintages that we're doing this from. So I didn't have a whole lot of say in terms of how it was grown or more importantly, when it was picked. So it came in probably a little less ripe than I would have harvested. And so I was really...
We said it would be great for sparkling.
Yeah, and it would have been. But look what happens with a bit
I know.
of time, a bit of love. Like, it's 12% alcohol, but full body, nice creaminess. It's that extra aging.
I mean, and to me, the highlight of that wine, to me, it's the mid palate.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that weight on the mid palate. After tasting a couple of speculation, like, holy crap now. Yeah. Like the concentration on the mid palate, then there's a precision right there. Yeah. And this is fantastic.
That's exactly what was missing last fall when we tasted it. I'm like, this isn't ready for bottle yet. So 6 more months in barrel, and we got the weight we were looking for. It's still fresh. It's not 100% mallow. Probably I'd say 3/4 of the way through mallow for the collective barrels. So still a bit of freshness to it, nice acidity, but nice weight and not too buttery.
Definitely not. That's what texture. Yes, great texture. Buttery, no, to my opinion.
Yep.
And energy. To me, there's a vibrancy and an energy in the mid palate who makes a big difference, and it's fantastic. I mean, now, where are you going in terms of version 2, version 3? Are you planning to make some modification? Because I mean, like vintage to vintage. I mean, like or from 2022. What's coming up next?
So we have so the first two vintages of 22 is now in bottle. 23 is still in barrel and will be until next spring. And those were sourced from Willow Vineyard in Kaleidon, which is just across the street from Lake Boat. I believe they have that vineyard now, actually. We are now farming our own block of Chardonnay. There likely won't be a 2024 Chardonnay. We don't have, well, I mean, I keep sticking my head in the sand here thinking things might be better tomorrow, but as it stands right now, we're likely not going to have much in the way of fruit for any varietal, let alone Chardonnay. But the plan is to continue the program with fruit that we grow ourselves, which gives me a lot more control over the most important part of the process. And we'll stick to our guns in terms of how we make it, which is always going to be barrel fermented, barrel aged, extended aging, little to no sulfur until for bottling.
Okay.
Wild mallow.
Okay, wild mallow. And when are we going to see wild ferment?
We might play. Well, once I start growing the fruit, I always say I don't do wild ferments on fruit I don't grow myself. It's just I don't have that certainty of everything, every input that's gone into that vineyard. So now that we're farming the chard, see some of that.
Yeah. That's exciting because that's the next level, right? That's the extra layer. And I mean, we've been traveling together. We've been tasting what they're doing across the country, and it seems like a routine thing for them. Like I was asking the other day, why it's much more rare here in the Okanagan to see the wild ferment compared to in Ontario. It feels like everyone is doing it, right? So it's a different culture in that sense. So I'm glad that you're thinking about it. So we're on the way. Hey, great job. Oh, right, 91 points.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
91 points. Black Market Chardonnay. I mean, I'm surprised. I was expecting something good, but not that good. I love the definition on the mid pass. I really love that. And I knew it's going to be vibrant and bright because tasting it from the very beginning, like we knew, like the bricks and all that, the technicality, but the mid palate, oh man, that's a beautiful way. So well done.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Go have fun now, and I'll drive you home after.
Thanks.
Black Market Wine Company from Caledon, BC. This is a 91 point. This is the first ever that Rob's making a Chardonnay. I am stunned. I am so impressed with the result of that wine. This is an absolute beauty. So let's move from Caledon, BC to the Foreman Creek appellation in Niagara-on-the-Lake from the Isel Vineyard, home vineyard at Ice Cellar. Gold medal, 92 points from Wine Align, from our friend Adnan Isel, from my very favorite 2019 vintage. So let's give it a try here to see what they have in store. I've always been a fan of what Adnan and Elif are doing at Ice Cellar. Big and bold wine. Adnan loves new oak, and he's not apologetic about that. He does it. And Sperling, Peter Gamble were involved for a long time with Adnan's winemaking. And I mean, the nose is just so expressive. Oh, I love that. Ice Cellar 2019. This is a 92 plus Carl's Wine Cup. There's spice on the finish. It's white pepper, almost like a little bit of chili pepper. There's a spiciness in there. This is fantastic. I mean, I knew it was going to be good. I love everything they do at Ice Cellar. I wish I had the little video that Mira took the other day. We received the sample with a little gift box in there and 12 little samples from everything he does in his new release. So super cool. Adnan, Elif, great job. Thank you. And your wine is amazing. 92 plus. Wine number 60. We're past half of it. And let's keep going. We're going back to the Okanagan in Oliver on the Golden Mile bench. This is Maverick 2022. Let's see what Maverick has in store. It's a $40 wine, including tax, so still in the mid-price bracket. We're not at the premium level at $50, but getting there. So let's see. Always been a fan of what Maverick are doing. So pair. Let's a pair now. I can feel the barrel. I can taste the barrel, but the barrel is not out of place. This is, to me, a 89 plus point. I mean, the Chardonnay, it's never disappointing. It's always bang on price. Maverick are so versatile in their portfolio. Everything they do it well. Every time, every year. Always great pleasure to taste their wine. So 89 plus, just on the verge of the 90 points. This is Maverick. Let's go from Maverick on the Golden Mile all the way down to Lillooet with Fort Barons. This is their gold, their white gold reserve. I believe that wine just won gold at Cascadia or the Northwest wine competition. Alessandro, the winemaker, is an absolute rock star down there. World Chardonnay Reserve from the outstanding 2022 vintage. Let's okay here. 370 cases made, 9 months. 9 months in barrel, 23% new, 20% second fill. So it's almost 60% of the barrels are neutral. So not too much on oak flavor, but a lot on texture. So let's see what they have to do, what they have to say. It's the Los Angeles International Wine Competition, actually. Best of class, 94 points. So this is very impressive result. Let's see here. Very impressive indeed. Very impressive. Oh! Superb concentration, very concentrated, compact, rich, precise, but crunchy as well. It's not big, heavy fruit. This wine is light on its feet. I mean, 92 plus points for Fort Barons. We're entering in a category here where a lot of wines. This is the sweet spot. I would say this is where most of the premium Chardonnay will be between that 38 to 55. That's where we have a big bulk of Chardonnay production here. So now moving on from Fort Barons back to the Golden Mile with Rust Wine Company. So from the Golden Mile, the winery, it's a single vineyard, Okanagan Falls, from the Lost Horn Vineyard, and Ryan DeWitt wines at Rust. Not sure. Let's see here what we have. It's the first ever Rust wild ferment. So starting to dab here with the wild ferment concept. A little bit of Slovenian oak here. 40% of the barrels are new. So, but not so much perception on the nose here for new barrels. I don't see that big oaky aromas. More citrusy to me. I would have expect more almond, a little bit more croissant. I don't get that on the nose. Much more on the palate though, but still fresh. I mean, I like that because it's bright acid, really crunchy, soft, but linear and direct. Not a crazy long finish, though. We have a 90 points at Wine Align, and you know what? I would totally agree with that 90 point. I mean, it's honest, it's well priced. That's nicely layered. So no complaint here. I mean, I'm totally in line with the Wine Align score here at 90 points for Ross. Love what Ryan DeWitt is doing, especially on the Syrah side. But consistency, I would say I see the Chardonnay is getting more and more, I would say more direct, more precise, less dominant on oak flavor. So I really like that. Really delicious, by the way. Very delicious here. Okay, so here, let's move on to the next flight here. Wine number 67. We're going to go to Kelowna with Mirabelle. So a small, tiny production here at Mirabelle. We're going to do Mirabelle. After that, we're going to come back. So we have a stretch here of BC wine. Let's start here. Mirabelle Vineyard. Only 100 cases made here from Kelowna. Let's see what we have here. Mirabelle. We took Mirabelle's wine, Pinot Noir, actually, to one of our super unique tasting, back vintage tasting that we did in Toronto at the Vintage Conservatory. So we had the 2015 vintage of Mirabelle down there, while also we were featuring Richard De Silva's wine, the Legato 2012 Merlot. So here at Mirabelle, oak is pretty obvious here on the nose. Also, lots of citrus. Very nice concentration. It's dense, it's concentrated, but very well supported with nice frame of acidity, beautiful oak profile. The oak is noticeable, but absolutely fit well with the whole personality of the wine. This one hasn't been released yet. I quite enjoy that, actually. I'm going to go with 91 points here. Very, very well done. It's fresh, but it's concentrated. So yeah, well done. So here, okay, so we're gonna stay here. We're gonna stay in Summerland now. See, it's Garnet Valley Ranch, the 2021 vintage from the Okanagan Crush Pad, a $41 including tax. So, like I mentioned earlier during this show, the Garnet Valley is becoming a hot spot for Chardonnay. Solvero had one of a fantastic Chardonnay from the 2022. Haywire also sourced wine out there, but this is the new project of the Okanagan Crush Pad. This is Garnet Valley Ranch. We have 21 and 22. So how about I do both side by side just to see what's the different vintage has to offer. Because very different vintage here in British Columbia in the Okanagan. 2021 was highlighted by the heat dome. We had extremely high temperature early, but at the end of June, so which is very early in the summer. We don't usually get that. We had at least like a week and a half of 37 and above. It was crazy hot, like 4 days of 40 degrees and over. So it really changed the whole growing season, and also the wine profile completely changed. 2022 hot vintage, but across the board, like I mean, started like a very, very long growing season. It's 23 was really hot. 22 was very well balanced and very well suited for white wine. Sorry, so I misspoke here. So okay, let's start with 21. Definitely more citrus on the nose with the 2022. How about I bring JD? Is John? Do you want to come and talk about the wine, or you want to stay in the shadow of the camera? There you go. There you go. Because I have someone from the Okanagan Crust Pad here. So how about I'm tasting here. Hey, John Daniel.
Hi, everyone.
Thanks for joining us.
Hey.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here. So we have the two vintage of the Garnet Valley here. Okay, 21 versus 22. On the nose, it's quite of a difference. I mean, much more citrus on the 22. Obviously, two very different growing seasons, right? Very much so. Tell us a little bit more, but because it's a new project at Garnet Valley, and you guys are very, very proud of that new project. So tell us a bit more.
We are, yeah. It's a beautiful property. It's a beautiful vineyard site. Really nice, high elevation. Great diurnal shift. So we're getting really hot days, really cool nights. So a lot of wonderful sugar ripeness, a lot of wonderful phenolic ripeness as well. What we like about that site and about these wines is that we can really let the vineyard, we can really let the grapes do all of the talking. We put all of our effort into growing the highest quality grapes that we can. And then once we bring it into the vineyard, into the winery, there's not a whole lot that we have to do other than shepherd it into what it wants to become. So very low intervention style of winemaking. It's all native yeast fermentation, and it's all fermented in concrete.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So a little bit like the Haywire project, concrete.
Very much so.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, so our goal is to express the terroir. It's to express the varietal. And what we love about concrete is that we can get all of that beautiful oxygen transference the same way you get with oak. But we don't get any of those sort of big oaky flavors that can sometimes mask the terroir characters.
I mean, I'm surprised at the 21. I mean, I didn't like really rich, super soft and tropical. I quite enjoyed that profile. I mean, I give it a 91 plus point. Our friend Tim Posse at the Higher Belly gave it a 92. So I'm right around the same score here. So now more and more, it's becoming a hot spot for Chardonnay in Garnet Valley. Like Solvero are doing fantastic stuff out there. I mean, this is, I can see that in the next 10 years, this could be one of the Central Okanagan, like top-notch spot for Chardonnay.
I think you're completely right. I mean, we're in such good company when it comes to Solvero and the wines that they're making out there. I really think, as you say, in the next decade or so, Garnet Valley will be, for lack of a better term, true Okanagan. It's going to be some of the highest quality grapes coming out of that space, and some of the best winemakers in the area are going to be very excited to work with that space.
I mean, yeah, then 22 is much more precise.
Yes.
Much more directional. Brighter acid,
more linear.
Exactly. Like more energetic, right? Like different. Like it's playing with the strength of the vintage.
Very much.
I mean, right? It's not a recipe. We make our wine this way, and if it's going to be, it's going to be. Now, Mother Nature dictate the whole thing and let it go.
And that's exactly it. And that's always how Matt's made his wines. You know, we have a less is more philosophy to our approach.
Yeah.
And we really let Mother Nature tell us what the season's going to be like. You know, we don't start out in April, May saying this is the wine we're going to make. We don't decide that until the grapes come into the winery. And I think that's the beauty of this project, is that every single year you're going to get a very pure expression of terroir, but it's always going to be unique. It's always going to be something different. It's really going to be a time capsule of Garnet Valley in a certain year.
Yeah, that is fantastic.
Yeah.
Hey, there's I think you have at least another 80 wine to taste, so I'll let you and enjoy. Is there anything that really jumped out the face for you right now?
Well, you know, I gotta say, with my history in Ontario, I'm really loving some of those Ontario wines.
Isn't it? Like, it's like going back home.
That's exactly
for an evening.
The Rose Hall Run showing brilliantly. I love the stuff that Cloudsley does. Some really, really gorgeous wines.
This is my first time ever tasting Cloudsley.
Amazing. No, I'm just kidding. We got to dive into that portfolio, because everything they do is incredible. They've got such a wonderful team as well.
I mean, when you look at it, like, okay, Wismar Foxcroft, Wismar Greenfield, this, like, it's mixed. I'm like, okay, that can't be, nothing can go wrong, right? And I know that Peter Gamble dabbled a little bit with their, like, that should be pretty darn good. He tasted it, I was like, holy crap, that's good. So, holy shit. So, I'll let you enjoy because there's a bunch of great people out there. Thanks for joining me.
Hey,
Appreciate
my
it.
pleasure, Carl.
Thanks a
I'm gonna
million.
take a little sparkling break and then back.
There you go. And so that can go up there, here, throw that in there, and let's go from the Garnet Valley to the east slope, Kelowna. Hope I didn't butcher that here with Spearhead. No, it's still VQE Okanagan. I thought it might be because I know why, because the vineyards from Naramata Bend fruit. So we have the Duncan vineyard here with Spearhead, where they start really dabbing into single vineyard, and that's much more coming. I was talking with Grant Stanley, who was saying that, yeah, exactly. Oh, Mira, you're back with me. There you go.
Yeah.
How are you doing out there?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. How's your palate? You're 70 out of 112 Chardonnays right now.
No, palate's doing well. I have absolutely no issue. It's just I'm getting a little cold, but whoops.
Okay. So why don't we jump into an interview with Anne and Peter Gamble
How
and
about
Sperling.
you let me do 5 more, okay? Let me go through 75, and at 75, I'm getting another break, okay?
Sounds great. Sounds great. Which one are you on?
Spearhead.
Okay.
Okay, Spearhead. So I'm gonna go all the way to Poplar Grove Reserve, and after Poplar Grove Reserve, I'm gonna step out for 20 minutes.
And we'll do the interview with Anne and Peter Gamble, Anne Sperling and Peter Gamble.
That sounds absolutely good. Thank you so much. So, what did you taste lately? What's the last one you had, Mira?
Oh, I don't ask me. I don't know.
Huh?
I still have some kind of something from earlier here. The other glasses are empty.
Okay, I'm gonna send Jacob over there. Jacob, can you go see Mira, please? And bring her some. Ask John Daniel. John Daniel, can you send Mira 2 or 3 of the best that you've tasted so far? Jacob, thank you. Jacob is on his way to you, Mira. Man, that we're well surrounded today. Like now, the place is, the patio is packed with great guests. It's really exciting. So now we're having Spearhead. So Spearhead, one of the household name in Kelowna. Now working with fruits from the Naramata bench. Great nose, very pure, really clean, very, very defined on the nose. Pear, citrus, jasmine, a little bit of lemon meringue as well. Mm. Mm.
Oh, hey.
Super concentrated. Holy geez, this is good. Yeah, concentrated, powerful. I'm seeing here a little higher alcohol. It shows in the weight. There's much more weight on the mid palate, but the alcohol doesn't get out of whack. There's still a very, very nice definition. It's not hot. It's pretty. Sometimes it's kind of worrisome to see 14.2% alcohol on the Chardonnay, but no, it doesn't show. It doesn't feel hot. So, Jan, you have to taste this. This is very well made. Yeah, Spearhead. So I'm giving this Spearhead a 91 points. I quite enjoyed that. Let's move from Spearhead to Tantalus here. My first try to David Patterson's wine. This is the 2022. This is it's the East Kelowna Slope sub-appellation. 11 months in neutral French oak. Very citrus-like. 30% new oak. Oh, I love the nose. Very elegant on the nose. $42 tax in. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mm. Mm. You know what? This has a noticeable complexity, noticeable length. Oh, I like that. I very, very much like that. I mean, that might be one of my highest rated BCs to date so far. I'm just looking at where is the alcohol level here. 13.7. Yeah, very well managed. I mean, it's a little higher than my perf. I like the 12, between 12 and 12.8. But I mean, the acid is super bright. Yeah, like it's zingy, but it's well rounded. There's great concentration, very, very concentrated. This is a 92 plus point Tantalus 2022. Very, very, very well made. Wow. Okay, $45 all in here. This is Creekside. Creekside Undercurrent Wilding Chardonnay. It's Niagara on the Lake appellation. So yeah, let's see here. 12.5% alcohol. Oh, okay, lime, super limey on the nose. Very, very lime profile. So fermented and aged in French oak for 12 months. Lots of lees stirring. Yeah, more leases on the nose. Absolutely, I can see here. Zingy, linear, lime on the nose, lime on the palate. After tasting, Spearhead and Tantalus with great concentration, great power. It feels much more, I would say, it's not as impressive. It's not as surprising. I mean, it's a little softer. It's a little bit of a, okay, not so much. So I'm at 89 points here. I really need to open some of these. So now, Mira, I think we'll have to jump in. I have nothing open so far. I need to pop the cork now. We're getting into the selection where it's all cork and wok.
Do you have Cantor Cellars nearby?
Hi?
Do you have Cantor Cellars nearby?
Cantor? Yes, Cantor is coming in, well, right now, but it's not open. So, okay, but yeah, it's open now. It's open now, so I can do it.
Okay,
there you
let's
go.
do it, and then let's jump into the interview.
I love the size of the bottle. It's a big kick-ass bottle. I've never tasted Cantor before. It's the very first time. We have the 2022. So Cantor is located at the Wine Village. So not sure how much, how many cases a year you guys are doing at Cantor? Quite small, so we're talking like under 2,000 cases probably. Yeah. Okay, so let's dive in there because we have one of the rock star staff at Cantor here right in front of me. Karen Chapman is in the house.
Woo!
Okay. Great nose. I love it. It's with the floral aspect on the nose. Definitely, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Pear is also the dominant aroma on the nose. A little bit of peach. What I can see, like I get that custard, that lemon custard, like all the way at the back. Mm. Mm-hmm.
That means Carl's pleasantly surprised.
Pleasantly surprised and spicy. Long finish, really spicy. Ginger, white pepper, but lingers for a long time. Good weight on the mid palate. Like very distinctive layers of citrus, orchard. I get some yellow apple, maybe a little bit of apple crumbles as well. So maybe from the barrel here. Very complex. I mean, this is very interesting. The alcohol is well managed. I feel the oak, I taste the oak, but there's nothing wonky about it. It's all very well integrated. I mean, in terms of price point, it's under $40 before tax, so $45. You're getting into the premium category, but you're absolutely delivering a premium texture. So, we're talking about premium, you and me back and forth all the time, right? And if you don't get any texture, I don't buy into super premium without texture. I'm out of that game. But this wine has that texture, has the layers, and has the complexity. So I don't know who's the winemaker, but it definitely provided everything. Hey?
Excellent.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. So 90.
Peter Gamble.
You know what?
Peter Gamble. We're going to jump into that interview. It's awesome to have tasted that new wine. It's great to see you so excited, Carl. Cheers, guys.
91 points.
Nice.
91 points.
Cheers.
I am super pleased. Go World Chardonnay Day, and who's better to be with us and talking Chardonnay than Anne Sperling and Peter Gamble, the powerhouse duo from back east. So, Anne, Peter, good day. How are you doing?
Wonderfully, thanks, Carl. Yourself?
I am doing. Listen, to me, it's like Christmas. There's no better day. Well, I have to tell my business partner and my wife that Mother's Day and her birthday, it's a better day than today. But between you and me, it might be World Chardonnay Day, the best day of the year, to be honest with you. We're thrilled. Listen, 70 Chardonnay open here from coast to coast. Nova Scotia, already all the way to Vancouver Island. It's special because, to my opinion, and I want to have yours after, Chardonnay, it's probably the best grape varietals that we have growing here in Canada. And I've been pounding the table for that for years now. But what do you think on that statement?
Well, I'm going to throw the gauntlet down and say that even though Chardonnay, and there's been some good Chardonnays produced across Canada in, all the known regions and the lesser regions. But I'm going to throw the gauntlet down and say that Niagara is the best producer of Chardonnay in Canada.
And that's from British Columbian, Carl.
Yeah. I have that conversation with multiple BC producer, and I mean, it's unbelievable the quality of Chardonnay that we have in the country. I mean, what they're doing right now in Nova Scotia. And I know, Peter, you guys were involved with Benjamin Bridge at the very beginning. You've been involved with other winery out there. Let's start with Nova Scotia. What really attracted you to that Nova Scotia terroir when you went there first?
It's a really cool climate, Carl. So it's absolutely glorious for sparkling wine. And I mean, that was the initial incentive, certainly with Benjamin Bridge, was to move forward with the sparklings. The climate is warm. It's been 20 years since we commenced that project. The climate's definitively a little bit warmer within the context of that. And we've seen it grow to be able to specialize now in still Chardonnay as well. So it's delightful. And maybe it's, a little closer along the lines, for example, if you use the French paradigms of Chablis, and the Côte de Blanc, or any of the regions, in central Burgundy, the Côte d'Or. And so, I mean, it's lovely. It makes absolutely gorgeous wines. And I love the Chardonnays that are coming out of there as well.
It's funny because talking with Brian Schmidt the other day, and I often ask that to winemakers, say, hey, if you weren't making wine in Ontario, if there any other place in the world, where would you make wine, Brian? He said, without any hesitation, he said, Nova Scotia. And then my jaw dropped, right? And I'm like just expecting something like maybe Italy, I don't know, Argentina. I said, no, Nova Scotia. I was like, that was not expected.
Yeah,
So yeah, no, definitely a very attractive terroir for sure, eh?
Definitely a fun place to make wine. I mean, also a really great and really dynamic region in terms of a lot of young winemakers doing a lot of really interesting things and making headway. So very, very positive out there for sure.
Absolutely. The Title B appellation is just something so unique, and there's a flavor profile in there that it's always excite me. The salinity of these wines are something really unique and special. It's okay. Let's move on to the Niagara side. And I mean, from east to west, I mean, from the Grimsby Hillside Vineyard all the way to Niagara River. I mean, like the difference in sub-appellation and terroir is so different from that. So when you approach a new client, when you approach a new project or whatever it is, how do you dissect all of this complexity between one side to another? Because you don't play with the wines or with the grapes the same way if you're in the eastern part of Niagara compared to the western part.
Yeah, so certainly the aspect is playing a role, and that's probably the biggest role. And then secondarily would be the proximity to the lake and how that affects, when the cool is there and when the warm conditions impact the vineyards. And so, so there's definitely those differences. And, we have a lot of good soils that Chardonnay loves. And so I think that really, it's looking at those individual properties, bringing out that, in the winemaking. And, what's really great about Chardonnay and why I think Niagara, kind of tops it out is that there's a good balance between what the appellation brings, what the terroir brings to each individual wine, and the winemaker's, signature on it. So, you can do both, but you still get that Niagara expression. You still get that regional flavor profile. And, but you can, whether you use oak or no oak or how much lees or how much new wood, there's still an important role for the winemaker to play.
And tell me, we're talking about terroir. We're talking about one of the key components of terroir. It's the soil composition. When you guys assess different vineyard site, what are you looking with Chardonnay in mind? Obviously, World Chardonnay, let's focus our attention on Chardonnay. But if you're looking for a Chardonnay site, what is in your mind first? What do you need to find from that very piece of land?
I think we look at every individual piece of land, Carl, and then assess what are the advantages of it as it relates to it. So if, for example, we're not excited about it from a Chardonnay point of view, that we think it's a better property for Cabernet Franc or a better property for Pinot Noir, for whatever the reasons might be, then we'll go that direction. I mean, it's one of the advantages of working only at the top end is we're aiming to make the best quality wine. So if we feel the land's best for asparagus, I mean, we're not there, When we're looking at Chardonnay, one of the great things is a recent one, and Carl, you've been there, you and Mira have popped in, and at Dobbin, we found absolutely fabulous numbers for calcium carbonate. We've never seen levels like that before on a property. All the pits that were dug show us tremendous calcium carbonate counts, all the way, from the bottom of our feet in 3 meter pits right to the soil. And so really tremendous volume. That's really, really important within the context of classically styled Chardonnay. It's one of the most important factors in the determination of the Grand Cru vineyards in Burgundy and of the Grand Cru villages in Champagne as well. So really important for certain styles of Chardonnay. So that for us was an absolute no-brainer in terms of pursuing Chardonnay in a big way there.
Yeah, that's such a great point. And that brings me to talk Niagara on the Lake versus Niagara Escarpment. I mean, you guys work on both sides, and I'm not saying it's funny because some people will kind of say, well, first directly focus their attention to the escarpment, but I have seen some tremendous Chardonnay coming out of Niagara on the Lake. I mean, my love for the Stonebridge project, but I get also the Scott Kirby's project with Kirby Vineyard and all of that. I mean, just tremendous. So what's the biggest difference between NOTL and the escarpment in terms of the soil composition?
So
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Well, in soils, I would say that the escarpment is more uniform in terms of the clay component and the slow draining properties of the soils, and certainly the mineral component. And of course, you can't ignore the fact that it's a north facing slope, so indirect sunlight. So I know that's not specifically soil, but certainly terroir. Whereas in Niagara-on-the-Lake, you've got it's a big area. And so you have everything from the same, fine mineralogical clays all the way through to sandier soils. So, there's much more variability, but you also have, I'll say the benefit of it being flat, and which seems kind of strange, but what that means is that you're getting a little more direct sunlight. You're getting the soils and the climate warming up a bit faster for the most part, unless you're right on the lakeshore. And so the vines have, that sunnier quality in Niagara-on-the-Lake.
All of that can translate to power too. So when we look, for example, at the projects with what we've done at Stonebridge, what we've done at On 7, Stratus before that, those properties afford you the ability to do a little bit more power in the wine. So when we look at elegance and sort of pristine stylistic linearity within the concept of the bench, of the north facing slopes and the leaner profiles, leaner soils, we look at richer soils, greater power, a little more sunshine because of the flats and because of the heat units, and the removal from the lake. You're a little further out into the, away from the lake and from the moderation of the lake. And so we're able to take those properties and think Meursault rather than thinking, Chablis or, one of the more delicate villages in the Côte de Beaune. And so there we'll often go for power. Translate a property that's capable of doing 6 or 7 or 8 tons an acre of grape down to 2 or 3 tons an acre, get that concentration in the grapes, that incredible amount of power and extra weight. So
that's the weight. That's the point I was thinking. Like that, the quality. I'm thinking like the weight is very, very different. Absolutely. And so now we have Niagara-on-the-Lake. We have escarpment. I would like to focus for the next couple minutes on Dobbins, because we had the privilege, Mira and I, to stop by last time we were there. We had a beautiful experience up at the tower with the tasting, tremendous food, great conversation. I have this right here. And this is an exciting project just for the site. And what can we expect from the Dobbin lineup at the moment, especially from the 19 vintage, who we have here. But I also know that 2020 is in the queue. And after that, you guys are up and running. We have new planting on the property. So how's the Dobbin project going on for you guys?
Well, really what we love about doing the Chardonnay on Dobbin, the whole project is exciting. And, Peter mentioned about the amazing calcium carbonate numbers in the soil, which is so unique to the region. And, but what we're really, digging into is being able to work at every level. So, with the vineyard, we've got, a block of old vines with kind of traditional spacing. We've got, 3 blocks of young vines of Chardonnay, all different clones, some clones that, aren't typically grown in the region with tight spacing. We're working organically. So, all of these things are in the vineyard, just total details. But then, harvest dates, different pick dates per the blocks, handling the fruit, individually according to those blocks, and then, wild ferments, and then really getting into the winemaking and blending side of it.
Dobbin is a really very, very special place. And the wines are also very, very special. When we talk about airflow, because that's a terminology that I'm hearing more and more from people like you guys, that when we talk about the experience of the area, looking for airflow, the great airflow, it's something that comes up in my conversation. Can you elaborate a little bit more about what you're looking into? And I truly believe now it's a concept which is part of the terroir as well, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's really important from a whole bunch of fundamental reasons. The one of them is rot. I mean, it's not a great conversation to have, but one of the concerns, especially with Chardonnay and Pinot Noir, is they both tend to be rot prone anywhere in the globe. And so airflow is really important through the vineyards and in terms of being able to keep them clean, keep them rot free. That airflow is important. Stagnant and particularly stagnant humid air is the kind of thing that can really cause growth of various molds and diseases. And so it's really important within the context of Chardonnay and Pinot Noir to keep the grapes perfectly clean, because it allows you then to stay as late as you need to stay in terms of the harvest and not have to harvest because you're worried about disease developing or molds or botrytis or whatever the case may be. So that airflow is fundamentally at the very first level important for that. It's also important in terms of dappled light, movement of the leaves around in order to allow the sunshine to go in a lighter way on the grape varieties, so you're not developing too much tannins in the skins and running into issues with that. So important on a number of fronts.
And so in BC, we as you know, Anne, we're worried about wildfire and smoke and the rot, and the air is more about like a Ontario problem. We don't have that here in the Okanagan as much. Now, pressure disease is a little something that we see more and more, but it's a different conversation. Where I'm going with that is I want to know, and you've been working on both sides for decades. What's the fundamental difference between making Chardonnay in the Okanagan specifically versus making Chardonnay in Niagara?
Well, I guess, a big part of it, you pointed out, is the climate and, the arid climate and particularly the Okanagan. But it's really and it's also the northerly latitude. So even if you're, down around the border, the 49th parallel, you're still farther north than the whole of the, Niagara region. So when we're comparing it, that sunlight, the intensity of the sunlight is much stronger. So, having, Peter mentioned dappled light, having leaves to kind of work with to not just shade the fruit, but to, not have as strong an impact from the sunlight. So it's, phenolics and those kind of things can dominate, especially if you're in one of those, really hot places in the Okanagan. So I think, that's a big part of it. So how when you harvest, how you handle the fruit, and then, how you manage the wine in barrels all plays a role in that. And I find that the acidity is more powerful in the Okanagan. So even if the numbers might be lower, it's kind of making the structure of the wine. Whereas in Niagara, the acidity is part of the structure along with minerality. So you can make a wine that has the presence of minerality on the palate, but the acidity actually gives the wine some breadth as opposed to just being linear.
Can we attribute that fact and to the colder night here in the Okanagan, the more desertic climate and a little bit more humidity, a little bit more warmer in Niagara? Is it one of the factors that we can attribute that higher acidity feeling, at least the diurnal shift?
Yeah, I think so. And just like the composition of the acids too, right? So,
okay.
And, Niagara, we talked about the humidity, but we also end up with warmer nights. So overall, like pretty high heat units, but not the same, sort of intensity during the day, just probably warmer nights to get to those same numbers.
And Okanagan Fall, Niagara, Okanagan Fall, Narromata Bench, East Kelowna Slope, or West Kelowna for a small little acreage of vineyard of Chardonnay.
Yeah,
not that I'm looking right now, but
I have to say I'm partial to the more northerly east side of the lake. So
I knew you would answer that. I knew it. One more thing, and I had that conversation with the winemaker here yesterday, who I took him with me for three times now in Ontario. and he's a big fan of Chardonnay, and he's trying to develop his own Chardonnay program in Caledon, and we had that conversation about wild ferment versus just the yeast strain here, but the yeast strain. And yeah, he was asking me why, when we go to Ontario, it seems like a no-brainer that pretty much everyone are doing wild fermented. And if you were asking the question out there, they're looking at you like, oh, yeah, of course we're doing wild ferment. And here in BC, it's still a concept that not a lot of producers are using. And we're curious about that. How is it something? Is just because, I don't know, is there a reason? Is it more is the condition or more or better in Ontario to do wild ferment than in BC? And I don't see why, but do you have an answer for that, or it's just?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, we encountered that when we were, fermenting our Malbec in Argentina with wild yeast, is that there's a lot of perception out there that it's taking on a big risk. But I think rather than, at least from my perspective, I look at it as there's a yeast population there, but I have to look after it. I have to grow it up and, and kind of consider the ideal conditions for that yeast to work. And so, that's what I'm thinking about as I'm processing the grapes and, cold settling and those kind of things. It's like, hey, I gotta respect the wild yeast that's there so it can work. And so I think, it's just doing it for, a few years and getting the confidence and then away you go.
Yeah, it's something it seems strange to me that one side of the anyway. So I'm not gonna get to that rabbit hole too long. I want to have a fun question here. If we take Montrachet out of the equation, okay, because who doesn't want to go to Montrachet and drink Pata or Chevalier Montrachet? I mean, this. Let's take that Montrachet out of the equation. Where would be the first place you would like to choose a Chardonnay from, just to consume, not to make it, just to pop a bottle anywhere in the world?
Whoa, that's a very difficult question. I'm going to say something contentious as it relates to that. And I'm a big fan of winemakers. I think winemakers can make a huge difference. So I almost often prefer to rather than aim at a terroir, to aim at a specific winemaker. So if I were answering it from a terroir point of view and you've taken Montrachet off the table, I'd probably say Meursault, and I'd probably say Rouleau as a winemaker, And
there you go.
It's really all Meursault, but again, I think the winemakers play a great role. So I like a combination of terroir and winemaking, and that's where I'd go.
And what would be your choice?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, I get to taste a lot of wines, but and age is a big part of it. But I'm more and more tending towards. Well, I mean, actually, I was thinking about still wine because it's Chardonnay day. I mean, I'd go for sparkling Blanc de Blanc kind of any time. But thinking about still wines, I'm moving, and Peter might be surprised to hear this, but I'm moving more towards Chablis, but at about 6 years of age in the bottle, right?
At least.
Yeah.
I sure do like that option. And to me, just for our listener, I might surprise a lot. I do love the Meursault. It's been one of my first love, but I might go with Adriana Vineyard. Maybe a Riverstone or a White Bone from Catena Zapata. I mean, at that price point, I know there used to be $65, but at $150, it's hard to find that quality in Meursault for that. I mean, I love the minerality of what they do at Adriana Vineyard. So that might be my choice here. So
I'd be happy to have a glass with you for sure on that one.
Absolutely. Just to recap here before I let you go, guys, okay? We have in the lineup today Southbrook, Kirby Estate, Ice Cellar, Clousley Vineyard, Stonebridge, Lely, Benjamin Bridge, Dobbins Estates. All estates that you guys have your thumbprint, maybe not necessarily on that very specific wine, but on the philosophy on how they make their wine. So this is quite of an achievement, Anne and Peter. It's astonishing. So thank you so very much for joining me. I mean, it's great to talk Chardonnay. It's great to talk wine with you guys. And we're grateful to have you to share your knowledge with all of us today.
Our pleasure, Carl. We're disappointed that we can't be out there to share 70 Chardonnay. That's my to your great work and reputation. So fabulous. Enjoy the day.
Thank you very much. And you guys have a great time. We'll chat very soon.
Okay.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Take care.
Oh, we're back.
Oh boy, you just need to remove that. Okay, sorry about that.
No, that's all good. I mean, like, there's like a million people here tasting Chardonnays with us. So thank you for interacting with the guests. Well, during Peter and Anne's interview, I went and tasted a few more. Okay, so let's
So is this like legit Carl Boucher rapid fire tasting notes? Because we thought this was not possible. So let's see if it is. Let's see.
Can't really hear you right now. Maybe my volume. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah. So let's see your rapid fire tasting notes.
Okay.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
There you go. Oh, there you go. So rapid fire Mount Boucherie here, the original vine series with their vineyard in Okanagan Falls, 90 points. Black Hills, the 2021. Russ Wise has totally took the Chardonnay program to the next level. Chardonnay was never the big thing, to my opinion, at Black Hills. This is very good. 91 points here for the 2021. Moving on to Poplar Grove, their reserve Chardonnay, which is exclusive to their wine club members. I give this wine a 90 plus. It's big, it's bold, it's rich. It's very delicious. More on the oak side, more on the New World side, but very, very delicious. Roche, the Vig from Roche. It's really, really good. 91 plus. It's a little bit more restrained, more precise, more definition. It's really fantastic. And I have a rock star here. Blue Mountain Estate wine, yeah, from Okanagan Falls. Mira, this is really delicious. 92 plus. It might be my top BC so far. It's soft. It's creamy. They haven't made wines in a long time because of the 2021 was the smoke. So this is really, really good. Every sip, I enjoyed that very, very much. So this is from the last flight. Now I'm moving forward with the 2018 De Silva Vineyard, the Blenheim Hill and Lazy Dog Vineyard 2018.
Okay, this is a library wine, right?
It's a library wine at the Silva right now. It's like $46, including stacks. Only 192 cases made. Stainless steel ferment, barrel aged. I'm a big fan of the Lazy Dog Vineyard in Penticton, right around the corner here between Summerland and Naramata Bench. So let's give it a try. I have the man right here who made the wine. So come on here. I have Richard De Silva here. He tries to hide. How can you hide when you're 6'22"? 2018. 2018, my friend. Yeah. I stole that from your library. Cheers.
I'm going to have a chat off camera later about that.
That's Mira. She said, go steal a 2018 from De Silva. I mean, ground itself, I need it's priming right now.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well, I haven't tried this wine honestly for probably a couple of years now. So that's amazing.
Yeah.
It's the vineyard has been, yeah, it's been a staple for us. We had basically it's just under an acre.
it's small.
About an acre, 1.1 acres. So it's quite small, and so yeah, it's a special piece of dirt.
92 points. I mean, and the other half of that juice, it's the Blenheim Hill. It's your home vineyard, right? Where your house is.
It's creamy too.
It's creamy and soft. So that to me, it's priming. It's in its prime window of drinkability right now. Really, really good. I give it a 92. I mean, I'm super impressed with that. I want to make sure that we show the bottle here. There you go. And
yeah, I'm always always been surprised when I try some of my back vintage wines like that at how well they do age. And it just gets a bit more faintness, gets a little bit more minerality.
yeah, the minerality is pumping out. That's it. Almost like graphite style, right? So fantastic. It's getting noisy back here. I think people are getting a little bit. They're warming up, eh? They're warming up.
Yeah. So Carl, we can hear you fine, but if Richard's gonna stay, we gotta
Yeah.
get him.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Cheers. Cheers. Okay, so Maureen Estates. So we're moving on from 92 points, the 2018 De Silva, an absolute rock star here. Fantastic. Maureen 2022 here, whole cluster press. French barrel, 1 new, and the rest on the neutral oak. So 1 new barrel remaining in neutral. There's a nice color. 108. Seems pretty directional here. Round and
Carl's
fruity.
with the interpretive
Round and
dance.
fruity. I mean, it's surprising because there's 14% alcohol, right? So I'm always, but it's not hot. It's a bolster. It's big. It's bold. It's 90 plus points. Okay, it's very delicious though. $46. It's not cheap, but definitely delivers. It's probably it's not probably. It's definitely the best Chardonnay that I have from Maureen. I mean, I've tasted different vintage. This is my favorite so far from Maureen. Fruit, the barrel doesn't stand out. That was my complaint before. I think Amber Pratt has taken that program by the horn, and she's really putting her stamp on the program at Maureen now. Let's go to Upper Bench. So it's our third wine from the Naramata Bench, back to back. This is the tank sample from Upper Bench. Okay, from the 2022 Estate Vineyard. There earlier, the entry-level Chardonnay from Upper Bench was fairly impressive for the price point. It was easygoing, bright. I enjoyed that. And now we're going to taste their Estate Chardonnay, which I expect much more linear, much more precision.
Is this the bottle that has no label yet? Because it's a pre-release.
It is.
That's
It's a
pretty
tank
fun.
sample, actually.
Woohoo!
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Minerality, spice, long finish. Oh, this is good. This is really good. Really, really good. 92 points. The bench is making some of the best Chardonnay in BC, no doubt about that. We see the three expression completely different, but really bang on. And this one, I mean, with Richard, the one at the church is like priming, right? This is a tank sample. This is linear. This is directional. This is really impressive. Let's go from Upper Bench back to Tawes. Tawes had a stunner earlier today. Now this is the Robbins block. Here, I believe it's on the 20-mile bench. So let's see, number 81, what we got here. Yeah, this is precision. Like again, like you can see the edges are very well defined with citrus peel, and that's that classic Niagara minerality. That caramel coming up with that wild ferment, like very, very defined Niagara 20-mile bench style. A little bit of a lack of concentration in the mid palate though. And guess what? I believe that's the effect of the 2021 vintage. The previous one was from 2020. Yeah, this is good, but not exceptional. I enjoy it, but I know that there's better out there. So let's go 90 plus here. Let's move on with Trail Estate. It's brand new for you and me. Trail Estate from Prince Edward County.
I know the winemaker.
Oh, so this is more natural wine style. A little bit funky on the nose. Very lime, very like a little bit of lees.
No, he's still in
super directional, super direct. Yeah, 93 points from Wine Align, 92 points from Rick Van Sickle. To me, it's a little geeky, it's a little funky to me. I don't get that high. I'm going to 90. I'm not going to 93. I'm not at that level, but I mean, we all have different opinions, and maybe have maybe had the wine in a different state. It's good. I will ask the crowd here. Hey, Richard, I want you to try that. Tell me what you think. Thank you. There you go. Let's go to the Reserve, Mirabelle Reserve 2021, all the way back to Kelowna here. This is from Prince Edward County. Yeah, so Richard said smashing. So usually he's not a fan of natural wine, and it seems like he's pretty impressed with that.
Yes.
Oh, there's been a couple.
Yeah. Russ, yeah. So, yeah, Richard's really liking it. So there you go. See, Mirabelle. This is big and bold. Another try at wild ferment here from BC, but the fruits are from the Naramata bench. East Kelowna Winery, taking fruits from the bench from the 2021 vintage. Richer, bolder. It is really 2021 Mira, more that I taste the 21. Higher in alcohol, fruitier, more tropical fruit. Like you get papaya and mango and all of these very ripe fruits. This is a very defined style from 2021. Yes. Oh, there you go. I have. I felt that way with. I felt that way with the Garnet Valley Ranch. I felt that way with a couple of the Okanagan Falls. So 2021 has a very, very specific. I'm going with 92 points here. John Schreiner went bananas on that wine. John Schreiner gave it a 94 points. I'm going with 92 here. You know what? Maybe not that much. I'm going 91. 91 for the Mirabelle. So I have to switch here. Can you please put these bottles on that table? Thank you very much. I'm getting a bunch of help here. There's a backlog. Now we're really getting into the super rock stars. No, not all at the time, please. Okay. I'm going to the La Réserve du Domaine here with Domaine Kalis. Kelly Mason, winemaker, one of my very favorites. We have Stratus Vineyard. I don't know if you can see how cloudy this is. Can you check? Can you see? Can you see the bottom of the bottle? This is all the sediment and the leaves underneath. So it's all wild ferment, non-fine, unfiltered. So it's our first try at Stratus here with Carl's Wine Club live. This is the barrel ferment. And also here with Little Engine. So we have Domaine Kalis, Stratus, and Little Engine. Okay, the next three, 84, 85, and 86.
So you're tasting Stratus now, or are you tasting Domaine?
I'm tasting Kalis. Kalis.
Okay, this one.
91 point for Kalis.
Nice.
Now Stratus. Oh.
You got nice nose there.
I love the bite of Stratus. It snaps me. Oh, that I love that. Okay, I am at 92 plus here with Stratus. Little Engine, the silver label here. Very peachy, super orchard, peach, canned peach. Easy drinking, not very defined, 90 points. That's one of our favorite, baby. That's one of our favorite here. Stonebridge Vineyard with the 2019. I give that wine 93 points a couple months ago. I wanted to reopen it tonight to have our guests to taste it. But let's see. I love that nose. I love that nose. My 93 points is just so bang on. And honestly, that 2019, it's $50 including tax. It might be the best $50 wines that I had this year. This is absolutely stunning. Rob Hammersley, I need you here. There you go. Okay, you need to try it out. You can sit down. You can do whatever you want. I want you to try that. Look at that, how cloudy this is.
Oh, nice.
This is Stratus 2021. I love that. There you go. Okay, let's move into. I want to have your opinion.
So much character to that.
And isn't it? The personality of that wine. Rob is tasting Stratus here. This is, I mean, in terms of personality, it's pretty hard to beat. And
This is the state.
this is my favorite $50 wine. So that can be,
I still have one bottle of this in my case.
yeah, and like, yeah.
No, that's not true. I've got the East and the West.
Well, the East is coming soon too, but the East is like $30 more than this one. So, I mean, pound for pound, I'm not sure if I don't like this one better.
There isn't a bad wine from Stonebridge.
No, there isn't. No,
And we tried almost all of them.
oh yeah. And the members, like, we had a chance to do an event there a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and it was at the Richard was there, and he tasted the whole lineup as well. So it's like some. There you go. Hey, come on in. There's a few bottles open. I'll be right with you. More guests is coming in, so that's awesome. Yeah, so that's the Stonebridge. So these guys are all ready to go back on the table if you want. Mira, are you around? Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll be right with you guys. Oh, we have Barry's here with his wife. So yeah. Okay, so Stonebridge absolutely blew me away again. So here, Colmina and Painted Rock. Okay.
Let's do it.
So Colmina, it's the Dilemma from the 2021 vintage, I believe. Margaret's Bench. We love the previous vintage. I love that vintage too.
We had a nice chat with them about what makes the Margaret's Bench special. What would you say in a nutshell?
About this, the terroir. The terroir is so unique, and the elevation. I mean, the elevation makes a stunning difference. I mean, you know what? This is a 92 points. This is one of the very top wine here from BC. Let's do Painted Rock now.
Everyone's able. First stage, and then.
Very different. So we have the south of the Okanagan, Oliver, Margaret's Bench, high elevation. Now we're coming back up north a little bit more to the Skaha Bench, also high elevation where the Painted Rock Vineyard is. But the difference between the flavor profiles are absolutely astonishing. So you have round tropical fruit, orchard fruit with the Margaret's Bench, with Colmina, and the minerality of Painted Rock that absolutely stands out after you have the Colmina. Drastic difference. Also, two different vintage, 2022, much more precise, much more suited for white wine. So we got a very, very different approach, very different delivery of two Chardonnay at the same price point, $50 tax in on both, same alcohol level. I mean, there's a kind of a pretty much the same technical data, but completely different delivery. The result to me are 292 points, but completely different delivery. Really fun to have these two side by side. So I just did Colmina and Painted Rock, two big players, and really, really interesting delivery. Let's move on to the Renaissance 2022 with Stag's Hollow. So this is the best barrel from the Herrera Vineyard in the Similkameen. We tasted the entry level earlier. Now with the reserve, the Renaissance, we have something lower in alcohol, much precise, and this is the best barrel. So it's interesting to see. And this wine will not be released until the fall. This is still in the future program. They're doing something pretty cool at Stag's Hollow, where all of the new release of the 2022 will be on the market only in September, but they release them to their wine club member at a future price. So really, really interesting. Super cool here.
Yeah. Very few wineries are doing that in Canada. That's great to see.
That's flavor's definition. It's good. There might be a little loose on the mid palate. Cutting short, I would go here with 89 points. I mean, we're getting at the level where it's $52. My expectations are sky high. And I look at in front of me, I have Leaning Post, Lawson Chase, Stratus, a two single vineyard, a Noble Ridge. So now we're getting into the big dogs and the top player. Now, this is the first release of the single clone from the Senchuk Vineyard here. This is really darn exciting. Nadia Senchuk, Elia Senchuk. The Senchuk Vineyard has been delivering some masterful fruit in the last couple of years. Richard, you need to take, Richard, this is Elia's new wine. This is single clone from his home vineyard, okay? Now you're going to taste it before me. Yeah. Rob Hammersley just said, "Whoa, I heard Elia Senchuk here."
I love his wines so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Fellas.
Oh, wow. What a nose. 65 cases of that wine was made.
548.
Yeah, 548. There's a small block on his home vineyard. And it's the first time. I think there's one or two places. Yeah. Okay, now you're waiting for me, eh? That's what you're doing? Mm.
Yeah, Derek, you know us from the early days. Derek was one of our founding members, and yeah, we're still going. We're dedicated. Well, Carl is. I mean, I took a few breaks, but
Okay, this is the new top-rated wine.
what?
This is the new top-rated wine of the night. And this has happened twice last year. This is a 95-point wine. I have rated 95 points, maybe 10 times in the last 3 years. This is wine of the year material. This is wine of the year. I have goosebumps all the way.
Oh
This is fucking unreal. 2020. This is insane. I have body reaction. Woo-hoo. Wow. Fantastic. I know my nipples are hard.
Oh no! Oh my god!
I'm telling you. Oh, I hope that Nadia's listening right now. Okay, let's move on. From one, so this is Churchside Vineyard from the 2020 vintage.
Okay.
That was last year, Pan-Canadian Rockstar, okay? So, here. This is the 95 points wine line, okay? So now we're talking about like cream of the crop in the country.
I think Carl is just about to head into like dreamland for him with the next 10, 15.
Fuck me. This is 94. Like I think I believe that I rated that one 94 last year, and it's still right there. 94 plus. This is that top notch. Here. So Garrett.
Yes.
That's the guy I want to introduce you to. That he's coming here for the Pan-Canadian, and he's looking for people to
Leaning post.
Yeah.
And this is the wine the exciting wine we just tried.
That's my nipple wine. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah. Well, you can see the reaction here. People who know me, they're like, ah. And there's other people who are like, huh? Okay, let's get back to Stratus. We tasted the unfine unfiltered. This is the Amphora, okay? The other version of the Stratus Chardonnay. Same vintage, we're on the 2021. The nose is so different than the other one. Oh.
So this is like a clay. It's fermented in clay.
That's clay amphora. They are imported from Italy, these ones, and really preserve that really classic purity of the Chardonnay grape. I smell that. I smell Chablis Cru because I got that real Chardonnay aromas. That green apple, that like ripe pear, but just like not that, like a little bit on the edge of unripeness. So like that right pear. Ah, this is awesome.
Yeah, we were really blown away. We've got the royal treatment at Stratus. Yeah, and
absolutely royal treatment. And this one has so much minerality, saltiness, minerality, and that's what I found with the Amphora. It brings a lot of salinity. I even got that with their Cap Franc. The Resk, that just got them some saline.
saline, yes.
Saline. There you go. So this is all good to go on the other table, guys, if you want to. Now we're gonna do side by side King Ransom from Noble Ridge. Okay, so let's get back to Okanagan Falls. One of our top dog in OK Falls with Blair Gillingham. It's block 4 old vines side by side with the home block Chardonnay. Both from the 2020 vintage. I want to do that. And do we have another recorded interview that we can put in after so I can have a...
Yeah, so we have your interview with Dean Stroika from Stratus.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So let's do the two King Ransom from Noble Ridge, and we'll go with the interview after. So I'm starting here with the block.
I mean, you only have like, after that, you only have something like 18 wines to taste. So like you'll be done that in like no time after that interview, right?
Okay.
That's really good. This one, huh?
Okay. These are fairly similar wines. I would say there's a bit more precision on the block 4. It's a little bit more directional. The home block has more, I would say, a little bit, there's less oak influence, a little bit more on the green apple, but the home block is very, very defined and precise. It's really impressive. But fairly similar though. Really, really similar wines. Let's go with 91 and 91 plus.
Okay.
91 plus for the old block and 91 for the home block.
Okay.
Okay. So when we come back, I have 3 wines from Thomas Batchelder. I have La Grande Cuvée from Domaine Keyless. I have Kirby Estate, which is Peter Gamble's footprint on this one. And I have a biodynamic Summerhill Chardonnay as well. So if I have time to go to the back room and come back, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
106. So you have 16 wines to taste after this, which will feel like a breeze because, I mean, that's literally like 10%. So, yeah, 8%.
Okay.
Not bad, not bad. All right, here comes Dean Stroika. Cheers, guys. We'll see you in a little bit.
Oh, this interview. Yeah, there you go. Here you go. We are with Dean Stroika, winemaker at Stratus Vineyard in Niagara. Dean, I mean, it doesn't look like you're in Niagara right now.
No, it was perfect. Thanks for having me on here, Carl. Yeah, I escaped for a couple weeks down to Portugal, and we're in the Azores right now, just on an island called Pico.
That looks pretty darn cool. I'll tell you one thing, my friend. It's great to have you. Thanks for taking some time because we're celebrating World Chardonnay Day. My biggest passion in wine. I mean, I love Chardonnays. I love Chardonnays from all over the world. But I truly believe that we in Canada are one of the very top producer of Chardonnay. What do you think about that statement?
You know what? I completely agree with you. I think we got the right soil, the right climate, especially down Niagara Lake, or if you're on the bench area growing Chardonnay and, more limestone and a little bit higher of an altitude, a bit further from the lake. In those two areas, you're at a perfect spot for cool climate Chardonnay. And, for me, I'm a cool climate wine lover. That's why I'm here on this island of Peak in Portugal, because it's very cool climate. You're in the Atlantic. And so I like traveling around the world and trying other cool climate wines to see where I can find expressions to do something like that in Niagara. And I think Chardonnay for cool climate viticulture with the Lake Ontario and the way it's interacting with that grape variety, it's fantastic region for growing Chardonnay.
I mean, let's backtrack a bit. Let's talk about Stratus. This is your home. That's where you've been for a long time now. You've been working under a legend of the Canadian wine industry for a long time. So tell us a little bit more about Stratus. When did it start, and what's so special about that winery?
Yeah, so the property was purchased in 2000. We built the winery in 2004. We opened the doors for the first vintage in 2005. And the plantings and the family who owned the property before Stratus go back all the way to 1985. So we have Chardonnay, Merlot, and Cabernet Sauvignon that go back to 1985. Then we have some Gewürztraminer and Gamay. So that's what they were kind of growing in the 80s. Those go back to 1992.
Oh wow.
So, there's a great history of growing Chardonnay. And then when they built the property, JL grew the founding winemaker. He was really insistent that we would do a winery that was gravity flow. So it's 100% gravity flow. We
That
don't
is
use
so
any
cool.
pumps. And so that's very important in the part where you're doing the crush. You don't want to have a pump crushing the grapes and macerating and destroying the seeds and creating more bitterness. So everything's very gentle. The grapes all fall by gravity. They go into a gentle press. They press off by gravity or they go free run by gravity. So it's a really unique winery. And then also what's very important about Stratus' story is our sustainability. The first LEED certified winery in the world, first LEED certified building in Canada, which stands for Leadership, Environmental, and Energy and Design. And so, the whole building is geothermal heated and cooled, even for the fermentations. So it's a cool property. I grew up in the Niagara region, and when I walked through the doors of Stratus, I was thinking to myself, I have to try and see how they do things here. Like, this is a very unique project, and it made me very proud of Niagara Lake and the Niagara region as somebody being from the Niagara region.
I have to tell you, my friend, I was there with Mira. Not even a month ago yet. Like 3 weeks ago, you guys were gracious enough to give us a great tour, and I'm blown away. I'm still talking to people here in BC, traveling winery to winery. It's like, man, you have to go see Stratus. I love the gravity flow. I love how state of the art the tasting room is. You guys are very, very member centric. Everything about your wine club member is just so closely knit. Whoa, what's in your glass right now?
I'm drinking some wine from another island in the Azores called Graciosa. The wine actually, it's kind of funny. I saw it in the place the other day. It's called Strato, so it's kind of like the Azorean version of Stratus. I got to bring it with me.
That's awesome. Sorry, sidetrack here. We were there. We had a great time. And one of the things that I really enjoyed it was when we did the side by side, your Shirley Amphora versus the Shirley Barrel Ferment. This was eye opener to me. I tasted wine from Amphora before, but having it side by side, it was amazing. How long you've been working with Amphora at Stratus?
Well, we purchased our first one in 2019, so about 5 years. And the first wine I ever tasted out of Amphora, directly out of an Amphora, was in Pre-Rat in 2014, and that's where I first, decided, hey, this wine is really unique out of an Amphora. And in Pre-Rat, they were really describing how it was very respectful to the soil and to the terroir, and to this, really unique Licorella soil that they had there. And I thought, wow, this would be amazing, for a Chardonnay or a Cab Franc back in Niagara. And our limestone soils, we have very distinctive flavors and soils. And the Amphora was respectful to these flavors and to this unique terroir. So we started in 2019, and then we thought it would be a great idea that, if we were going to do a Cabernet Franc and you're going to do a Chardonnay, that we would do a comparison. So how we normally make it, which is in oak barrels, and then 100% pure Amphora. So that we could show people what the difference is and what the terroir tastes like, whether you're having it in barrel and in clay amphora.
So the difference between Amphora and oak barrel, can you help our people who are listening right now? Because we have right now over 65 Chardonnays open across the board. Stratus, we will taste it just a little bit later. The Shirley Barrel and the Shirley Amphora. What can we expect between these two wines?
Yeah, well, it's kind of complicated, but not so complicated. Once you start getting down to the bare bones of it, the main comparison is that you're looking for a vessel that allows oxygen through its membrane and allows the wine to breathe. We call that the élevage. As it's in the cellar and the wine is coming to life, and there's chemical reactions that are happening with the oxygen. So barrels have always done that. That's what's amazing about an oak barrel. But the trade-off is you get a little bit of flavor, and that can be good. That can be what maybe sometimes what the winemaker intends or not intends, and sometimes it can be vanilla, which is a compound vanillin that's coming from the oak. You can also get smoky and toasty characters, which are coming from the toasting of the oak barrel.
Or
And so
coconut,
that adds
or coconut if you go to the American
to
oak.
the American. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't normally make much wine with American oak barrels. We use a lot from the Caucasian forests and a
Okay.
lot of French oak. But yeah, exactly. So you get these flavors, which adds complexity, but it's not coming from the grapes, obviously. So that can be positive or negative depending on what you're trying to achieve. And so the amphora is sort of like a middle path between oak and stainless steel. So it's allowing the wine to get oxygen just like the oak does, but it's giving no flavor as a stainless steel. So you're getting the mid palate, the roundness, the softness, and richness that oak would give the wine, but you're getting the freshness and the purity of the fruit that you would get from stainless steel because not imparting any flavor. And so that's what you can expect. You can expect, between the two of them in the amphora, you're getting a lot of minerality, even some salinity. You really get the acidity because the oak is giving some tannin, which is going to bind with the acid, or kind of mask the acidity a little bit. Whereas you're not getting any of that coming from the amphora. And so this flavor you're getting is pure acidity, freshness, minerality. Whereas in the oak version, you're going to get a little bit more roundness, a lot of richness, a lot of texture, but also some more flavor too, some vanilla and some oak derived characters that are different from the amphora.
So we're talking texture, right? The amphora will help us as well to create that texture that you will never get from the stainless steel, right? Which is
Absolutely.
completely closed.
Yep.
There's no air contact. There's no oxidation. So
Yep.
and now the surely. So because now I would say in terms of Canadian wine lovers, the understanding of what's in our glass, the Canadian market has matured a lot in the last 10 years. 10 years ago, serving a wine Shirley's would have been something pretty tricky because people don't understand what's these element in suspension, right? Something is wrong with my wine. Now I believe that our wine lovers are much more mature, much more educated about what's happening and how to make the wine. But if we can recap a little bit, what's the Shirley process? And I believe also it brings layer, complexity, and also texture to the whole thing. But I'll let you explain a bit.
Yeah. Well, and it comes right back to that whole thing. At Stratus, we're really trying to create wines of, supreme texture, elegant mouthfeel, and food wines at the end of the day. All the wine that we design at Stratus, we want them to be paired with food and enjoyed with food. And so putting the lees in the bottle is adding this element of texture and taking it to the next step. So when you're making wine, the yeast is going to ferment, and eventually they're going to die when the sugar is running out and the yeast are living through their life cycle, and they're going to settle at the bottom of the barrel and leave this compound we call lees. And the lees give autolytic flavors, they give complexity, they are antioxidative. So there's a lot of great thing about lees. And in the winemaking process, it's rare that you would rack off the lees. You might rack off the heavy lees because that can sometimes bring sulfur containing compounds and make the wine reductive. But on the lighter, fluffier lees, it adds complexity. And so, and this is how champagne's made. Champagne, when you ferment the secondary fermentation in the bottle, you age sometimes 5 years, 10 years on the lees, and it adds complexity and it protects the wine and it gives the wine youthfulness. So we started in 2000, I believe 14 was the first vintage we did it. We started taking some of the lees, we would stir the barrels, and then go unfiltered and go directly to the bottle and take a little bit of that lees from the barrel and put it in the bottle to continue to give the wine a living life. So when you're filtering a wine, you're sterile filtering it. You're literally sterilizing the wine. Nothing alive is going into the wine, which is great for, having things that don't go wrong. If you have Brettanomyces or acetic acid bacteria and these things, this is why filtration was, when it was invented, it was embraced so happily by winemakers because they never had an option before where they could make a wine sterile and ensure that nothing could grow and nothing could make the wine go wrong. The trade-off, though, is when you're putting lees, you have a living wine. You're not sterilizing it. You're making it unfiltered, and you have the lees in there, and you have a whole different complexity and a completely different evolution of the wine than if you had sterile filtered it. And so we've been doing that for a while at Stratus, and yeah, it's certainly in the last decade been a teaching moment for us to embrace consumers and have them come in and they see a cloudy glass of wine and say, "Oh my God, what is this? I would never drink this." But we always say, "Hey, well, if you go into a grocery store and I say pick out the best orange juice or the best apple juice, you know, 20 years, 30 years ago, they would go for the clean and clear filtered apple juice and orange juice, but not today.
Yeah.
Everybody goes for the one that says shake well before serving, and you get all the cloudiness and everything in the orange juice and the apple juice. And the same goes for craft beer. You know, you very rarely see fine filtered or sterile filtered craft beer anymore. People go for that more cloudy, more textured, more rich beer. And wine works just like these products. You know, sterile filtration it works, and it makes a really elegant wine too. But an unfiltered wine or a wine bottle of Lee's just adds another element to the wine for consumers to enjoy, who probably up until, you know, 1930, 1940, that's how all wines were until
Yeah.
we started filtering.
Yeah. And what's your take on wild ferment? Because I just recently went back to Niagara. We try to go 3 times a year. And there's one thing that Niagara winemaker has embraced a lot more than what we found here in BC. It's the wild ferment, the natural ferment with the natural yeast in the environment. Here in BC, we still have, but we have a few here and there, but it's not a widely popular method of operating. And so what's the philosophy at Stratus? You guys are all wild ferment, or you're still using your different strain of yeast?
Yeah, so it really depends on the wine, depends on the year. The wine you're drinking, all Chardonnay at Stratus is wild ferment. So we really like the complexity
Yeah.
and, you know, the unique flavors that are coming from the terroir and the yeast of the terroir. So we do everything whole cluster pressing for the Chardonnay, and then we go to barrel. So the beauty is we can easily achieve a wild ferment in the Chardonnays, and it makes a very complex, you know, elegant style of Chardonnay that we love. But I don't do everything at Stratus wild ferment, and I play around a lot with wild ferments. I've done it. We have 16 varieties of Stratus. I'm sure I've probably done it for every variety. And some varieties it works really well, like in a Chardonnay. And some varieties, you know, sometimes it adds complexity, but something a little bit different. What's beautiful about commercial yeast is the purity to the variety that you can achieve. So sometimes you might be talking about varietal typicity, sometimes you might be talking about terroir. And
Yeah.
if you go with wild yeast and terroir, well then you might get something that says, you know, maybe for Malbec, for instance, sometimes I try wild ferments for Malbec. You're getting an interesting complex wine, but you might not think it's Malbec. And Petit Verdot is the same way. And so you're saying, wow, I love this wine, it's complex, it's interesting. But I don't know if it's really tasting, or it's like a different kind of wine. Is it Malbec? I'm not sure. Whereas if you go with maybe a yeast that we might enjoy, like FX10 or something like that, you use it in the Malbec, and then you now have this typicity
Boom.
where you say, this is
Yeah.
Malbec right there in your glass. So I do it for all 16 varieties sometimes, and because at Stratus we're known as a house of the art of assemblage, you know, we're an assemblage house. You know, you get the Stratus Red and Stratus White, which are blends, but these Chardonnays that you're drinking right now, the amphora is one of the few versions where it's a pure, you know, 100% wine in an amphora. But the Chardonnay bottle with the lees is a blend of different Chardonnays from different lots and different fermentations. And so this is how we really promote complexity. Is sometimes I'll do a wild ferment, and sometimes I'll do an inoculated ferment. And if it's a challenging wetter harvest, I'll skew more towards inoculating. And if it's a beautiful year like 2022, 2023, 2020, then we really embrace this natural fermentation in the winery, because the fruit comes in so clean and it's just ready. You really got to put your winemaking hat on when you think about this. You know, there's some winemakers, you know, they don't care. You know, and especially if you're making wine in Chile or, you know, Australia, where the weather is, you know, every year you're having beautiful weather. But Niagara, sometimes we have some harvests that present some challenges. And so if you're going to try wild ferments in those years, you better be ready that you might end up with a bit more phenolic character, a bit more of an unusual flavor in the wine. Whereas if you just play your winemaking a little bit, you know, closer to what you taught in school, you could probably make better wines in those years.
It's a kind of a safety net, right? When you go with the regular ferment way, like, okay, now you know exactly where you're getting you're not at the mercy of what's up in the air.
Yeah, you know what you're gonna get. And at the end of the day, consumers who come into Stratus want good wine, and that's what I plan to deliver them. You know, an
Yeah.
ultra premium experience, textural, incredible wines that taste and smell amazing. And so, if the fruit just doesn't deem necessary, then I don't play around with trying to go that way, because I don't want to ever release a wine at Stratus that isn't enjoyed by, you know, 100% of the people who are drinking them. It might not be. They might say, oh, I don't really like Chardonnay, or I don't like Riesling, and I love changing people's minds. What I don't want them to do is say, wow, that wine just wasn't, it didn't hit it for me. I love Chardonnays, but your Chardonnay was just a bit funky, a bit weird. And so I do things, you know, according to what nature gives me. I have to remember that nature is driving the boat. And so I'm just a steward trying to get the grape to the bottle. And I go with kind of what nature leads me to.
How long you've been working with JL?
Since 2010.
2010. And
2010 is when I walked in the doors, and
what did it touch you? What was the, if you have a couple of things that you say, like this guy, I hold that philosophy to this guy. What did he give me a little bit of what you're taking from him on a daily basis?
Yeah. Well, the first thing, when I met JL, obviously, I could see that he was a brilliant winemaker, kind of a mad scientist. And the first thing we did was went in the vineyard, and he was sort of like, forget this winemaking facility. You could build this winery anywhere in the world. The most important thing is the ground we're standing on right now and inside this vineyard. And in 2010, I was still in winemaking school in the New World. And in the New World, they really teach you that the winemaker is kind of the star. Everything's going to be about the winemaker. It's kind of like a California style. And so it was the first time I ever heard a winemaker say, forget about the winemaking, forget about the winemaker. What makes the best wine is the vineyard, and we can't replicate this anywhere else in the world. And so right away I thought, well, this guy is a whole different way of thinking. I never even heard this before. Now, almost 20 years later, every winemaker sort of speaks this sort of verbiage. But in the New World in 2010, it was about new oak, and there was a lot of new oak in the winemaking, and winemakers were sort of celebrities, and we didn't talk about the terroir nearly as much as we do today. And so that was which really drove me to say I have to work with JL. And then I tasted the Stratus White, this assemblage of up to 6 different varieties. Yeah, there it is right there. That's the one. So I tasted this wine, and there's an 06, and you can see the ageability of that 06. I think we tasted that 06 actually when I did my interview in 2010. And it might have been the 07. It was either the 06 or the 07. And so I thought, wow, what a textural, unique blend. And it had so much complexity of, citrus fruit, tropical fruit, all these different characters. And I thought, oh, I want to make this. I think I remember joking in jail, like, I want to learn to make this wine. He's like, well, it's a long path, it's really complicated. And I said, well, I'll stick around. If you're willing to teach me, I'm willing to learn. And so we spent the last 15 years working together, and I've been learning on how to make these assemblage wines and how to make wines of a sense of place. And that's what JL has always done so well. He was born in the Loire Valley. He studied at Bordeaux University and Burgundy College. So he had this amazing education. And he really learned this essence of that wine is a sense of place, and that it's meant to be paired with food, and that, it's a lot of hard work to make wine. So you might as well make it worth your time, and worth the effort.
And good news for you, but I know we already had that conversation, but for people who are listening, that 2006 that you just said that you tasted in 2010, we tasted it 3 weeks ago in Toronto with another 35 people with another, I would say 12 other wines from Canada, all back vintage. And we had some rock star international icon around that. That was the star of the night. They stole the show. It was, I can't believe that the 2006 can be still so fresh and so vibrant. It's incredible. I still get an email from Toronto who say, where can I get that wine?
Yeah. No, it's still singing, and it really speaks to how we treat the fruit, this gravity flow method, using, really nice high quality oak barrels, not too much new oak, and then aging on the lees as we do in the barrel. And, all these methods that have been, what JL passed down to me, it's generations, hundreds of generations of knowledge, passed down from winemaker to winemaker. And I sort of have always told people that was my most unique and best experience of Stratus, is that you're getting a lineage of winemaking knowledge passed down. You can imagine if I just tried to make wine and I didn't have JL to mentor me, I'm 15 years in, I'd just be scratching the surface of what I already know. And so I was able to get all this knowledge from hundreds of years of winemaking, and download it in 10 years, which would take a whole lifetime or longer.
That's amazing. Just tell us, okay, where exactly Stratus is located on Niagara-on-the-Lake, just to give an idea to our people here in British Columbia or wherever they are right now in the country. So where exactly you guys are located, and what makes your own vineyard so special?
Yeah, so Stratus is located right in the heart of Niagara-on-the-Lake, quite close to the lake, not right on the lake, but we're still considered the Niagara Lakeshore appellation. We're just like on the edge of that appellation. And so it's getting close to the downtown. We're about 1,000 meters from the lake, so just about a kilometer. So we get this beautiful lake influence, but we're not getting completely, the cold lake wind, which around this time of year delays bud break and delays the year by about a week or two. And what makes it so unique, so we're right in the flats of Niagara Lake, and we have this amazing glacial till soil right in our location where we are at Stratus. 10,000 years ago, there was a lake there. Today we call it Lake Iroquois. It was a much larger a much larger version of Lake Ontario called Lake Iroquois, and the escarpment was the lake shore. And that lake was there for about 1,000 years. All the ice from the previous glacier was all crammed up in the St. Lawrence River, and so it made this larger Lake Iroquois. And so all that aquatic life and breaking down in this sort of the heart of Niagara Lake created what we call the fruit belt in the Niagara region. I think this lakeshore goes all the way around, all the way to Toronto, Casa Loma, basically, and you have this amazing fertile soils. And then as all that water was running from the escarpment down to Niagara Lake, down to Lake Ontario, it was bringing granite and limestone and all these rocks into our vineyards. And so those rocks heat up our vineyards every day. So we have this amazing soil. It's like 12,000 years of evolution to make the soil at Stratus, and it really makes tremendous fruit, whether it be peaches or strawberries or grapes. Very expressive, very flavorful, and also very fertile. And so that which makes the site at Stratus and all of Niagara Lake so unique for winemaking, and why it's one of the best winemaking regions in the world.
Amazing, amazing. What's the place of Chardonnay in this World Chardonnay? What's the place of Chardonnay in Stratus portfolio? How many Chardonnay do you have on the lineup?
So we make 3 Chardonnays, and it also makes a pretty good component of our Stratus White. We're a 55-acre vineyard, and we grow 16 varieties, but Chardonnay and Cabernet Franc make up 50% of that.
Oh, wow.
So 2 varieties make up 50%, and this makes sense because in years where there's some challenging winters or more inclement weather or whatever it is, Chardonnay and Cabernet Franc are the 2 varieties that are just absolutely perfectly suited to the Niagara on the Lake climate, terroir, the winters, and everything else. So we grow quite a bit of Chardonnay. We grow 2 different clones on a couple of different rootstocks, and we grow in different parts of the vineyard, kind of like a field blend. So in our vineyard, we have 4 distinct soil types. So we want to try and grow Chardonnay on different soil types to see what unique expression we're going to have in our vineyard. And then sometimes, we make it into what you're tasting, the Chardonnay Amphora, which is a white label wine. And we make these, we call it the white label because they have a white Stratus label on the bottle. And white label wines for us at Stratus are all a declaration of quality at harvest. So there was something special about the Chardonnay that we chose that went into that amphora. And we make a few other wines of this style. And so that's the unique thing of having 55 acres, 45 blocks, and we separate it all and we ferment it all separately. And sometimes we just can see the quality is exceptional right there at harvest. We say, you know what, that's going to be a white label wine. Let's go to an amphora, or let's make this wine separate and make a white label wine from it.
And I think that's where the passion of assemblage comes from as well, right? Everything is compartmented. It's not only varietals to varietals. It can be like among Chardonnay, you're going to assemblage your Chardonnay together with different parts to give it a whole.
Different clones, different soils. So it's when you really open your mind to the art of assemblage, you realize there's so many ways beyond just blending 2 varieties together. Like that's the simple part of the art of assemblage. But once you start going down that path, wow, it really opens your artistic sort of senses, and you start thinking so many other ways to make an assemblage.
Dean, if I give you a one-way ticket to go make Chardonnay for the rest of your life, where would you go?
Well, other than Niagara on the Lake, is that what you're asking me? If I couldn't do it in Niagara on the Lake, if you had to yank me out of my homeland, where would I go to make Chardonnay? That's a great question. I don't know. I mean, I love always traveling in Europe. I've spent a lot of time in Spain, a lot of time, this is my third or maybe 4th time to Portugal. I would probably try and find a climate that was working in Europe. That here you have beautiful hillsides and great terroir. In Portugal, I'd probably try and stick with the indigenous varieties because they're so well suited. But if I could find somewhere in Spain or somewhere in France with a unique terroir, I particularly love the lifestyle in Europe, so that would attract me beyond the style of Chardonnay. Argentina has always been a place that interested me too. So these places are kind of fun, and that's the best thing is I'm pretty sure, and don't quote me, don't check, you can check it up, but don't say Dean said it for sure. Every country on the planet makes wine. There's not a single country in the world where they don't make some style of wine, whether it's a fruit wine or a grape
Yeah,
wine.
you're right.
And so that's what's so cool is the more you travel, the more your mind is just blown. You know, I would advise anyone who's a big wine fan, you know, in your travel, start just looking at wine regions and make that a part of your traveling, because it's you start to realize the most exciting places to visit in the world usually have a wine region nearby, and you can add that to your experience. And normally it happens to be one of the most beautiful places you'll ever travel, like the island of Pico that I'm on right now, or if you go to the Douro Valley. You know, it's rare that you go anywhere else in the world that's as beautiful as these places.
And I will even add, drink it with the local, because it makes it taste even better. Their passion to tell you what they're making is good. It's just always I love these stories. Every time I travel for the wine, I try to drink with the locals because it brings another element.
Yeah, well, that's what I love to see that sort of starting to grow in Toronto, and I want to see that grow more, is the amount of tourism and travel that goes to Toronto or even Niagara Falls that ask for local wine. Like you go to Barcelona and you're always thinking of wine from Priorat or Penedès, you know, or Catalan wine in general, and you call that the local wine. And so those wineries thrive off tourists and people traveling to Barcelona saying, I want the local wine. And what we love to see is people come to Toronto and say, oh, I want to try the local wine. And so you get Prince Edward County or you get Niagara-on-the-Lake, and you're tasting wine from right there from the source.
If you don't drink Stratus Chardonnay, last question, if you don't drink Stratus Chardonnay, which other Chardonnay comes up to mind quickly?
Other than Stratus in Niagara, in the Niagara region, I love Hidden Bench. I think Hidden Bench makes some amazing Chardonnays. If you're probably going to go around Niagara-on-the-Lake, Ravine makes a really, really, elegant Chardonnay there in sort of outside of Queenston, really warm site. That's a very different terroir from Stratus. So I think if you're going to be in Niagara, I think Ravine or Hidden Bench, these places are making exceptional, really young, talented winemakers who are expressing this unique grape in a unique terroir.
My friend, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate your time, Dean. Happy World Chardonnay Day. Thank you so very much. Enjoy the time you have in Portugal, and we'll connect again when you come back.
Absolutely, and thank you everyone for tuning in, and I really hope you enjoy Chardonnay Day.
Thank you. It's getting dark out here. What the heck is going on?
It's getting dark, a little chilly. I had to put my jacket. I had to go find my
Yeah,
jacket.
I know. Okay, let's dive right into it, because we have the most outstanding flight of the night here. The guests are getting a little rowdy, so I need to get that done. I'm giving myself 15 minutes to get through the last 15 wines, okay? But before that, I'll show you, okay? So we're in the Thomas Batchelder's world, okay? Thomas Batchelder, I have side by side here, Wismer Foxcroft and Wismer Wingfield, which is both in the 20-mile bench. And this is for Foxcroft, it's the Parcelle Nord, one of our top 3 wines of the year last year. Now it's the new vintage 2021. So both side by side, I've seen some similarity, but also some drastic difference between both. With the Foxcroft, there's a little bit more lemon meringue, a little bit more salinity. There's the seashell part of it, like the low tie minerality. I gave a 94 plus to the Parcelle Nord, just close to the 95 points. One of the best wine of the year again this year. Wismer Wingfield, to my opinion, is not that. Doesn't have the same concentration, doesn't have the same density. I'm at 93 points with Wismer Wingfield. Now, we have a third wine from Batchelder, and it's the Frontière Bloc 2021, one of my top wine of the year last year. I have it at 94 plus as well. That block has a superb precision and a great minerality. The interesting part of it, it's having Batchelder, so Thomas Batchelder, from the Grimsby hillside here, okay? Side by side with Domaine Calis, which is a limited release hillside vineyard. So Kelly Mason, one of the most prolific winemaker in Ontario, from the same parcel of land that Thomas Batchelder. These two side by side, I think it was stunning to taste these two. So thank you. I put Kalis at 92 points and Batchelder at 94 plus. Now, I have a stunner from Kalis though. This is the special, the Grande Réserve Cuvée Champlain. This is a 94 point. That's the best wine of Domaine Kalis. Absolutely outstanding. Richness, concentration of flavors, definition of lemon meringues, absolutely astonishing. So this is a real beauty to get your hands on for $60, $20 less than the Grimsby Hillside. That's the wine for Kalis to look for. Now I have from Kelowna, it's Summerhill Biodynamic Chardonnay from their estate vineyard. 90 points, a little sweet on the finish. I had a hard time really to rationalize the whole thing. But to Summerhill's defense now, I just tasted it in the middle of some of the most outstanding wine that I've tasted in years. So pretty hard place to be. And this is Kirby Estate Vineyard, the 2019. I felt a little bit of reductive here. There's some oxidation, a little weird here. And it's not typical of what Peter Gamble do and the team at Kirby Estate. So I might have something went wrong, I believe, with that wine. So let's put the score aside. I'm not sure if exactly, I don't think it's supposed to be like that. So we'll put this one aside. Okay, now I want to go to some place to something pretty unique and pretty special. It's sorry. Let's get back to the to Prince Edward County. I have two wines here from Trail Estate from the same vineyard. It's Nord and Sud, north and south. Haha, big translation here. The Nord has 22 cases made, and the Sud has 26 cases made. Okay, so we're talking about tiny production of natural wine. So let's get to it. I'm pretty stoked to taste these two wines. I've never, yeah. Let's get to it here. It's from Hillier, Ontario, Prince Edward County. Let's start with the Sud. Sud and no.
So I'd like to be it's like
they are pretty darn similar. I'll tell you one thing.
North. So where
maybe my nose is a little tired. I don't
know.
It could be. It could be. You are, on wine number, 104, 103 of the evening.
Sud is a little rounder, but these wines are super vibrant, super energetic. These are directional, they're zippy. I just think that the Sud has a little bit more flavor. I will give the nudge a 93 points to the Sud and a 92 points to the North. Rick Van Sickle didn't agree with me. Rick goes to 94 to the North and 93 to the Sud. But and I heard that Jan is saying he prefers the North, so fuck you all. No, I'm just joking.
Close, very close.
We're very close, right? Here, okay.
That's it.
I just think that the Sud has just a little bit more flavor. Okay. Here, let me get that back. Now, when I'm done with this, let's go to the 2018 Pearl Morissette, baby. Okay? Every time I have a sip of that, I think of you. I don't know why. Maybe because I always think of you.
So look, 2016, right? 2016?
17 was our wine of the year.
17, the 2017 Pearl Morissette was our wine of the year 2 or 3 years ago. It was Carl's only wine he's ever rated 98 points. It was in a beautiful spot a few years ago. We had it again and again. It was magic, and again it was magic. And then on the 10th bottle about a year ago, I think it started to go down the peak, and it changed. And we were like, no, our favorite wine is going down the peak.
Yeah, I mean, the 18 is good, but not like, I'm not getting giddy about it. And I would say 91 point at this stage to me.
Still a fantastic wine, but not.
No, I mean, I don't care what she's saying. She's saying that 18 was supposed to be better than the 17. I've never get to that level.
Maybe it needs more time. We'll see.
Pearl 2018, a little disappointed. I was hoping for more. So now I'm getting for the cream, some of the best of the Okanagan. This is Mira family. This is the Micro Cuvée 2022 vintage after a rough 2021 in this region of Okanagan Falls because of the wildfire. Now the 2022, we're back with a solid white vintage. So the nose is fantastic. A stunning nose for the Micro Cuvée here at Mira. The fruits are from the Naramata bench, from the Old Main Road vineyard on the bench. 11 months, 100% French oak, 50% new. So I'm expecting a little bit of maybe nuttiness, a little bit of oak spice, a little bit of a lot of richness. So I can't wait to dig into that. I mean, this wine can play in the same league than the other one. This is truly, you're welcome. Chris Carlson can definitely play in that league. Absolutely. I like that Chardonnay. There's a good bite on the back end. There's softness, there's elegance. It's not overdone. I was expecting much more oak, especially at the young stage that it is. No, it doesn't stand out to me in terms of oak. Nothing goes south. I mean, it's already very well integrated. Well-balanced alcohol. There's no spike. There's no heat. Like, great balance. And to me, it's elegance. Really, really elegant. And I love 22 Okanagan for white. 93 points here for Jack Meyer and Chris Carson. I would say 93 plus. Wow. Very well done. The Micro Cuvée, beauty. Super well done here. Moving on to the O'Rourke Family Estate, the 2020 O'Rourke. The 107. There you go.
Did you already do Dobbin?
Huh? Oh, no.
Did I miss Dobbin?
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's do Dobbin first. Okay, so Dobbin Estate. This is the new project of Peter Gamble and Anne Sperling on the 20-mile bench of Niagara Escarpment, a top premium establishment. We had a chance to have a beautiful tasting at the Tower with Peter and Anne a couple of weeks ago.
Amazing.
Super premium, but we're talking here the cream of the crop, and let's see if it delivers. Oh, Rob Amersley, that's the nose that we do not forget from 21 Bells. Exactly that one. It's Dobbin. There's a very specific nose when it hit the spot. And this one, if you blind taste me, you put me to sleep, you'll wake me up with that. This is exactly what I'm hoping. The caramel, the minerality, and the lemon meringue all blended together. That's 20 Mile Bench in a nutshell. And this is exactly what it is. Holy shit. I love that. Now we're talking super premium, right? This is the big league. This is $75. So you need to get into your game to be able to deliver. And on the nose, there's no doubt. There's absolutely no doubt that that's right up there.
Woo.
Yeah. Did you hear that? That's come from the right. Oh, fuck yeah. Absolutely. And that's that little spice at the back end as well, who brings like it lingers and it's all and it. Oh fuck yeah, absolutely.
Grittiness to that.
Yeah, absolutely. The tannin, right? Like a little like the bitterness, not bitterness. It's amertume, right? That citrus peel who clamp at the end, mixed with some spice. So this is super solid, and for $75. It's a 94 and might be even like, I can't wait to try that tomorrow. Might be even higher than that. This is the part of the cream of the crop, no doubt about that.
You can tell Carl's getting excited. The screen is shaking.
They got to rate some back.
Okay, let's do O'Rourke Family Vineyard, the 2020. It's my first try now at O'Rourke. They won gold at Chardonnay du Monde last year. The expectation is sky high with O'Rourke. I mean, it's millions and millions and millions of dollars or building right now in Lake Country. I was there a couple of days ago. This place is mind-boggling. I mean, it's like complete, not nonsense, but like I've never seen that. It makes Phantom Creek look like a shed for the lawnmower. Like it's crazy.
Nikki's a good winemaker.
Yeah, so Nikki's background was at the Quails Gate, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So they want to get someone who knows what to do with Chardonnay. So let's get it done here. I can't wait.
100% estate. This vineyard is 50 degrees away from the equator. Talk about cool climate.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Prince Edward County.
It delivers. This is the best BC Chardonnay. Sorry, Jack. Sorry, Jack. This is the best BC Chardonnay. Holy fuck, that's good. Whoa.
Jeez.
Wow. Oh yeah, it's bang on. I mean, it's round, it's soft, but there's a precision. There's a vibrant acidity. It's right up there. There's citrus. There's orchard fruit. That's that yellow apple, but that's the apple skin just comes back at the end and stays there and keeps everything like whether the boundaries of the wine are very well defined. This is an absolute beauty. There's nothing loose into that. It's round, but it's right all together. It's okay. 94 plus here. Woo. Oh yeah, we're talking about like.
Baby.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Wow.
Okay.
Left. You only have another O'Rourke, Clone 96.
I have another O'Rourke, but we have the East, right? The Stonebridge East was absolutely. I hope nobody's goes behind me because it's gonna have a shower. Okay, let's do this. I'll cut you there. One of our favorite, Mira. Which one do you like, babe? Richard, you tasted that one a couple weeks ago. You and me voted for the same bottle. So we had a blind tasting at Stonebridge. So this is Stonebridge 2019. It's the Reserve East. I already rated that wine 94 points a year ago. tasted it again last month with Peter Gamble, Ansperling, Faik, Turkman, and all the team at Stonebridge. And this wine is consistently one of the best in the country. 4 Mile Creek appellation from a colder vintage, so we have richness, but we also have energy and precision in that wine. I'm hearing here in the crowd, oh, that's good. No shit, it's good. It's very darn good. Okay, staying with my 94 from a year ago. Now, we're in the $75 to $80 bracket, okay? So I'm going to be a little bit harder on the file on anything who's not supposed to be part of the profile. So let's do the Twisted Pines from O'Rourke. Twisted Pines here, okay? I'm not sure about, let's see if I did some research. Twisted Pines.
Single block.
So
is the
go.
Twisted Pines the $92 one, or is
No, Twisted Pines, we're at the 70 plus tax, so 80-50. The 92 is the clone 96. It's a single clone. So here we're a single block of the estate vineyard in Lake Country. So
there we go.
Yeah. So, there you go.
Chardonnay flying everything.
Oh. So the crowd get a little closer for the. So I feel like we're
feeding up your.
Yeah, there you go. Seems like the energy here is sky high. Woohoo!
Your little panel here.
Want to see that, Mira?
Yeah.
That was me alone, and now.
There you go.
That's the die hard here. Okay, so let me do that.
Yeah.
Huh. It feels like there's much more precision on the nose. It's more pinpoint on citrus peel, maybe, or maybe like a blood orange. Oh, wow.
This is the reserve place.
Mm.
Reserve East.
When you get, okay, so we just tasted Reserve East, okay? Ontario, 4 Mile Creek, which is super dense, rich. Here I'm getting, now we're Lake Country here in Kelowna, same price point, and I would say same level of quality, but such a different profile in terms of precision. This is pinpoint. This is very, very precise. The energy is just like the vibrancy of that wine. Like I feel the pulse. Like if it's like, you know, like a heartbeat. I kind of feel that like in my mouth right now, like the acidity just absolutely pulls. It's really, really stunning.
Really cool.
The nose is outstanding. There's some floral note as well. These wines are going to age forever. I want to taste that in 10 years. I really want to.
Wow.
Oh, this is really special. Oh, this is really tasty. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I can give it a higher score than the estate, but I really think that it's more precise. I feel like if I go from a Village Cru to a single block, but it's exactly what it is, dum-dum, but it's really, really, really precise in terms of flavor. I mean,
nice. And we got one more from O'Rourke.
Wait a minute, I'm not set on my score, for God's sake. No, it's big deal, okay? A plus or not a plus, like it's half a point here. I need to decide. I'm rushed. Stop it.
Such a ball buster.
That's 95 points here. It is. It's right below leading post, but it's taking the second place of the whole thing. Okay.
Wow.
Whoa. Okay, now it's time to. Can I have the white Merlot, please? Okay, we have a tank sample here. It's the Silva Legado 2022. Legado 21. Legado 2016 was my number 2 wine of the year a couple years ago. The 2020
favorite wine from last year. 2016 Legado Chardonnay was my favorite wine from last year.
See? So we have some big fan here. Richard said it was Rob Hammersley says Legado 16 was his top wine last year. It was our number 2 years ago. 2021 Legado was absolutely fantastic, and I think it's going to age like amazingly. Now we have 2022, which is not only to my opinion, to everyone's opinion, a much more suited vintage for outstanding wine than 21. So Richard made miracle with the 21. So I hope that he gets his shit together for the 22, because there's potential to be wine of the year here. Okay. Let's put it in the glass. Okay. Wait a minute. I was not the first one to taste it. Wow. Okay. Oh. Look at this, Nathan. Zingy. Lime. Lots of lime. Floral. Oh, that's good.
That's cool in London. I would.
Oh, there's a bite in that wine. It bites you at the end. Completely, like it clamps down. The acidity is sky high. It's mouth-watering. It's like super bright in terms of acid. Beautiful spice. Like that ginger, like absolutely brighten the finish, but there's a white pepper who lingers.
It's crazy they can get that from Merlot.
He told me scratch it off from the bottle. He told me that yesterday.
So it's a tank sample in a Merlot bottle?
Best white Merlot ever. No, so it's Chardonnay 22. I'm not gonna rate that, but this has a potential because it's tank sample. This wine is not finished yet, so I can't give it enough. But this is right 93 and up. Okay, I want to see that wine all the way through the finish line. I'm sure that there's going to be a little bit more roundness. Now it's like zingy, zippy. So there's but I mean, it's a true De Silva potential. It's top of the line. That's right up there, if not at the same level or above the Meyer, like right in the same top category of BC. So well done, Richard. Fantastic shard here. Okay. Oof. No more white Merlot.
Is this your last wine of the night?
Aye?
Is this your O'Rourke Family Estate Clone 96, the last wine of the night?
Let me check if there's another page.
Oh my gosh.
Last one. Where's the bottle? That's number 112. Whoops, that's number 112.
Bottles of Chardonnay.
I'm not shitting you. 112.
Reviewed. Scored. You were a machine, Carl Boucher.
Oh, I'm going to be banned from Facebook.
First live ever.
I mean, these guys invested millions and millions of dollars, okay? To be honest, And when you taste the wine at the beginning, to be honest, like I did the same thing with Phantom Creek. I was skeptical. How much money these guys can put in the building? Is the wines are going to be good? How many times did I say I was disappointed with Phantom Creek? It never reached the potential to my expectation. But the price point, this is completely the opposite. This is the opposite of how I felt with Phantom Creek. Sometimes big money leads me to doubt. I'm sold. I am sold on Aurora. The nose of the last one of the Clone 96, incredible, absolutely incredible. I mean, I didn't thought that it might be even better than the other one, but Jesus Christ, this is outstanding. I mean, this is special. This is special. If I compare to the Twisted Pine, the Twisted Pines go straight and hit the spot right away. Like there's it's directional. Here, I think there's more curve into the wine. It's a little bit more round. But the complexity, I think it's layers. Instead of going straight towards the point, there's layers and layers. You're peeling the onions, like there's always more coming up. I got green apple, I got pear, I got lemon meringue, I got spice, there's so much going on. And I think this wine, whoops. Yeah, I mean, with age, I don't know, but that might make Checkmate look like a children, a little check. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't have Checkmate in the lineup, but I mean, this is the real deal. These guys are the real deal. Like, I'm sold, to be honest. I will go to 94 plus with this one, but I might be flip-flopping later on. I'm not even sure. Like, come on, it's like number 112, so I might not be as sharp as I was at the beginning. So I want to retaste them tomorrow to make sure that I'm bang on. But yeah, it's right up there, 94 plus, and that's it.
Beauty. And you know what? Going to give you a second to recoup your thoughts before we say goodnight to everyone. We're going to draw for 2 Enovinos. We said we would. So thanks for everyone that joined us. It's been a phenomenal 6+ hours with you tasting 112 Canadian Chardonnays. Yep. Someone asked if it's the world record. It might be. I mean, yeah. I think it's pretty impressive. So here we go. Let's see who won the first Enovino wine aerator. Rob is in the Okanagan this weekend. Rob, congratulations.
There you go.
Round, we'll find you. We will get you this Enovino wine aerator, our favorite tool for instantly decanting wine. And let's see who else won.
They're all
you know, it's his lucky night, I think.
How about we? How about we? Yeah. Lorna, you can take it with you. You won your second Enovino. She's right here. There you go. There you go. Woohoo! Okay. You know what? I'm not going to do a conclusion. I'm not going to do a recap. If you don't mind, we'll put a blog post.
All I have to say is it was incredible. You have amazing stamina. I know that you have tasted 250 wines in a day when you were down in Napa in your old days. but you were not reviewing
I
them.
had 2 naps that day, though.
Constantly.
I had 2 naps that day.
2 napping.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is quite something. So thank you for being our champion for Canadian wine like no one has. Rob asks if he gets 2. Yeah, well, we got 1 for you. I don't even know if we have 2 left in the house. They're almost sold out. But yeah, reach out to us. I'll send you a message right after, and maybe we can get it to you while you're still in the area. Cheers.
Okay. Hey, Mira, thank you so much for helping me putting that together. You've been absolutely fantastic. Shout out to my buddy Jan. He's been a freaking trooper. Shout out to Jan. Come on here. Okay. Hey, which one is your favorite?
Well, I think a leaning post and my second one. This is for the record. It would be O'Rourke.
O'Rourke, which one? The family, the first one?
Actually, the first one. The
107. Let's call it 107. Oh, without you, Jan, I couldn't do it. So thanks for your help, brother. Yeah. It's been a real trooper. Thank you. And all of our crowd here. It's been awesome to taste and have a real live audience. So thanks everyone. And Canadian wine lovers, Carl's Wine Club members, Mira Boucher, all of you guys. See you next time.
Well done, Carl.
Well done. Yeah, nice work.
112. 112. I did it.